God.
It was a
what?
meme
Oh,
off of
we
the
just
launch
opened a can of worms. Hi, stream. We're talking about long Furbies. Everyone, please DM your long Furbies to the channel.
What is a long Furby?
A long Furby is a Furby which has been modified using a human skeleton to be longer.
What?
More recently, they've used non-human bones, but
Wait, they started out.
The first person to make a long Furby bought a skeleton online, and then built. This is fucking wild. You're not gonna fucking believe this until I show it to you.
You're. I mean, but you're familiar with the whole thing. Like you put like 3 or 4 Furbies in a closet, like by themselves, and like some of the creepiest stuff. They start saying some of the creepiest stuff.
I was not aware of that.
Especially when their batteries are starting to die.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
I mean, when they came out in Burger King's Happy Meals.
Yeah.
Or the Burger King, whatever the fuck they call them.
Right.
I think it was McDonald's Happy Meals.
King Meal. Or Kids Meal.
This is a Kids Meal, right?
Furbies weren't on.
I can't remember which one of those had the fucking toys.
Burger King had the lit toys. They also had games.
Yeah, Burger King's toys always were better than McDonald's.
So this is Thursday McBoy Porridge, the first long Furby. A long Furby made using a human skeleton.
And when you say Furby, you're referring to those kind of like... That's not what I had in mind. All right, then.
I mean, no, so
like, I was thinking
they were like a fuzzy furry.
Yeah, like the fuzzy furry thing.
Yeah,
with the eyes and the ears that would rotate like a little bit, and like the mouth.
And they would talk.
Okay.
Right, but they would also like.
Okay, yeah. So I am thinking of the right thing.
Yeah, in theory, they would respond to you as you spoke to them, and I think their vocabulary would grow or something like that.
Yep.
Well,
but it was just a timer essentially. It didn't matter how much you talked to them. He just introduced new words on a timer.
But but apparently there are stories out there about people like getting like 4 or 5 of them, turning them on and putting them in a closet, and just letting them talk to each other, and they just start saying the creepiest shit.
So Furbies were considered a national security threat by the Department of Homeland Security because they were listening devices that could essentially just go in anyone's home as a toy. Anyway,
and now we have like Alexa and Siri and Google, and they're all listening to us.
Reminds me of a meme I saw. 1960s. Gosh, I sure hope the government doesn't wiretap my house. 2015. Hey, wiretap, what's a good pancake recipe?
Yeah! No! I mean,
yeah.
Truth! Absolute truth!
There are plenty of people that will have actually found, like, the supposed deleted, like, save files from their Alexa and all those others that, it's...
Oh, yeah.
Mass amounts of data that are just saved.
Yeah, there was a leak from the Amazon cloud, and it was just... I forget, it was like 300,000 hours or something of clips, and it was private conversations, it was people having sex, it was whatever the fuck else was just
most random shit. Because it's not like people asking Alexa to do something. It is the complete opposite.
Because
it's the stuff that gets... it's the random conversations, the people having sex, just the random shit that people say.
Yeah, because it's always listening and sending a live data stream to the cloud of your audio, because it's not locally processing the vocal recognition. It goes to the cloud, and then it takes the audio stream from the cloud, and then says, oh, they said, hey, Alexa, and then it responds. So that's all going off-site, and they aren't fucking deleting it. They aren't fucking deleting a thing of that. If you read the terms of service when you set up a fucking Alexa device, they aren't deleting a goddamn thing. It's a live wiretap in your house. It really is.
Along with that.
Well, along with the phone.
Some fun things with that.
If you don't know,
you know what the Doomba is, right?
Doomba?
So, the Doomba is a Roomba with a chunk of
watch out, cuties.
It's a Claymore strap.
Yeah, the Claymore Roomba.
So yeah, my
what?
Friend, my friend QB, he sent me this meme. He's like, "Oh, check it out when an intruder comes in." It was the original "Play This Music." Well, it was play that din, 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 and shut off all the lights in the house, Alexa, as soon as they hear it, and release the Doomba.
Oh yeah. Okay, so when it had an Alexa rule where it's like turn off all lights, play Mission Impossible theme, max volume, turn on vacuum.
No, it was a release the Doomba.
They edited that on.
Yeah.
That was a Photoshop, but there is a command to just let your
Or
Roomba go.
Alexa, dim the lights, turn them red, say an enemy is here, and then start playing Skyrim Battlefield.
No, just cue Doom music.
Autobots roll out.
Anyway, you're saying?
I would like to sit down with you for about 15-20 minutes and so I can freaking de-Google my phone.
We should do that.
And yes.
I need to Google my phone. My
What
phone
are
is a
the
Google
fucking
Pixel.
chances that cock is on a
Man,
220?
because I'm like,
What'd you roll?
'cause I know-
220.
you know,
That's fucking cancer.
Or
These phones are
202.
awful.
yeah. Anyway,
220.
so
Anyway,
so are we gonna pick up in Dryfell?
Well,
Or-
since you
well,
asked,
hold on, I got about
let's
90 more
us
seconds of long
begin.
Furby stuff.
Nah.
So what this girl, she's actually Canadian, she's from Ottawa. Strange Eons is her
Should
name.
have stopped rolling a while ago.
She took a regular Furby, she found a matching fabric, in like a faux fur and everything, and then she put this skeleton in it, and then put the fabric over it and stuffed it, so she could make a long Furby that you could actually
Pose.
yeah, you could pose it because it's there's
spine
a
has the
rigid
wire.
spine in there, and
An actual spine.
Yeah.
In there. Yes.
It's probably one of those old school science class skeletons.
Yeah,
with
where
the
it's-
wire.
Oh,
It's
so
just
okay,
surplus
it was a plastic. It wasn't
Oh,
an
no, she's-
actual skeleton.
No, the old school ones were real bone.
yeah, I think modern ones use some sort of plastic.
Blaster.
The people who are like making them for Etsy, but she used an actual where it's human surplus parts that are put on a wire and stuff.
I'm gonna say this right now on record. Like I fully
This is not something that we endorse.
I fully intend to be cremated when I die, so that my ashes can be forged into a sword, Excalibur style. But in the
Excalibur was made from someone's remains?
no, but the sword would look like Excalibur.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay.
You wanna have
Design.
fun with
My-
that?
my
Start
grave- my-
drawing
my
a
grave
pint of
marker-
blood each month
Yeah.
and save them up and then melt down at how many fucking gallons? There's an exact ratio, but you need to do it over your lifetime.
oh yeah,
have them
you,
make
you
the
can
sword.
extract iron from your blood. Yeah,
You
Well,
boil
yeah,
the
'cause
blood
it's-
and use
It's
your
like
blood
blood,
to
yeah.
make the blade and the metal the sword's made of, and you put your
I'd be-
ashes in it.
I'd be cool with that.
Cursed blade,
like-
what?
But like
Is that sword floating? Yeah,
In
he's
the
going to
event-
get food.
in the event that there's something really, really, really spooky you can do with my remains before I'm cremated, I fully endorse that.
Mm-hmm.
I fully endorse you using my cadaver in a spooky or creepy method, like Halloween style creeps, before I am cremated
So
and put into a
we,
sword.
we can skin you and wear the skin suit, right?
As long as my skin gets back into the cremation chamber, yes.
Look, if you die in the last week of October, you're going to my front lawn.
Impaled like Vlad. That is the most realistic decoration. God, this thing fucking smells.
The eyes are pinned open, and then you slowly start to see the eyes slowly melt.
Like, what's the yeah. That's the most real. Why does it stink? Well, the embalming fluid's starting to wear out.
Speaking of very cruel practical effects on Halloween, I really doubt I'd kill myself by hanging. But if I did, it'd be in front of an open window on Halloween. Because I'd go, well, the decoration's been up for 2 weeks. It appears to be rotting. I think we need to call someone.
Somebody, honey, can you,
So
can you please call Matt? Tell him to take down the damn
We
Halloween
can't get a
decoration.
hold of him. Somebody calls Zach. Ah, you motherfucker! He gets there just. God damn it!
I didn't think you'd actually do it, you son of a bitch.
there's
You know what? I'm gonna leave it up here till Christmas.
There's some semblance of a consciousness, like your spirit is still there. The moment you see him say that, muscle reflexes, your cadaver just goes yeah. Just smiles.
We make
Wait
eye
until your
contact.
enemy yeah, just wait until your enemy. No, at that point we connected already, so we're good. Just be like, take over. What? Oh, so that's what I look like.
You make eye contact, and Zach starts laughing. Your cadaver starts laughing.
And then people think I'm a necromancer.
No, that's canon, by the way, that we can inhabit each other's bodies at will. That's just real.
It
That's
fucking happened.
That's not in character. We've done that in real life.
It was that split second with some flaps of the tent or some shit, just boom! That entire night.
When he said,
Neither of us were high.
when he said flaps and we looked into each other's eyes, we knew. And our souls moved.
It was a 3 fucking second fusion and there's 2 bodies. We are these.
So, would you be Zed or Yak?
Zed.
Zed, you?
Is that
Maz.
Mac? Mac.
Maz.
Well,
Mac?
talk about a Big Mac.
Zek.
All right, I think I got the long Furby out of my system.
All right, so
Is that what you?
Yeah, that's a gerbil joke, by the way.
Oh.
Joke about gerbils in.
No, we don't need to go any further.
Glad I'm
So-
wearing a company shirt for this.
I'm just one
more, and then we start.
My half sister's mother is an anesthesiologist.
At the moment, no, I'm good.
Berries?
I'm good for now. And
Oh, you fucking know it.
and
I
she
love
has been the anesthesiologist for some emergency hamsterectomies.
You know, I'm not
That's-
king shaming, but why the hell are you going to shove another living thing up your asshole? It could probably eat you from the inside out.
Because it squirms.
Yeah, so does a toy. And a toy don't bite or have claws.
Well,
Yeah, but
apparently you
replace
put
the
it in
batteries.
something.
You don't have very interesting toys.
I can make my own.
Oh,
That's true, you can just 3D print. Have you seen these?
So there is something that I need to get out of the way before we really
Flavor mix.
begin. And, Zach's already heard parts of this before, but I need to make this known to a lot of you, and then on stream so that it's, confirmed. I forgot a very, very important detail in the finale of the Tales of Dryfell.
About it after he realized he did.
Literally half an hour after he left, I realized, son of a bitch!
Well, so
Because
I mean,
it was a really important thing. It was
because I did realize, if I may,
it was supposed to be this Easter egg. That's what happened.
So I did realize, the next day, that we never did find out who resurrected. What's his face?
Well, that was by design.
Right.
That part was by design. That you just never questioned. Wait a minute.
Because that one chick that showed up in the Minotaur cave is a bit of a loose end currently.
Yeah. But the thing that I forgot to add was supposed to be during the fight. It was designed to be after a few rounds of combat. I would have you all roll perception during combat to ascertain whether or not you noticed it. And
It'd be hilarious if we all rolled too low and he just never got to.
Oh, believe me, you would have noticed it eventually. Because one is more like a sound, and then this...
Fuckers are frozen.
and then a sensation. The other one is literal visuals. And if you were looking anywhere near the direction of what this thing is happening, you'd see it. Mm-hmm. But I realized that the thing that happened could have been very felt as it was tacked on. That being the shadow dragon just randomly popping up through the portal. Mm-hmm. It felt very tacked on. And the thing I forgot to add was put there specifically to not get that feeling, but I forgot to.
Gotcha.
So this is not exactly a retcon because it was supposed to be put in there, but I just fucked up because there was so much going on. The thing I forgot to add was that during the fight, everyone on top of the mountain would hear something akin to cracking glass, kind of like a big window spiderwebbing. You'd hear that.
Ooh, is somebody about to get defenestrated?
Like in Shrek.
After the sound was heard, everyone...
The duality of man.
Right. Everyone looking in the general direction of the portal would see a great eye peeking through it.
Oh.
You'd see an eye peeking through it. The corner of the eye would curl it's just grinning wildly. And
Purple ones are gross.
the eye would blink.
Not bad.
The eye would blink. An evil, high-pitched laugh would ring out on top of the mountain. and that's when the Shadow Dragon would come through the portal. Right? That's what was supposed to happen. Like, it's not that the dragon just randomly sees an open portal and walks through it. It was summoned to the plane.
Okay.
Right? And it was supposed to act as an Easter egg and would better explain why the Fell King can't close the portal. Because as a normal portal, he can close that. But imagine drilling a hole into a plate of glass a little too close to the edge. There's going to be these cracks that are inevitably going to form, and you can't actually seal that up too well. So, because as it stands,
it's like driving a screw into a board at the wrong place towards the end, and it just splits.
Yeah, exactly. So, because as it stood in that particular session, it makes no fucking sense, and it makes the Fell King look like a fucking pussy that he can't close a random portal. But they would further explain the dangers of a portal that opened that damn close to a junction between the material plane and the celestial plane.
Is the veil thin on Dryfell?
Yes.
Oh.
Like, you two left before we got to that point, but your characters were still within earshot. The Fell King literally explains that the story of, the mountain is so tall that it touched the heavens, that's not fancy wording. That's actually what happens.
This is just straight up Mount Olympus.
Yes. Is like pretty much, yeah. It literally touches the celestial plane at the top of the mountain.
I'm gonna go on a spiritual journey.
Yeah.
Watch me get kicked out of heaven real fast.
and that's why the cracking happened. There was another portal being put so close to the barrier between the material and celestial plane. That's why the cracks formed. Another thing that I fucked up is the information that the Fell King had regarding the sword Rawl used. I noticed this while I was editing it down, because I had to for this one. I first said that he knew nothing about what that sword was. About 10 minutes later, I completely forgot that and had the Fell King explain literally everything about it. Including what type of sword it is. And a name. So...
Were we here for that?
No, you weren't.
Okay.
So I'm making it canon now that he does not know what that sword is.
I will steal that sword again. It is mine.
Yeah. So he does not know what that
sword
is.
Hold on, yours is it yours as
that sword will become mine again.
Is it your sword as Kalu or your sword as Jahir?
It's a big golden sword. You should know the sword.
You don't know what it is. I should say Kalu don't know what it is.
Kalu doesn't know.
Kalu don't know what it
Wraith
is,
does.
but my other 8 foot tall, big black character knows what it is.
Okay.
Where I have it.
Wait, is that Wraith's sword?
Yes.
Nice.
That is 1-for-1 what Wraith used 300 years ago.
Awesome.
I would have thought you guys would have recognized the harp music playing when Rawl was attuning to it.
We haven't played Villain in so long.
We haven't.
We can easily turn this here.
Question.
Morley.
Can you hold on that for a second? Because I need to get through this. So, canonically, the Fell King does not know what that sword is. He does not know if there's anything inside it. All he knows is that it is an incredibly powerful sword, and Rawl acts differently while he's wielding it. So we're talking
differently
about...
how? Like, more aggressive, more pure, what?
He doesn't explain that. He's simply concerned that the most powerful knight that he has in his core acts differently when wielding a certain item, and in a world where demons and gods and like possessions are a thing, that's something you keep an eye on. If it serves the kingdom, he doesn't really care, because it's his kingdom, as long as he doesn't start killing
but he's keeping his eye out for backlash.
Yes, because it still changes him slightly, and he doesn't trust that.
What's up?
Oh, is the cat moving from the light source?
Oh, you're
no, like I seen like the shadow cast. Let's go from this way, and I'm like, am I seeing shit again? I was in a dark room. I can see slight shadows when they cast it.
These aren't those Swedish fish.
No, I know. I'm sitting here like I haven't.
Although I have some of those gummy sharks for you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So meta knowledge wise, not necessarily meta knowledge wise, Solomon, now going by Omen. Solomon.
That's how I did. I just cut the first part of my name off.
He has remembered the effects that Rawl used in Dryfell, and has seen Kalu's sword and the effects on him. You could very easily put 2 and 2 together and go, oh, that's the same type of sword.
Bold of you to assume we're smart.
I'm relatively.
Were there, just out of
Well,
curiosity, were
he's
there
a
any,
cleric. He has to be wise by default.
were there any,
Joke's on you, I'm an idiot.
Sure thing, Bender.
Shut up, I know it!
there would have to have been any, interesting looking gauntlets, or, gloves in the,
Well, I can tell you
the
that
treasury.
Well, I can tell you that no one would let you in without Father Solomon's permission, and he goes on vacation like immediately after this event.
Ah.
There might have been.
There's a couple applications sitting behind there for you if you want to be full-time.
I mean, you two stayed in the city, right?
Afterwards?
He took off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you took off.
I immediately fled. So
You still haven't sent me the reason why, though.
So, spoilers. My original plan is I assumed there was going to be some big appearance in front of like the people to tell them this evil had been vanquished, and I was going to drop form and say your government's been compromised, and then just turn into like a snake and just fucking leave or something. And I was like, that's too mean. I'm just gonna do an Irish goodbye and not, destabilize this entire kingdom.
Yeah, no, so I should be like...
Well, you did skip out on your responsibility because you were supposed to prosecute that fucker.
Player character.
Well, he's dead now, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, good point.
For every player character, there's a application of permanent residence in the church. And certain people, unlike the idiot frog thing, certain people have clearance for the vault.
Yeah, well, he's just gonna come back later as a different character. You know that.
Yeah.
You have my permission to use Zarvax as an NPC now.
Oh, thank you.
Because he's a changeling, so he could just show up as whoever. And every time I'm gonna go,
Just like how Blender Dick is now an NPC.
Well,
Are
Lizzie,
changelings artificial life forms?
they are not.
They're natural.
Yeah.
Okay.
They could be artificial. Give me a second.
So, from what I understand,
Freaking Warforged
only-
changeling.
yeah, from what I understand
what
of changeling, the only limitation that changelings have is that they cannot bear children. For whatever reason, I don't know.
No wonder
They can only
he
sire.
can't- They can't.
They can only sire
Oh,
children.
I was gonna say,
They cannot bear them.
Okay, I was gonna say they can't bear children. Is that why he was so uncomfortable in the orphanage?
He was great in the orphanage.
I can't.
oh yeah,
bear
I fucking
He was
killed
great in there.
Those kids
I
love
know.
me.
I know. I
I'm
was
a giant
joking.
fucking
I was
frog.
joking.
Yeah.
I was joking.
Here's the thing: if I play an actual grung, he's gonna be like so uptight and like, like Mr. Frog and Mr. Toad or whatever. Where
you could
where
be
like
Mr.
they wear
Toad.
slacks and a tweed jacket. That's gonna be if I play an actual fucking grung. That's what I'm gonna be.
Please, I want to see this.
I want to play a
please.
grung monk.
Wait. Do you want to play a grung
You want to be a
wizard?
grunk.
A grung
No.
wizard with a grung
no,
wizard with the
no.
slacks and stuff.
No,
Like, excuse
a grung-
me.
A grunk paladin.
Yes. If you do that, you gotta have the pocket protector with the pens and everything. And that's where you keep all his equipment.
You've got the pocket protector, but instead of like pens and stuff, it's different wands.
Well,
Well,
there would have to be one quill.
No offense. They're all just scrolls that he's produced. What are you doing? You'd be like,
No,
It's ready.
No.
throw!
No. It's a pocket of holding.
yes, a pocket of holding.
A shirt pocket of holding, and it just.
And there's
But-
scrolls in there.
but
There's
you-
every sort of like
but
artisan
it's-
tool. I'm like,
But
chisel,
it's
check.
the only thing.
Scalpel, check.
It's the only. Yeah, but
The
it's the
kids
only
want to
thing.
see a magic trick?
Well, but it can only.
I call this one the circumciser.
That was actually a weapon in the first Hitman game. Is you could find a circumcision knife and you could just murder people
You're
with it.
forgetting about Xander's.
Oh yeah.
Star Wars. For those
You
of you who
named
don't
it
know,
too.
The circumciser. Yeah.
There was a Star Wars campaign that we did a while back where this asshole played a robot with like a pair of scissors on his left fucking hand.
Plasma cutter.
To be fair, he was a cyborg.
To be fair.
To be fair.
A cyborg fish person. Well, not fish person, crab person.
Wearing a man suit.
It was a skin suit.
So,
Wait, you took skin suit literally, huh?
So we infiltrated like a cult or something, and as they're walking out, I literally set off an improvised explosion. I rolled high enough, it blew up. They're like, "You need to cover your ears." I'm like, "I'm a robot. I don't have ears." He's like, "Oh, so he's hiding with me." Just, boom! And I'm like,
He killed all the NPCs and came pretty close with all the PCs. So
because this base is a chamber with a tunnel. Where's all that force going? And the ones that weren't dead, as they got out, I just walked down and killed them along the way, and he collected their shit.
it's a pretty great time. Anyway,
As your
Yeah,
charred,
four dark
flaking
side
skin
points
is
for
like
that, too.
is boiling off, smoking.
all right then.
In oozums.
so question.
With our one
It
question.
is a rule-based question. I know we're
Okay.
talking about the game. So I don't know if you've read what is it?
Tasha's Cauldron.
Yeah, you know the new sidekick rules.
Oh, for fuck's sake, there are sidekick rules now.
Yeah, there's sidekick rules for you to have an NPC as a sidekick. Could Alvin recruit his younger brothers and train them to be assassins?
I mean,
Because you know who's stealthier than
You
an
could give
8-year-old?
one.
Fucking no one.
I could justify one.
Well, just a
I will
8-year-old
tell you this.
no.
I will.
Are they that tall?
If I can remember, I will go look through the sidekick rules in Tasha's Cauldron. I'll see what happens. It's one of those instances where only certain rules are being
DM
denied
discussion.
by like principle. But if this is totally fine, and I don't really see why it necessarily wouldn't be,
I can just almost slay him, so it's whatever.
that's also true. Like, as long as you gain citizenship in Dreifel, you can purchase a slave.
AKA your sidekick.
See, I don't want to enslave my brother, so
That's
Why
also
not?
fair.
They gotta
What
do what
kind
you're
of
saying.
sibling
They can't
are
say
you?
it's back.
I might enslave my brother-in-law. That actually sounds like fun.
You're the one that's actually useful.
Yeah, who we actually had as a sidekick earlier in the campaign.
But yeah, I will need to look it up. It shouldn't be a problem, you know. There's a magical technique that he and I are working on, but the official rules in Tasha's Cauldron are lame as fuck. So I'm gonna be tweaking it.
Well, I mean, it's your game.
I know, right?
Here's the thing. Imagine not one gnome assassin, but 3 gnome assassins.
So we're gonna pull a Ezio or something. You're gonna blow a horn. It's a bunch of assassins.
Yeah, and then they just come on. They die. They crawl out from the sewers and jump off rooftops and.
Just give them like a horn.
Can I just say that was like one of the funnest mechanics in Assassin's Creed?
Oh yeah, to just be able to
Just
summon your team of assassins.
That was fucking like there's a cooldown of like 5 minutes, and then you can do it again.
So for D&D, it'd have to be like your once a day thing, or you know whatever they call it. It's your super.
Druid has it as a spell.
Yeah, well, it's like that once a day.
Summon. Fill in the blank. Summon woodland creatures. Summon
animals,
fae.
yeah.
Summon.
Yeah, but him.
summon 8-year-olds.
Basically, your super
Fae.
would be you
Summon
summon.
fae.
It sounds like some playground enthusiast shit right there.
I've
Whoa!
got a way around it. So for you, it'd be making a
It's hard to
clone of
maintain
yourself.
concentration, though.
And you roll a 1d6, and whatever it says, that's how many summon to your thing, and they all run on your
See,
initiative.
but it's funnier if they're specifically my siblings, because then I'm being like a very irresponsible older brother teaching
Responsible, my ass.
his kid brothers how to fucking
Very
murder.
irresponsible. Yeah.
Yeah, irresponsible. That's what I meant. I meant incredibly irresponsible.
Hey, brother, isn't this morally corrupt?
No, it's legal here.
Okay. Wait, is it? It was Solomon just like, oh yeah, totally.
Dark side points.
Yafiz, I know what you're getting at, but just hear me out. If you get a clean enough shot on the jugular, they can't report you to the guard.
Wait, there are no clowns here. Where am I supposed to find a juggler?
Or you have so much to learn. See, that's why I need you as an apprentice, so you can learn how to kill.
That being said, little man, as long as there's no witnesses, it was still a stealth mission.
What's a witness?
He'll explain to you in due time.
Actually, I'll need a lawyer for that. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Alleged lawyer, yes.
So
I cast
right.
Summon Grung.
if we're all,
I mean, we have a druid. Just get a very large frog, and I'll put a suit on him, and I'll go, "This is my lawyer." Actually, woodland creatures, you could probably get 8 frogs, couldn't you? Because they're a very low CR.
Oh, frogs like 0.
Yeah.
They're not even on the list.
Then you could do the Shane Top. I've got a team of lawyers and they're all frogs. Which he came up with that after I had a frog lawyer character. But I'm like, that's the funniest shit I've ever heard.
This?
Shane Top from Smosh.
Okay.
He's one of the good Smosh members.
He's legitimately...
Which is not a high
Do they have a pit?
Well, the thing is, like, he's legitimately an actor.
Do they have a pit?
That is their second channel. It's called the Smosh Pit.
Okay.
The Smosh Pit.
Anyway.
Yeah.
With our mini-campaign, The Tales of Dryfell, completed, we return to the story that started everything. A story that depicts a small fellowship's adventures through twisted forests and dangerous cities. Through these quests, they have learned of a dangerous power seeking to return to the material plane, and of forces that wish to keep this entity locked away. When last we left them, the party went to the city known as Stormwind, a place once held by humans, later taken over by a Dragonborn family, during what was known as the Leviathan War. Now its population is practically all Dragonborn, with Tieflings being the second most common. The city's leader, one Valcoria Vale, has previously shown good faith to the organization which some of the party belongs to, the Silver Bear Guild of Heroes. Seconded.
That's AC gross.
The party came to Stormwind to collect the money which was given to them in exchange for their aid in rescuing the daughter of de Grisniak. 80,000 gold to be split among them.
What?
You heard it.
That's what you were the holding crew was rolling?
Huh?
Roland's gonna get fucking murdered if that gold isn't in Alvin's pockets. I swear to God. I understand that's meta knowledge, but Alvin's already pissed he hasn't been paid. And when Alvin finds out, you're in trouble.
I might have to spare the dying on your ass because you're gonna be like, get up.
You'll
You'll
have to forgive Roland
about the amount.
Yeah, no, it was a lot.
Because that spit take was fucking great.
I was legitimately choking on the
It's just like
Swedish
how we
fish.
forgot
Yeah.
about Blender Dick.
I mean, I will say this: money is not one of Roland's concerns.
Because you're a
because he
Give
gave
it to me then.
Because he no. Listen,
No, he gave it to me. Don't get it wrong.
No.
Actually,
He's taken because for fair dividends, but I mean, but it's what I'm saying is like mentally it doesn't rank very high on his
priority list.
Yeah. So,
but if you got like, let's say, 20,000 euros, it's not like you're giving that away. You'd keep it for the chance where you're like, oh, these guys like euros.
Euros aren't real money.
So
yeah, but you can eat them.
The trip to the bank was easy enough. Getting de Grisniak to leave his daughter's...
That's the joke, Chief.
Getting de Grisniak to leave his daughter's side long enough to confirm your identities was the only part that brought some difficulty. With the money in hand, you each now have the opportunity to spend it as you wish. You know that your former employer has gone to the palace to see the cleric, Carmilla Elgard, and that the company of the Silver Bear is always welcome to you. As long as your membership is still intact, of course.
Ooh,
that's
not me.
You do know that your time is relatively short, however. If the urgency in Siegfried's voice is of any indication, you don't have much time to waste in Stormwind before you must head to the Kingdom of Dryfell. You estimate maybe one full day before you must leave for Dryfell.
Wait, so can I add 20,000 gold to my sheet?
Yes.
Fucking sweet.
Well, here's the thing. You cannot physically carry that, so you would need to find a means
so I have an IOU.
Well, the thing is, like,
Well,
because gold is heavy.
I can throw it in my wagon, right?
You can throw it in your... all right.
I'm going to open up an account.
Yeah, seriously.
Yes, you can absolutely do that.
Going to retrieve would be like,
Like you can, like the
Does
money
the
is
Silver Bear
the
Guild-
money is yours. I'm just saying that you physically cannot lift that much gold yourself.
I gotta figure out the
walks
how
up
the
to
weight
the
works.
fucking teller and be like, yes, I'm a diplomat from a foreign kingdom.
Paolo can pull it, though.
Well, it wouldn't be. Would it be
He
foreign?
does.
Well,
Foreign to them.
Couldn't I get it
I'm a
in
diplomat
platinum?
from another kingdom, and I'd like to open an account, please.
Paolo is currently dragging a giant block of gold behind him.
Yes, can I get this in brick?
He wants it in bullions.
I got a brick with a handle.
It's your brick case.
I'm gonna invest my gold in real estate.
Now, just as a little bit of a reminder, the main reason why Degrizniak has this much gold is because he would make golden statues. You know, he would get paid money,
Oh, he is literally.
and he would melt a sum of that gold into statues.
Bad investment.
Well, the thing is, people pay a lot of money for useless junk,
Well,
and he knows this.
Right. However, he honestly it would be better economically speaking to simply buy the raw gold because
Oh, he did that too.
there is okay. Well, obviously there is a valuation difference between the value of the gold used in a coin and its actual value.
Well, yeah, I'm
Right.
just saying that he would get the gold statues, sell the gold statues. He'd make gold, and he would repeat the process.
Right.
You know.
Right.
You can buy raw or the coin, depending on which is doing better. Like with copper.
Yeah.
You know, for a
Right.
while, it's better to just buy pennies.
So anyway, but however you guys choose to handle the gold is your business.
Can I
Like,
just turn it
again?
into platinum?
Yes, you can.
Doesn't
You-
that reduce the weight by tenfold?
I believe so.
So now you have 2,000 platinum,
If I get a Griffin
is still-
now and switch PC,
which is
can I
still like
retain
20
it
bags
for
of
that
100
character?
platinum.
No, because you never established that Kalu knows the character that he's buying a Griffin for.
Alright, I'm
Well,
marking this
I was saying, if I get one now,
I don't know if there's
if I ever switch my
I'm marking
character,
2,000 platinum on
can
my
I
sheet.
retrade it? Or would I have to, or would it allow that other character to retrade?
No, that's it. He got those.
Well,
I know,
in,
that's what
in
I'm
all
saying.
things considered, you really just need to.
So that's a lot of berries.
You literally just need to somehow establish that Kalu knows the character that you want to have a flying Griffin.
Grandma candy.
Okay. Yeah,
But-
he wouldn't know her, so yeah, never mind. We're not going to do that yet.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna head to the stable.
I'm just waiting for all the opening of bags in the movie theater to be done.
And now for our feature presentation.
Oh yeah!
Alright, we are going to the fucking stables. And I'm gonna go
Okay.
to town.
Before we left the Hunter's Hall, Roland will go and pick up his Displacer Beast hide boots.
You would have everything relevant to you.
Okay. I don't think they were enchanted or anything like that, but they're just really nice
Just
boots.
skin.
Ooh,
Yeah.
portable ram.
So, but again, the gold is yours to deal with as you will. You can do something similar to what Alvin is doing, where he just literally trades in the 20,000 gold for the equivalent in platinum.
Can I leave some of it in the bank?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Now, is there any... When I say bank, do I have like the option of a credit union? Or is it all traditional banks?
It is a different form
writing
of sorts, but
If I deposit in Sternwind, can I withdraw in Dry
it would
Ooh.
take time to send a message to the bank,
To
the bank to
verify.
confirm,
Can I
and
not
then
just
send
carry
it.
a banknote?
Well, you can. And fun fact, if you go and watch Modern History TV, made by a man named, I believe his name...
That's the tails.
Thank you. Jason Kingsley, I believe his name. He goes into this. Banks in the medieval period had a system in place where you would have a bank. It's basically a bank stick, and it would have certain notches and nicks along the stick's length, and that would confirm how much money you have with a respective bank. So you just go to the bank, and they would match up the stick you have with the stick that they have, and if it's the same thing, they would be able to give you the money, and they would just change up the records as needed. So it would be very much the same thing here, where you would have a method of confirming who you are, how much gold or platinum you have in that bank, and then it would take maybe 1 to 3 business days to get back to you.
Holy shit, a spyglass is 1,000 gold pieces?
Apparently so.
What the fuck does a spyglass do?
It spies on people.
Objects viewed through a spyglass are magnified to twice their size. Ooh wee.
It won't work on your penis.
Yes, I know.
You know him.
Okay. I'd like to go to a general store.
Okay. All
A
right.
store that carries
Is there a Colonel store?
150, page 150 adventuring gear, for example. Yield Stirwin Walmart.
You old Sturman Walmart.
Stirwin.
Stormwind.
Sturmwin. Sturm.
Yeah, Stormwind.
Quinn.
Sturm, like
STURMWIN.
like slurm, or with it. Just put a line through the T.
Oh, that's a reference I haven't heard in a while. Alright, I go up to the shopkeep.
Mm-hmm.
I go, top of the morning to ya.
All right.
Can you even see over the counter?
No, I have
So
to
he's
like do a pull up and just
Just
up.
imagine walking
Um,
in and just
I'm just
say
gonna,
that.
I'm just gonna take
but
my
before-
platinum. I'm gonna stick it in my crotch of holding because
Oh,
You
I'm
know.
sure they
Now
probably
keep it.
deal with
Now, if I remember
halflings
correctly,
and-
do you have the actual crotch of holding, or is that the crotch of devouring?
oh, that's right. That is my
It's a
crotch of
devouring.
devouring right now.
Mm-hmm. So keep in mind, there is like still a chance, a very very slim one, but there's still a chance that the crotch bag of devouring will open up to the dream plane, and your gold or platinum will
Well, I can
disappear.
just make a new bag of holding
You can.
if I take an hour.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that.
But so this is something that the four of you need to keep in mind, like as like questions for going forward, and I have to go with this one at a time. Roland, with what you remember, how often do you believe you would summon your wolf counterpart? And as a reminder, the pendant, and thusly the powers of the horseman, acts somewhat as a symbiont and partially as a parasite. You've come to understand it like this. There is a personality connected to the pendant, and a consciousness. This life form is too vast for that of a mortal to hold in by itself, and as a means of survival, the essence of the host is moved into another body. In this case, your direwolf. The personality, for the sake of gameplay, is merely an alignment and an objective. Your character's memories and experiences are all the same and are still there, and what you draw on to make your decisions. So it's not like the Trill, where you are a completely different person once the symbiote's inside you. You're still Roland. You just have a different outlook on certain things and different outlooks on life.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you remember, the chaotic
just-
neutral alignment is more so based off of the concept of a dream and how uncontrollable dreams tend
That's
to
right.
be.
You realigned.
Yep,
Didn't
So
you
did
realign
he.
too?
Yeah.
he did.
Curse
Yeah,
word.
and that's the one. And I'll let you finish, but yeah, Kylo's gonna go fix that. He's not gonna be lawful neutral anymore. Damn it!
I forgot you were lawful now.
He's gonna go get rid of his nasty ass STD.
Not anymore. I'm gonna start stealing shit again.
But does
Right.
he know that he's...
He felt it shift. Yeah.
He felt a shift, and it's now kind of like one of those. At the time, it was one of those instances of like when you learn something new that totally changes how you felt about a position, except it's everything now.
Oh.
Like getting red pilled.
You stay in
Yeah.
Wonderland.
Yes.
109 times. That's life-changing information.
So,
Does anyone get that reference? I
while
can't tell you on stream, but it's
so while in the plane of dreams, sleeping, or while the wolf is here in the material world, the true personality of Roland resurfaces, and your original chosen alignment is restored for the duration of that period. So basically, as long as your wolf counterpart is on the same plane as you, you are Roland as you designed him,
Okay.
because that's the dominant part. There's simply just not enough space in the mortal body to have the pendant's personality and your own.
Yeah.
Now, even with the alignment change, if there is something Roland would never do, the Roland with the pendant would still never do it, even with the new alignment change.
Okay.
So if, for example, that Roland would, like, never cut off an innocent barman's hand randomly,
I would.
the Roland with the pendant would also never do that.
Okay.
So
Well, just simply the
Simply the best.
so it's like his personality previously was, I mean, he did desire to do good, and bring comfort to
Bring order to the galaxy.
bring comfort to animals and even some in people, and just almost kind of go almost, but with a kind of nebulous end goal in mind. But now with the new alignment, he's kind of laser focused.
yeah.
And not that he's necessarily going to ignore, but that's not going to be something that he would think of per se.
Okay.
All
Now,
right.
something that I didn't actually write down here, but something that I should mention. The only bit of warning that I can recall that the drow woman informed you of is summoning your wolf spirit can somewhat be addictive.
Yeah.
Because it has that, burst of endorphins. Carlu, with the knowledge that Namzar is not only still alive, but that he is in Dryfell, do you still seek vengeance against him? Furthermore, you have expressed questions about the sword you're carrying. Is there anything you wish to do about that? Anything you wish to learn? I will say that in the week it took you to get from the Dragon's Forest to Stormwind, because you guys were primarily on foot at this point, more than half of those nights showed you dreams from the lives of the souls bound within the blade. You now know what it feels like to be a woman hunting a man down for the purposes of forced breeding. So that's nice. You saw what
Why, snoo.
you saw what Brahol did to get his arm chopped off after his part in your clan's massacre, mostly brought on by the disagreements and tensions that arose between him and Namzar. And you experienced another event from Prince Leon's past, almost 300 years ago. This one depicting the prince and Alanon sparring with blunted steel swords. Leon holding his own quite well for a time.
Forgot you named the guy Alanon.
Until Alanon parries a blow, spins around, and does a roundhouse kick.
He doesn't drink anymore.
Hits the prince right in the unguarded shoulder.
Oh, God.
During this maneuver, the prince was disarmed, and Alanon had taken his sword mid-kick. The rest of the dream showed the young Alanon teaching the prince how to best utilize that particular technique in combat. So you had one relatively pleasant dream and two arguably nightmares. But the important thing for you to decide here is what you intend to do with the information of where Namzar is right now, and what you intend to do with the sword.
He's gonna go with Jafar to find you here.
Right?
Well, if you don't
Alvin.
come from us, as Alanon would say, the first step is admitting that you have a problem.
I feel like there's a reference there, but I'm going to move on.
Alanon, Alcoholics Anonymous. That is what that has always meant, and you just named a guy that, and you were clearly oblivious to that fact.
I named
Yes!
the Ark Survival Tribe Alcoholics Anonymous.
Alvin,
Yeah,
you were
what's up?
told by the Hunter's Hall that your family was asked and later sent to Dryfell. Understandably wanting a more concrete source, you sent a letter to a neighbor in Shriartown. This neighbor confirmed that strange men in black clothing had come to your family's home, stayed for a few nights, then left with all your family for the kingdom of Dryfell. According to the letter, your family was a mix of emotions. Shriartown was among the most affected by the Necromantic War 150 years ago, and as a result, they don't much like or trust Dryfell. That and the reports of a necromantic magics being felt from the kingdom in recent years have brought many in Shriartown to believe that the necromancer never actually died, but rather faked his death in order to return in a much stronger state later.
How very typical of a
Your family's emotions were described as concerned, resolved, and the kind of excited that only comes with great business opportunities. The letter continues to tell you that certain members of your family were seen asking for advice in the days those in black were staying. As an aside, you've also been getting these thoughts in your head that don't belong to you.
Be gone.
Rather, they belong to a certain blind woman in the Hunter's Hall Tower.
Oh, shit.
Ceres has been sending you little hellos and flirtatious comments on your way with her own variations of the sending spell. Such comments include things like, did you know that the subconscious mind has its own set of kinks that I now have access to?
Luckily, long distance stuff never really...
It seems she was quite taken with your advances when the two of you met, and she's interested in proceeding.
She's literally reading my mind, but couldn't tell that I was
I got
fake.
4 marks of insanity, so I can blame anything I do on that.
Hey, you know what, dude?
To my character.
She's offering, man.
Oh, yeah.
She's offering.
Okay, so
And with
What do you call a chick with no legs and with no arms?
Willing?
Eileen.
Eileen.
No, that's one leg shorter there.
So with all of this
Yeah.
information,
after I realized I got
what
stuff
this
to
is
do.
what I want you to consider.
Okay.
Omen, your chosen god is in chains.
No shit!
When certain conditions were met, her spirit burned with pain. Her only message to you being, set him free, free your friend. You remember being shown the vision of a graveyard in your home kingdom, with those same chains reaching into the ground before a tombstone, and the image of figures made of light in the distance.
See them coming closer.
Right?
Victory
Most
is
small in
ours
stature,
forever.
but one was tall and slender. Each body almost seemed to have a chain connected to them as well, as the smaller shapes jumped and ran about, and the slender one seemed to just watch over them. You now find yourself with yet another band of unlikely companions, but this time, you know of a very serious danger lurking just beyond the realm's edge. And you are reminded of the eye you saw in the portal, the laughter that rang out on top of the mountain. There is something very wrong going on in your home, in the kingdom of Dreifel.
Time to move.
Yep. Oh, great! There's an ancient titan trying to crush my home. Well, time to move. I hear this Stormwind place is fucking great. Let's go over there.
I like lizard people, and my daughter's technically of those people.
You have money now in a city that will actually accept it from you.
I had money to begin with before this too. Like I got quite a bit on me.
Yeah, so the heroes are meeting with Dreifel, and we're doing an Ocean's 11 thing on this wall, right?
What are we stealing?
My
The
vault
vault?
was cleaned out before I left.
Here's the thing: is we know there's a back entrance. We know it's full of gold.
No, what you didn't know is that back entrance got removed.
Uh-huh.
That was one of the requests that Omen gave to the king before he left on
Although
vacation.
It was there's a door that leads into there from another place that should not be there.
Omen
It
wanted
needs to be removed.
his back door filled.
My raw.
I feel like Sarah was also okay with that happening.
She was definitely intrigued.
Although Zarvarex did just fill his pockets with gold and then abscond, so you know
He technically did do that.
maybe he's all right.
So, the only place that you cannot achieve entrance for is a meeting with the Tsar. She is unavailable to speak with the party. Whether by a lack of time or by more personal reasons, you can only guess. Any attempts made to meet with her are instead met with one of her hidden guards, or Snake, the Red Dragonborn. The average citizen have taken a better liking to you since your last time here. Even Titania Verkal, the White Dragonborn guard, has warmed up to you once again, although any romantic...
She survived?
Yeah, although any...
I thought she died.
No, she literally was the one-eyed Dragonborn who gave you the stink eye. Because you left her and her fellow guards to potentially die.
Stink eye singular.
Yeah.
Oh.
I will say that any intimate or romantic attraction she could have had towards any of you is quite gone. Because unlike the show called Ruby, we don't force characters to get romantically together after one of them characters has literally left the other for dead.
Grung Bard only does show tunes.
I am
Hello, Grung.
This is my show. I ate the bug.
Hello, my honey. Hello, my baby.
Yes.
Hello,
The name is Michigan J. Grung. Oh, hell yeah. Alvin's going to give him a
More at
top
that
hat.
another time. Essentially, no one worth mentioning has any outwardly hostile feelings towards you in any way. Aside from the owner of the Magic Shop of Magic, but even then he doesn't know it was Alvin who stole from him. So, whatever.
Oh yeah, I could probably go back with all my money and go, hey, I found this off a gnome woman that I murdered. It says it's yours. They're pretty neat though. Can I buy them from you with real money?
Wait, can't you make forgeries of your platinum pieces because you're a tinkerer?
They wouldn't pass in magical inspection.
Well, you never know if he's going to do a magical inspection or not.
So the opening of this particular session is primarily deciding...
Being a world-class artificer and then getting fooled by a counterfeit pen.
So basically, this particular session is a justification for your new duds, as well as anything you wish to do currently in Stormwind before you depart on your way to the next mission.
Alright, I'm going to go...
I mean,
Everyone
there
cool
are a...
I said I was kidding!
Is everyone cool with me starting? Because I have a pretty solid plan laid out.
I'm just going to follow the midget around because I know he's going to get into trouble.
Don't call him midget. Peter Dinklage might be mad at you.
Fine, I'm going to follow I'm going to follow the fucking bug-eyed stump!
Did you see that video?
I did not see that video, but there have been plenty of people talking about it.
Oh, it was
Proceed.
hilarious.
Can I roll an insight check?
On whom?
On what?
I guess it wouldn't be an insight check. It'd be maybe more of a history check. I want to invest my money wisely.
Okay.
I want to purchase goods that I think I'll find cheaper in Stormwind and then could be brought to Dryfell to sell at a markup. So I'm thinking goods from the mill, maybe lumber or flour.
In that instance, you wouldn't actually be able to draw on a history per se.
He also wouldn't know
because you don't know enough about Dryfell's
I'll
history.
ask
But he could ask me.
I'll go ask Solomon. Hey, I think we should hit up like the general store, and you tell me what's cheaper here than Dryfell, and we'll buy it and resell it.
I've been waiting for this.
Oh, great.
Nobody accepts my money. Everything's free to me in Dryfell. So I don't know.
That's an awful exchange rate.
They say the best things in life are free.
You know,
Well, that being said,
I can logically assume that Dryfell doesn't have access to like large amounts of fresh flour.
Yes, we do. We got farms. Right down the line.
Fuck, they do have farms. Is there a lot of... Okay, I'll ask broader questions over the don't reliant dollar amounts. Is forestry, the clearing of lumber a large industry in Dryfell?
I mean, there's plains and stuff where people cut them down, yeah. You might want to get some... Mountain ranges, my friend. What do we not get there very often? Stuff that's foreign, like stuff from the port.
Wood. Oh, the port!
So
We're not
you
gonna
would
go...
definitely very much know that the only trees that are there are fairly sparse because it's a lonely mountain surrounded by farmlands and rolling plains.
And stuff had to be cleared out to make said things.
We probably won't go a week round trip just to hit up the port, but...
But I would think the amount of lumber necessary to make a
lumber
profit
would
be prohibitively large. I mean, just like the...
Because they can't
So
exactly...
I'm already going to buy more animals.
If you're looking to make some money,
More what?
the lumber
I'm
would
already
be
going
a
to buy
good way
more
to go.
animals.
We got plenty of stones and metals.
What about, not necessarily like bulk lumber, but like fine crafted goods, like things made of wood, like rocking chairs? What's the rocking chair resale market like in Dryfell?
Oh dear God, Dixon will kick your ass.
I want to roll in like the Antiques Roadshow and just be like, look at this chair. This chair costs $9 million. What does that chair cost? Let me take a look at it. Ooh, it costs $4. Buy my $9 million chair.
I mean,
that's the plot of
Why don't you just create like a chest of holding?
I would consider Elwin a friend at this point.
Like straight up Minecraft shit.
We're on the same fucking wavelength because I'm about to get there. So,
my tiny friend, I can tell you right now, if you want to swindle the people at Dryfell, you better make sure you know what you're doing, because if not, you are probably going to be enslaved or thrown in a pit. If you're caught.
In like a sexual way?
No.
Okay. Got it. Alright, I'm going to go down to the stable.
I keep on thinking there's a cat behind me.
Alright.
I thought we were going to the journal store.
Well, I want to hit the stable first, and you'll see why. So I'm going to show... I have my...
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go to the stable, and I'm going to go... what's the resale trade-in value on this cart? This 15 GP cart that I bought from you for 15 GP. What's the resale? What's my trade-in value? I can't show you the Carfax, but like you can look at it.
Would that be Carfax?
Show me the Carfax.
The wagon facts.
I'm a woodworker. It's in good condition.
The guy inspects it for a little bit, and it's not like you took this into the forest, so it's not like it had a whole bunch of actual wear and tear on it. But the fact of the matter is, you still used it for a while, and he has to make a profit out of the sale. So he's like, "I'll give you like 6 back."
7.
Roll persuasion.
For 1 gold piece? Oh, I'm gonna waste a 20 on this. It's a 15 plus. It's a 19. 19 total.
7.5. Sorry, 6.5.
7.5. Deal.
Man, this guy doesn't know how to fucking barter. It would be at that time I'd say to him like, do you want to rethink that barter?
6.5.
I was using this as a bookmark, but I don't
Yeah. So he says 6.5.
Okay. What? Could I do 7 if I go for store credit?
The hell is store credit?
It means the gold that you're theoretically paying me, I'm going to spend at your store anyway.
So you don't actually pay him.
6.5.
In trade. Like,
You know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, you get 6.5 gold pieces back.
All right. Do you have any chariots?
Not physically here, but they're.
Can you elaborate on that?
The guy explains that chariots themselves, not chariots. You did say chariots, right?
I did say
Okay,
chariots.
good. Yeah, chariots. He explains that chariots themselves are. It's one of those instances where he would have one for show, and the one would be a general demonstration of what the chariots would look like.
Oh, it's a floor model.
And
It's a show model.
He would be able to bring you to a separate location where the chariots are actually put together.
An off-site sale. That's a good technique. How far away is that?
Oh, it's only maybe like a 10-15 minute carriage ride.
Oh, I was thinking it'd be days away.
No.
Solomon, you want to go chariot shopping with me?
I mean, I might as well. You've been get down low. You get into trouble. That's why I'm here. I'm following you. I've seen your shenanigans.
That's
Let's
fair.
go. You're gonna
Follow-up
be back
question:
up.
do you have any mastiffs?
Mastiffs?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, but I'm sure there are.
Do you know who?
You just want to ride a fucking dog.
yes.
No, I want a dog to pull my chariot.
Oh.
Remember how I charged the goblin shield line using the
Yeah.
I want an actual fast animal and an actual chariot so I can do shit like that. Because that's funny, and I've got gold to burn, baby. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, fair shopkeep. Who does have a mastiff?
Well, this. Right. It's a dog. Because
Well, I assume that there are probably breeders in town.
oh, there absolutely are. It's just that the majority of the time, people will take like horses or cattle, something like that, to pull the chariots.
So I've done.
Rarely.
You
ever
caught
like
him way
dogs.
off guard with it.
I've done the math. A mastiff could haul a chariot that had me in it.
Well, you and I know that. It's just that it's not something he ever really thinks about. He more or less directs you to various like druid-esque people who like they take in dogs for adoption purposes and whatnot.
I'm gonna go hit up the ASPCA to get a dog for slave labor. All right, I lean in real close to the shopkeep and I go, do you think a mastiff could
I will annihilate.
draw a chariot?
So you better have feelings if you want.
Don't.
He reaches
don't
down,
talk to me. He's one of
picks
the
you up.
bosses.
I know they're in there.
Yes.
I know.
Puts you down.
I've seen them.
Cool. I think I have to do the mastiff first, then I'll come back.
All right.
Actually, wait. I need a second draft horse.
A second one.
Yeah.
He directs you to the same place you got the first one.
Is that not here? I'm at the stables.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
There's more than one guy here.
Alright, I go over to him, I get a second draft. I now have 2 draft horses, and that's 50 gold. Hold on.
Yep.
I'm just going to run this up on a calculator and then
Of
do it
course.
all on paper later.
Yeah.
Wait.
I'm just gonna assume like player character honor that you guys will be doing the math for this.
Okay. That's
Because
50.
it's 20,000 gold. I get it. You can pretty much purchase anything.
All right, that's minus the 6.5 I got for the cart.
Mhm.
I have 2 draft horses, and I go to the draft horse guy. All right, do you do carriages or do I go back to that dude?
Well, the carriages are physically stored off like outside the city walls in a separate location.
Oh fuck.
Like it's only 10-15 minutes ride to get there.
I shouldn't have sold my cart yet. Can you guys watch my giant bag of flour while I work out the logistics of this?
How heavy
Sure.
is that bag?
Well, it's light enough for him to carry, so.
Like 3.
Yeah, it's
Probably 20 pounds.
let's see.
It's a lot of flour.
I paid. How much did I pay for it?
He uses it as a mattress when it's.
As long as
literally
he's
do.
not wet,
Yeah.
it won't leak through the bag, so it'll be a great mattress.
Yeah.
Until he starts sweating or.
It rains.
or he has a wet dream.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say.
25. It's got to be. I think based on what I paid, I think it's a 50-pound sack minus what I've used. So it's pretty hefty. I can carry it, but just barely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave that there. I'm gonna go. Okay, Mastiff first. Then I can. Are the chariots and the carriages at the same place?
The carriages can be more or less stored at this spot because they're smaller and less expensive, so there's less of a reason to be concerned for things being stolen.
Okay. I need to buy a
We're gonna
carriage.
know where the horses are, right? Like he showed us where the horses are.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna go pet.
Yeah, you start
I'm
petting
gonna
the
go-
horses.
I'm
They
gonna-
seem to enjoy the attention.
I'm gonna come back with a giant dog, and then I'm gonna buy a carriage
Mhm.
and a chariot for you.
And it's
Carry it.
Your Holiness.
What?
and it's
Shut up.
not it's not difficult to find the people who take care of the various dogs. It does take a little bit of time to find someone with a mastiff big enough for your goals, but you do eventually find one, and they're very happy that someone's taking this old dog, this good boy.
Okay, I need one that's young though, or reasonably young enough to move 40 feet and carry 195 pounds at a cost of 25 gold pieces.
You see, they're actually willing to give him away for like 15 because these guys are like their mission is to adopt and sell.
So say when he says old,
Animal
it could be
sanctuary.
like 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah,
That
like
Okay.
like this one's like a good.
That's
3,
an adult
this one,
mastiff.
yeah, it's like 3-4 years old.
All right.
They give you. It's just a good old boy.
Yeah,
I'll
Very
give
good
give him 20 gold. I'll meet him in the
they
middle.
accept your generosity.
Okay, and then what's the dog's name?
The dog has been going by.
Scooby.
That one's being. That's a special name that's being saved from later.
Scooby.
Fluffy.
Not using the porno name for it.
Flu-
Scooby Doo.
What?
What?
Scooby Doo, the porno name for the Scooby Snack Gang. Remember?
No.
I'm
Scooby,
sorry. What the
Scooby.
fuck?
I don't.
I'm
remember
Instead
that.
of
I'm
Scooby-Doo, it's
following his
Scooby-Doo.
logic. That's not a real thing.
It
but
is.
It's
It's on Pornhub.
So
Never mind.
So chariot,
Anyway.
chariot carries a single person,
Just
right?
like the
'Cause it-
Incredible
yes,
Hulk.
because
it's a fraction of the weight of a carriage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's specifically designed for speedy combat stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wanted to be clear on that.
Sent to me.
Okay.
But it is,
I'm like,
as
I
far as
should
I'm
go.
aware, chariots like that are also more reinforced than regular carriages.
Right. Right. It's more expensive.
Yeah.
But all right.
So,
what's
Peaches
the,
died.
now
what's
they-
this
no,
dog's name?
The dog's name, I'm gonna call.
Those ones are.
gonna call
Not
Blinky.
as good as
Blinky?
those.
The white cheddar.
No.
I don't like that name. I'm gonna ask the
the
people at
spicy
the rescue. Can I rename this dog?
Flavor.
Yeah.
I
I
mean, you
eat too many of
can
those right now.
rename the dog.
I
It'll
want
just
to
confuse
clean
him
my
for a
teeth
little while until he accepts his new name. He's been going by Blinky for 4 years.
What kind of mastiff is this?
Oh, it's a gorgeous black fur with a little bit of brown in there, like here and there, like over the joints and stuff.
Are we
He's
talking
got
like-
boots.
Tibetan mastiff, kind of like a Rhodesian sort of situation.
This
or
is a
more
very
like an English mastiff.
This would be a very New Zealand location type of mastiff. So lots of green, lots of just glorious.
So like a brindle coat, kind of large jowls.
I can accept this.
Okay. Male or female?
Male.
Well, you don't want a bitch?
The actual mastiff I have is a bitch. Hold on, I need to Google a really sick reference to name this dog.
So while he's thinking about that,
Buck.
Oh, this is going to be so much funnier than what you have.
No, but do you get that reference?
Buck?
Yeah.
I mean, that could reference a lot of things.
Call the Wild.
Oh, no, I'm not familiar. Alright, I'm going to name this dog Brenton Harrison Tarrant. But he'll just be Harrison for short.
all right then.
No one's going to understand that joke, and we will get kicked off the stream if I explain it. But it's pretty good.
Keep in mind that while you continue to call him Harrison, as opposed to Blinky, until the dog gets used to the name, you will have disadvantage and a penalty for all handle animal checks. Until it gets used to the name.
Alright, Harrison will be his legal name, but I'll just call him Blinky as a nickname.
Okay.
Well, his legal name will be Brenton Harrison Tarrant. But...
Alright.
Really?
Anyway, so I take Blinky, and we're going to go back to the stable.
Yep.
Alright.
So we'll skip a little bit of the role play
yeah.
just so we can get to the other players.
Okay, if you guys want to jump in and do your part in between, because this is going to be a little bit. If you guys have stuff you want to do.
Because we got Kalu, Roland, and Omen. If they want to do anything specific with the information that they have and the money that they've got.
Ooh, are those the... Yeah, can you give me one of
Yeah,
those?
Kylo's got a few things that he's going to do.
Naturally.
So, did they come? Did they just all follow us, or were they just doing their own thing?
As far as I'm aware, it was just you and
Just
Alvin.
me, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to take. Well, you know the rule in acting that when you're not actually like talking or emoting on stage, you be quiet.
Mhm.
That's what I'm attempting.
Naturally.
So you with us?
No. I mean, you guys are.
Yeah, no. That's
Yeah,
what
that's why I'm
Okay.
saying I want to cut to you so you guys get some time.
Yeah. So we're not. Yeah. No. Roland's not actually with you guys. He's actually. Carlo, are you hanging out with Roland?
Kylo's got to go buy a few things, and he's also got to go change his fucking alignment.
You gotta go to the car shop for that.
I do plan to stop by one of
Rotate
the.
your balls.
I do plan to stop by one of the
Wouldn't
schools
that-
of magic, and I would
Wouldn't
like
that
to.
just be really fucking weird? Like, if your alignment was dictated on where your balls fall?
No. So the joke is the tires. When you get new tires, you get them rotated, and then they have to align them. So, so you got to do one to do the other. So you rotate your balls, and then go get them aligned.
So if you want to stop being lawful, just go to an O'Reilly's and then they'll hoist you up in the back. And
Is that what the first three O's are?
I suppose we're following.
O'Reilly.
I suppose we'll follow
Half-Orc nuts.
Alvin. I just kind of... God fucking damn it. So
that's going in the cool book, guys.
while following Elvin, I somewhat got lost, and I'll wait for these other two to get their stuff done, and then I'll just be wandering the city until
So
it comes with it.
Roland has a couple goals.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to stop. He's planning on stopping by one of the. Excuse me. One of the schools of magic,
Mm-hmm.
and obtain another book of druidic spells because he lost that in the frickin' Dragon's Forest, and he doesn't want to be locked into this particular spell list. Yeah. One bad roll, man. Or one really good roll for you, I suppose. I mean, that honestly... What?
Remind me how you lost that book?
Well, we were about to escape, and the bitch that's obsessed with breeding actually noticed us and like, frickin' teleported, on top of Roland.
Oh, so you just didn't get that back from the horde, huh?
No. The only stuff I got back was the stuff that
Well, you know what? You just let the Hunter's Hall know what to look for. They might find it.
well, he's going to see if he can find another.
Because that one was the written by Draith.
Yes, it was. All right, so okay. Then while we're at the Hunter's Hall, he's going to pick up his boots and send around, send around the request for the book.
Mm-hmm. And that's relatively fine. You just pay the standard fee to purchase versus rent, and you get the new book of spells.
Yeah. So he'll get another book of druidic spells.
The thing that you do notice about this particular book is that there's a lot less history, combined with the spells themselves. Mm-hmm. There's very little character. It's far more of an instruction manual than anything else.
Like
there's
a textbook. Almost.
Yeah, there's less flavor to it, and there's less knowledge.
How much did that cost?
I like I said, I'm
figured out. Okay.
Yeah, because it would take too long.
And then he wants to head to the Magic Shop of Magic,
mm-hmm.
and pick up some. What are the boots of? You got that? You got the DMG there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also the frost boots or whatever the
boots of Puss.
Also those. So while he's looking through that, Kalu, what are you doing with that alignment change problem?
He's gonna go find a. Sure, I'd have to go find a lawful neutral temple and get them to change the damn thing.
Well,
and then he's got some armor to go buy and some weapons to resell and purchase.
Right. So, which one are you starting first? Because I will mention that I do not remember if there was a specific temple associated to this thing. Oh, here we go. Temple of the Dragon Gods. Here it is. Now, unfortunately, from what I remember, the majority of dragon gods, they're not exactly neutral. They're either really good or really evil. So...
Roll really low so you become pure good.
Oh, you go to the temple and you become neutral good. And you're like, fuck!
Can you crack the window?
It is warm. It is
It's one of those roulette wheels. Now we're spinning again.
Need a haircut.
Spin to win! Oh yeah, you have hair.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Wasn't that bald when you guys went?
Yeah,
two weeks ago you were practically hairless, and now so beautiful.
Yeah, I know. Luscious locks.
Yeah, just so your hair is so long.
Because I know it's going to take him a while to.
If my hair were that
finish
long, I would go nuts.
He's going to go pick up his. He's going to go do the weapon purchasing and armor picking up, and then he's going to go get his alignment changed.
All right. So once again,
back to chaotic neutral.
So once again, we'll be going off of the player honor system where you tell me the type of armor and clothing that you're getting, and then you will deduct that from your character sheet as necessary, because it just speeds up the process. Because we all have
that's pretty much what I've been sitting here doing, is adding up figures and figuring out what he's going to go purchase.
Yep. Yeah, because
essentially what my
we've all got players' handbooks. We all know how expensive this stuff is.
But I have to manually activate it before.
Yeah.
Now, there's a little bit of chit-chat here and there. That's what can be expected with purchasing of armor and weapons and stuff like that. Only side comment being made occasionally is the occasional, "Oh, we don't see orcs this time of year often. How you doing?" But, armor and weapons.
His reply, it's doing pretty good. I haven't eaten anybody in a while, considering doing that.
Excellent. But after you get that taken care of, heading over to the temple, which it does take you a little bit to find it, because not a whole lot of people here spend their time worshipping the gods themselves. It is there for people who care, but for the most part, they are a very type of people. So, when you get to the Temple of the Dragon Gods, there's practically no one there. There are clerics, of course, and there is the occasional not villager, the occasional citizen there who is just doing their stuff as appropriate. So you can talk to the clerics there fairly easily, and doesn't take you very long to find out that these guys are they're more for the about religion and let's teach you about the dragon gods. They're more that as opposed to like physically being the spell slinging clerics.
Talking shit.
So, but they do mention, and you kind of get the feeling that this was what was going to happen anyway. They do mention that if you want to have a cleric to deal with the, like that type of request, the only one that might be able to help you is the royal cleric that stays with the Tsar back in the palace. Yeah.
Kolo's just gonna damn it.
Yeah, the gnome that you railed while she was being possessed by her dead mother.
Rail and derailed.
One that I'm not really well. The one that I was on somewhat speaking terms with, that I'm no longer on speaking terms with. All right, I'm gonna go figure out if I can meet with her.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, he's gonna go do that.
Mm-hmm. So throughout all of this, you all occasionally see each other in the distance, and I like to imagine the Kaluz is the most entertaining because he goes from here back over there and then back over there.
Wee!
Yeah.
Wee! Wee!
About a third of the way into this, you realize I'm now riding a Mastiff, and you're like, what the? Yeah, that tracks.
When it comes to him, half the shit I see him do, I don't question anymore. He'd be like, alright, what's his motive behind it? With certain things, but this is just a...
Here's the thing, this dog can move faster than me.
Well,
but that being said, shenanigans-wise, it's like, okay, what'd he do and what's his motive? Seeing you ride on something, be like, oh, that's cute.
Well, here's the question.
Hold on.
Is he taking the Mastiff for a walk, or is the Mastiff taking him for a walk?
The master better go get some poon hell.
So
I'm
doggy
riding
style.
this vicious dog that I cannot control through town.
So
You could if you give it a... Rip the bacon!
It's time for a pull start.
Oh, yeah, no,
You see, now
that's why I remember him
You
and
see,
Ellen
now-
became friends. We fucking caused so much chaos at those pens.
you see now I'm
Some
wishing I
pulled
made
pork.
the Mastiff female just so that wasn't an option for you.
Why didn't you just take your thumb and go...
You can. I'll let you retcon it if you want, but then I have to come
No,
up with
no.
a new and terrible name.
No,
Or I
you
could just name
you
it
need
after
the
my
dog to
actual
go
style.
faster. You get your thumb, you stick it in his butt. You gotta go fast, turn the sight around.
But anyway, sticking with Kalo for the moment, it's not like you can't enter the palace itself to see the cleric. You just cannot go in certain areas of the palace because that's that's quartered off for legal and royal businesses. But you do find yourself outside of Carmilla Elgard's door. There is some conversation going on inside, but you're there. Do you wish? Almost, actually. Do you wish to proceed?
It was pretty close.
I wasn't even trying. I was just
Yeah, Kolo will. He'll knock on the door.
All right. The conversation kind of stops a little bit, and you do hear a softer tone coming from the inside. Clearly, Carmilla, like assuring someone that it's okay, don't worry. Just take slow, deep breaths. She opens the door slightly to check out who's there, and she goes, "Oh." Very short gnome, maybe about, well, we'll say 2'10".
Punt! Oh wait, he's good. Never mind.
Like a 2'10".
Roll against
gnome.
your instinct to punt the gnome.
Yeah, she's a good 2'10" gnome. Long,
Gnome does not get punted.
and she has this long brunette hair, braided, bright brunette hair, I should say.
Come here, buddy.
And
You want pet pet?
she's wearing these long, tan, draping robes
He's my big burger.
with a bit of a yellow accents here and there.
My big guy. Yeah.
It's Kalu, right? It's
Hi.
good to see you again.
Who's my boy?
And she,
I'm still attracted to her.
More now than ever. Absence has made the heart grow fonder.
except now if he bangs her, he's, well,
Creating
lawfully inclined to propose.
He's a fuzzy.
I mean, does it count if
Yeah.
the first time he was banging the body, but it was a different soul?
I mean, Carmilla was in there.
Tomato, tomato.
Actually, Collie was in there.
He was making some scrambled
If
eggs.
you want to really talk about the
Oh,
mechanics of
okay.
it,
No, Alvin. I mean, Carlo was making scrambled eggs.
you can refer to me as Alvin just in real life. That's fine.
So, her tone of voice with you is surprising. You were expecting something similar to what happened last time you were there, but there's this almost gratified sound to her cadence to you. And she turns back to face inside the room and she calls out to someone in a soft voice, "I'll be right back, okay? You're fine." And she steps out to join you in the hallway and she closes the door.
Oh, she has. You've had a child by her.
Now she
Wait, it hasn't been that long, has it?
it hasn't no.
Okay.
Fuck.
A month.
Closer to
Kalu
like 2
wrote-
months,
Kalu
maybe.
finds
Yeah,
out his father.
closer to 2 months.
Oh
I'm out.
shit! My niece or nephew is about to be born in like
They probably
3
were
weeks, aren't
born.
they?
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Shut up.
Cat's meowing. So she explains to you that, well, she couldn't be happier that you were able to save someone from a life of hell. But she also explains in a softer tone to you that she's still in a very vulnerable state right now. So seeing an orc like yourself that's still, seeing an orc like you might draw up those memories again. So until she knows for sure how she will handle that situation, it's best that she be very specific on who she allows to see Degrizniak's daughter while she's basically being treated for therapy.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Grizz's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I was about to say, like, is Carmilla like dick so good she got PTSD?
No.
Like, I can't see you after we have had sex.
I mean, his dick probably went to her brain and popped her eyeballs anyway.
That's true. If I can rearranging neurons.
I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going.
You got
Straight
the old orc dick lobotomy.
Oh my god! We have to put that in the quote book. I love how the first quote of the night was orc nuts. And I would get one about orc dicks.
The very first orc dick lobotomy.
So we've got
Somehow I doubt it was
have
the
orc
first one.
nuts. she got the old orc dick lobotomy.
But she, you are on the other side of a height spectrum between yourself and her. So she literally, she does, put her hand on your, thigh, basically, but, she has to, reach up. But she taps you in gratitude.
She's gonna get another lobotomy.
Now, that's the problem with being 7 feet tall and being attracted to someone who's, 3 feet tall. Even standing, she can't.
When you know you got a big dick, but you want to stick it in something small to make your ego a lot better.
That's fucking dope. Does it give a price on these?
The price... The price is standardized for rarity,
Okay.
but then it is subject to variation depending on
I mean, they're only
Region,
they're
yeah.
only uncommon.
Okay.
yeah, that's the weird thing.
I'll see if I can find those in the store.
Just like that stat you showed me.
Yeah. So, but she tells you that even though she, Degrizniak's daughter, probably won't say this anytime soon, she thanks you in her place. from the bottom of her heart, she thanks you and the rest of your party for what you did.
I did absolute jack shit besides die for you guys a couple times.
I would actually disagree. You helped out quite a
Stomp
bit.
save.
But she then centers herself and goes, "But what can I help you with?"
With.
Well, let's see. Well, saving herb. I had my alignment changed. I need it back. I want to steal shit again. I don't want to be conflicted. I need to.
The Tinker's Hammer.
I need to return to my previous self.
She interrupts you and asks if was this brought on by a spell, actions.
No,
if this alignment change was brought on by her rescue, I cannot in good faith change it back.
Strength of like the giant gauntlets.
This alignment change was not of my choice.
To use that item,
Well,
and you can only
But,
use it once.
Wow.
And if you drop
Yeah,
still,
I guess
was
you
it, was it brought on by her rescue?
until you pick it back up on another person.
All right. How specifically did this happen?
By touching things on his.
Drew a card out of a box.
Oh, so it's an MTD, magically transmitted disease. Gotcha.
No, magically transmitted disorder.
I reached out a box and drew out a spell. Drew out a magically transmitted disease.
Wait, you drew out a box. What was in the box?
Deck of cards.
Deck of cards.
Her eyebrows go up and her eyes go wide. It's like, did it look like a tarot deck by chance?
The fuck's a tarot deck?
Are you actually asking
No,
that?
I know what it is. I'm saying
Okay.
Kalu. I don't think he knows what it is.
Roll it. Well, I don't know.
What's a tarot card?
I mean, barbaric tribes can be pretty superstitious.
Yeah, but it's also Kalu.
That's if those are cards with pictures on them. Yes.
Oh. She kind of just scratches the back of her neck, gets her hair out of her face for a little bit, and kind of shifts a little back and forth as if trying to debate on how to tell you something. Kalu, could you sit down for a moment?
Especially considering my
Please.
And he'll just plop down on the floor. Just drop.
Drops her tiny gnome furniture.
If this is a deck of many things, as I believe it's to, I can't do anything. The deck
Time
of
to go
many-
do some evil shit.
I know exactly.
the deck of many things is an incredibly powerful item, and if you were, if you drew the balanced card and you got changed by as a result, the only thing that could possibly change your alignment back would be a god of balance, or drawing the balance card again.
God damn it. I gotta fucking
Time to go buy a deck.
I'll go buy the deck and start drawing cards.
But the
Gets all the fucking curses.
Nope.
Does get rid of the original one you had, but now has how many cards are in those decks?
it's like a
60
good.
some?
It's not 60. I believe it is closer to 22.
Can't
Like
I just
22
rig
cards.
the shuffle?
Like
So-
22 cards, and half of them are curses. And one of them is death, the other one is banishment.
Did the card you taped not get disappeared? What happened?
Well, you weren't there.
I know, I'm not saying for me, but so let's say it's removed from there. So there is a 20 card. He's trying to get that balance card again. He gets all these curses and blessings, but never undoes the one thing he wants. Or he does undo the one thing he wants, but has 50 other bad things.
It's the last card in the deck, and he dies right before he gets to it.
Yeah, the first card double is death. Just
He gets banished. Oh, at least the cards came with me.
It's banished, but before getting banished, she pulls the last one, which is death.
But no, like, I double checked in the rule book, and unfortunately, it's one of those instances where it's never defined as a curse, and it does go into some detail about removing other curses that do exist that can only be reverted by literal gods. So it's one of those rare instances where even in like a 20th level cleric won't necessarily be able to repair this for you. You would need to find a god of balance and do something for that god to change your alignment back.
I'll get the old lobotomy of a god.
And but you know what?
Lobotomy.
But Carmilla is going to be like
Lobotomy.
she is going to step onto your lap so that she can get like closer to your like eye level, and she's going to look right into your eyes and she's going to try to convince you that being who you are now would be much better for people like her, for people like me, and for people like your friends.
You should ask for pity sex. She had to give you bad news, and now she has to bang you again.
Oh, I was gonna roll to see if Kalu just decides just to kiss her. Oh,
You're so cute when you're delivering bad news.
See, I thought you... When I heard the first syllable, and I'm like, he's going to kill her, right? No, kiss her. Okay.
Kick her.
yeah, no, he just kills her. Just.
All right, roll percentile. You got kiss, kick, and kill.
Or clobber.
Or clobber, yeah. It's a...
What are you going to clobber with?
It's a D4 roll.
You
The wind up and the bitch.
But no, so what's going to happen is
When your ice pick is also a mallet.
Give her the old...
Carmilla Elgard is going
You know
to
how
try
Leon
and convince
Trotsky
you
was killed because
to...
they drove an ice pick into his...
She's going to try and convince
Yeah.
you.
We're going to give
She's
him the
gonna
old
try and
Kalu
convince you.
clobber.
So
I'm not expecting any other titles for sex acts now. The Kalu clobber.
Yeah.
Get on that, Urban Dictionary.
The Kalu clobber. What? You hit somebody so hard in the head with your dick and nuts.
you can choose to go through this kind of in a, like, as you believe Kala would take the news. You can roll, and that would, you can roll for it against her charisma. She's trying to persuade you that, hey, being lawful neutral is far better for your friends, for the girl that you saved than, like, for me.
Fuck, he's talking.
Right? And it's better for you. Like, and she's trying to convince you that just because you're lawful doesn't mean you can't have fun. It doesn't mean that you can't do the things that you loved doing before.
He wants to
Except
steal.
stealing.
He wants to steal and fornicate with short people.
And she...
It's the little things you have to enjoy. And he's enjoyed a lot of little things.
And she does try to go down that route as well for a brief moment. For example, like stealing from the bad guys, stealing from evil would still be a lawful thing because they are using that money to harm others, and you are protecting them
The
by
Sly
stealing
Cooper
from them.
approach.
Exactly. Just without the mask and the hot detective chasing after you. I mean,
How would Kalu
furry
react
detective
to this?
chasing after you. I mean,
Yeah, Kalu, I'm gonna
Someone
roll
might
for
kiss.
it and see what he does.
all right.
Roll and
So for that one, I'd probably say would be probably like a wisdom save against her persuasion roll.
Yeah, what's her horniness modifier?
Well, her horniness modifier depends entirely on how attractive she is on a 1 to 10 scale.
What did you roll on the 1 to 10 earlier?
Like, I'm fairly certain that he rolled like a fucking 9 when he first met her.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I think it was a 9.
Thank you.
Yeah, he is quite infatuated with this person.
And so you got this woman that you are attracted to, that you, for all intents and purposes, like, both physically and as a person, telling you that being lawful neutral is better for you. And I'd probably say like a wisdom saving throw would be the equivalent of like a will save. You know?
with the horniness modifier.
Alright, let's see.
Well, horniness modifier would be a negative in this case.
Yeah, a -9 horniness modifier.
-9. He
What
still
would be
gets a
the
nat
DC
20
on
anyway.
this?
Knowing him, yeah.
Say again?
What would be the DC on this?
Well, she got a dirty 20.
So basically, he has to get a perfect.
Uh,
Alright, let's see. Just for the shits and giggles, let's see what he gets.
Totally missed.
Whatever it is, it's
That's
gonna be a
my
minus.
stage.
It's gonna be negative, minusing 1. So.
So -10 total. Is that a 20? You son of a bitch. Is that
Oh
a 20?
wow!
I will fly to Arizona and stab you if you want.
Well, I'm glad we're not in combat.
oh, was that a nat 1?
That's a big fat 0.
Was that a nat
It's
1
utterly
-1?
convinced.
Horniness wins again.
Oh, yeah, you'll get a kick out of that.
He is utterly convinced. He is I guess he is utterly pussy whipped.
What does it do?
Oh, no, I was saying like you'd get a kick out of it.
I mean, she is a
name,
gnome. You know how
Dawson.
tight that would be against you? You're,
Not
you are
anymore.
you are the Vegeta of this party.
That's pretty spicy.
Yes, but it was. Let's preface that it was tight. It's not anymore.
It's been a few months.
That's fucking tight shit. I do want that.
There's been
It's gonna
time.
take a few years.
Because you're going shopping here.
So
I know what that's easy enough to.
So here's what happens. Not only does your natural 1 saving throw against her persuasion convince you that being lawful neutral is more beneficial to you than being chaotic neutral, you also have this slight warmth and butterflies in your chest, thinking,
He feels a little warm and fuzzy.
I kind of... You kind of want to do good by her now. Because, like, she just smiles at you and with these big, earnest eyes that you're just like, this feels good.
Recap while you were in the bathroom. So Carmilla's attempting to convince him to stay lawful. She gets in his lap and like snuggles up close. He rolls a natural 1 on the saving throw, which is a 0 with his modifier.
Against her dirty 20.
So he was thinking with his little head and not his big one.
Which one's which?
It don't matter.
You know what?
Yes.
Compared to
Yes.
Alvin, they're both big.
Yeah. So I will mention that while you are not officially lawful good yet, I will say that natural 1 turned 0 has given you the leaning towards good if you believe Carmilla would approve of the action.
Did tell me I can steal, so
Comment in the chat.
He's happy with that.
Both my hands crave flesh, QB. Satisfy your need, QB. Do not wait for my permission.
His hands crave flesh.
Are we talking about the same thing?
Both the hands crave flesh. Yep, we might.
Double
They
fist.
might be.
Wow,
It's possible.
that's a humble brag.
Not really. I'm not sure you want to brag about that.
I don't know if we're talking about the same thing.
But you officially kind of feel this warm furriness in your chest whenever you think about
Oh
Carmilla's
yeah, we're talking
persuasion
about
for
different
you.
things.
So you are now, and this is not going to be forced upon you by any means, but I will say that for role-playing purposes, if a situation happens where Kalu thinks that Carmilla would approve of it, you are likely going to remember this moment, and you're likely going to remember how good it made you feel to make her smile the way she did.
Oh,
So you're gonna have a little tendency towards good, but you're,
They're gonna have goblins.
It turns out like
Orcs.
the different Norks.
Or would they just be quarter orcs?
No.
Eighth orcs.
Like,
Only half.
They have children and it just turns
Right.
into like green-skinned humans.
Actually, she's already a quarterling and he's half-orc. Pretty sure that would be, what, 1/16 orc?
Well, yeah.
I could say like a quarter orc.
Well, I mean, because if they have his skin tone and her size, I mean, they're gonna be freaking goblins.
They will look like goblins.
No, they would be
The fucking
dwarf in
fluff.
size but green skin and like maybe some tusks.
Yeah, so like...
So really fat goblins.
Really tall and really fat goblins. No,
That's
thick
fucking
goblins.
awesome.
But yeah, thick. Yeah, right,
Very
right.
thick.
Dummy.
Short stack.
Mm-hmm.
Short stack and
Like-
tusks.
Yeah.
Speaking of people who have dummy thick tiefling tails, he went to the magic school, right? Did he run into the sorceress Morgan?
Oh no. She left.
Okay.
I mean, she's on the run from Lark.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, don't stay in one place, especially a place that he already knows about.
This is true.
That. So getting from Kalu back to Roland, a giant among goblins. True. Very true. But Roland, you got the.
His son's
any-
nicknamed Tripod.
Not to get confused with Stool Dick Grizz.
So I will
Good old
mention this
kickstand.
now because I kind of forgot to mention earlier. One of the reasons why I asked you how often Roland would summon his wolven counterpart to kind of like feel himself again
Yeah.
is that the more often you would do that, the more likely your traveling companions would notice the difference as more than just a woke up on the wrong side of the bed thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because even by this point in time, like they would have noticed a difference, but they would have likely just assumed it was brought on by what you just experienced, as opposed to a literal pendant causing a personality shift.
So
2 copper to silver, 10 copper to silver, 10 silver to gold.
I forget exactly,
10
but that
gold
sounds
to a
about right.
platinum?
No, I think it's a bit larger than that.
no, it's 100 copper to 1 silver, 100 silver to 1 gold.
Oh, is it
1
100,
platinum.
not 10? Oh, I've been fucking up my math hardcore.
Well, we've still got the original, like numbers, and I think it's in the player's handbook, like how much
I mean,
it
like
costs.
the entire game, I've been doing that wrong. If it's 100, not 10. I thought it was a factor of 10. Let me check.
I could be mistaken. It could be 10.
That,
It should
It's 100 copper to whatever it is.
to a silver.
I'm pretty sure it reduces as it goes. The last one is 10.
Well, I know that for some reason there's like Electrum or something like that, which is like 50.
like it's never fucking used.
Electrum is 5 silver. That one I know.
Oh, okay.
Because that one's such a fucking weird one that I haven't memorized.
Oh, okay. So it probably is 10 to 1 then,
Okay.
and not 100 to 1.
Baffy. Baffy. Baffy.
I think it's in the general supplies area.
I didn't see it. So I'm
Oh,
just gonna
that's
look up
right.
gold.
You were the Magic Shop of Magic shopping.
Yeah.
So we'll cut over to you real quick.
I
Also
really would like the
wondering until I
boots
can
of the
find the
Winterland. Oh, sorry.
Do you think?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the two of you can just meet up at the Magic Shop of Magic because stuff happens.
Oh, 14. It's on page 14.
It's my copper is gold with a knife to your back.
Ah, the Copernicus approach. Not Copernicus. Who was that? Who's the guy from the Went Searching for Copper and I Found Gold meme?
I forget
Sailor.
exactly.
I'll have to fucking
Omen
look that
and Roland, you find yourselves meeting together inside the Magic Shop of Magic.
up.
I believe it was a Yon T who was working the Magic Shop of Magic.
Yes.
It's like,
Greetings. Always a pleasure to see such fine faces again. You have interesting armor, don't you?
My armor is none of your concern.
And you. It is not very often that we see a son of the Celestials.
Is he
What
there?
brings you to my humble shop?
Is Omen in the magic store?
And-
Brothers with
Yeah,
me?
I'm with.
yeah, he split off for me to get his own stuff.
While
'cause
we were
you're-
walking, I kind of got distracted by some things like, ooh, look, shiny. Ooh, and then I just kind of.
Like-
Haven't been to this city, well,
And
fully comprehensive.
And I do hate to impose, but before we get to business, He pulls out a picture. Have you seen this woman?
And it's just kind of like this crude drawing of like this goblin
Should I
woman.
roll?
With this goblin woman with just like... It's clearly like a it's clearly a goblin-esque creature, but it's like makeup
Okay.
as applied to it.
It is a 10 factor between step. 10 copper to silver, 10 silver to gold.
Okay.
Gotcha. That's good though.
Except for Electrum, which is all fucky wucky.
So,
Makes sense.
What would I have to roll?
It's one of those instances
like-
where
like
the picture is
Two
not
electrum,
good
two
enough
gold,
to
something like that?
know for sure
It's
that
one of
it's
those
Alan.
things that is that if I can assume that it's Elven, I can just.
You can make
Insight?
you can make an in hindsight insight to Alvin and see if this is something he would fucking do.
Insight.
13.
Insight.
So you said insight.
Yep.
That was a 13. It got moved.
Yep.
-8. Horniness modifier for the auntie. Actually, everyone roll the fuck the auntie real
A
quick.
19.
Oh, so that's average.
19, you said?
No, -8, not +8.
You realize with the glasses that he had that he keeps on like
Playing with.
sometimes complaining about it like not working properly. And I can't remember if you were there when he had the glasses identified by the Warforged in the Hunter's Hall.
I was.
So
He
yeah,
straight up said, "You stole these, right?"
yeah, because it's like he literally translates like unlocked by purchase.
Pay to win, baby. It's gonna be that just. I've never
right.
seen that thing in my life.
Yes, I know it looks
I'm gonna
funny.
roll as well.
It's like
Is that yeah? Insight. Okay, well, I've 14.
Yeah, that is one of those like I could not care.
Yeah.
I could not care less.
Yeah.
Cat, shut up.
Well, there's always next time. Do let me know if you see it anywhere.
Why do you want to find this person?
Stole a piece of item from me. A pair of magic glasses.
Were they black?
Yes.
Fuck.
We'll talk
You
later.
hang around the strangest people.
You know who it is too.
Huh?
You know,
Something like
No, no,
that, I'd
You'd be like,
probably say I would limit
This
to a
high,
more
call the punch him a few
dwarven-esque
times.
location. Because like a belt of giant strength requires more like direct access to where like giants would be.
All right,
I feel like
all right, we got to travel to where I tried to yeet the tiefling off the bridge.
oh, that's right. We have to go back to the Bigfoot mill.
So,
and for clarification, Carlo just asked me if he could buy a belt of cloud giant strength. I'm like, probably not in this city, because that's like
honestly, any giant
Bigfoot
strength,
mill. Bigfoot mill.
but
Bigfoot.
I for something like that, I would rule that it's far more likely to be in a place where people have access to like giants or closer to giants. Like Valhaldur is closer to where like cloud giants would be, like on the Everwind Mountains and stuff like that. So it's far more likely that they would have it than Stormwind.
yeah.
Now-
Good luck getting that like freaking 27th strength, man.
Now now I will say that I would have to look it back up again, but after looking it up, I could tell you whether or not gauntlets of ogre strength are possible. I could
don't-
look that up.
Would that do anything for him? Because don't the cap out at 19?
He is an ogre.
He just said he is an ogre. I believe the gauntlets of ogre strength do actually increase it beyond that point, but I could be wrong.
Because I may be thinking of like
A gauntlet of ogre power.
Yeah, gauntlets of ogre power. That's the one. Yeah.
Throw it into Ogre Drive.
Yeah.
you're just gonna make that joke ogre.
Oh
and
yeah.
ogre, aren't you?
Your strength score is 19. While
You're
you
not
wear
gonna
these
get ogre.
gauntlets, they have no effect on you if your strength is 19 or higher without them. So yeah. But if you wanted the hammer of thunderbolts, you would need them.
Yep. And there's another item that you
which
need.
is fucking weird.
Yeah, you need the ogre strength, and then there's a belt that you need to wield another item
Yeah,
too.
a belt of giant strength of any variety, and the gauntlets of ogre power to pick up the fucking hammer of thunderbolts.
Yep, that's the one I was talking about.
But the
And
fucking hammer of thunderbolts is a fucking monster if you can wield
the
it.
worst thing, or the bad thing about it is if you unattune to any of the items, or one of the items gets knocked off, so you're wearing both the gauntlets have to be on too.
Shrek wants his
him.
gloves back.
So if you
Yeah, no
remove
kidding.
someone's glove while ruling that, fucking hammer go bye-bye.
Yeah.
Ooh, do you think we could mount a ballista to a carriage?
Probably not with the carriage you're thinking of.
Okay. What if I get a double
But-
wide? Is that a thing?
Okay,
I
so
have to buy more draft
you
horses.
absolutely can.
Team of
It
6.
just needs to be specially set up.
Oh.
You absolutely can. Like it's because the
So
ballista
what you
itself
wanna
is
do-
not
what you wanna do
necessarily
is-
what causes the.
As soon as we get to Dryfell, you want to sell your draft horses and then buy some of those mountain goats.
He don't know about those.
But
I'm the only one that's got a Lamborghini.
Actually, I should see if there's any oxen. Because oxen move way slower, but they're cheaper.
And they haul a lot more.
very
That's
very
true.
strong.
That's why Oregon Trail, I always went oxen. Horses, mules, overrated. You go a little faster. Yeah, but I've got like fucking literal tons of meat in the back because I love the fucking hunting minigame in 5th edition Oregon
Oh,
Trail.
it's amazing.
So, skipping a little bit of the role playing in again for expediencies. The auntie's basically like opening up the shop to you, and you notice that there's now a magic barrier over the door, like purely to prevent further thefts. You understand?
did you cover the windows as well?
Yes. I learned
Good.
that a day later.
Wait.
That one wasn't me.
I know.
But yeah.
Well,
The only thing that I will tell you here and now that for sure he does not have are legendary legendary items. He does not have those.
okay.
I can tell you that for a fact.
Okay. Well, these are just uncommon, so hopefully.
Though that'll be fucking easy.
Okay. Well, being from the frozen north, I tend to bring cold with me. So I'm looking for something.
It's like,
I hear legends of boots. Boots that can help with
With
cold.
the fur.
and the whole world was looking at her.
She hit the floor.
Yeah, so the auntie's gonna slither because he has a snake bod. Like, he drapes his hand behind your back and he's like,
Please, come.
he directs you over to a special spot.
Please don't touch me.
Of course, of course.
Hands off the merchandise, Chief.
He's gonna rap on the one of the cupboards.
That was
You see
good. That was good. Was
Yeah.
that the chair? Or
Yeah.
was that you? Holy shit.
well done, sir. Yeah, that
Yeah.
Thank you.
you make an impressive creaky door.
I know. I've been thinking of going professional.
I've long
Yeah.
said you make a better door than a window, and I think you've proven that tonight.
So the cupboards open up and you see like these stacks of various boots. Yeah. And he just shows you to them. Like,
Okay.
You see the boot you're looking for. You ask him down, like, do they have them in your size? And he's like, I don't know. Give it.
Let me check the back.
Let me check your boot, see if we got the size. Here, you have a customer that said, "Don't touch me." I am now morally justified to take your foot and compare the foot size to the boots.
I will. He will. Roll will remove his current boot and hand it to him.
Here at Foot Locker of Sternwood, we make sure that you have the right fit.
Best part is if he doesn't stick his tongue out, he can't smell it.
That is a fun snake.
Color
fact.
starts choking. Color just appears in the corner and starts choking because
Comments in the chat. Comments in the chat.
Oh yeah, no, we read that one.
Yeah,
Oh, did we?
Shrek wants his gloves back.
Oh, okay.
These are my gloves.
I just noticed it because I'm not very smart.
It happens.
We know.
Thank you.
But so while
We
he's
stand
doing
in
that,
solidarity.
he does also like
Bam.
He gives the boot back
That
to
was
Roll,
an
and he
insult,
like
but-
slithers over to you.
And what can I offer you?
Any of these? Or all of them? They're non-legendary.
Business card. Why do you have so many business cards?
These are all for
To pick the very
Why is
best,
this-
of course.
these are all for
Oh!
an attorney. In
Oh
space?
my! By the stars!
I found something nice.
This is Griffwood Goldwing, one of the Blood Bowl champions, first edition playing card.
God fucking damn! I fucking hate you so much.
This is a reference that I'm happy that I don't understand.
It's a good game.
It's a very good game.
What
It's a
game?
very Blood
Fantasy
Bowl,
football.
like literal fantasy football. Teams of orcs and goblins
Where the
versus
better
humans and
cheater
dwarves.
wins.
Yes,
The what?
actually, the better cheater wins. But anyway, weapons it's less likely, but there is a broom of flying. There are gloves of missile snaring.
Yoinking.
There is a ring of feather falling.
Yoink.
And you know what? Actually, I should double check the rarity.
They're very rare, two of them. The rest
Very
are
rare
uncommon.
or uncommon. Okay.
One of them is the blade. The other one is that brain ring.
Mm-hmm.
Spell story?
The brain ring.
Mind protection.
I am going to just double check to see if. Okay, reading the effects of this last one. Fuck! Off-screen physical humor.
Couldn't have it any other way.
Oh,
Are you bringing in all? That's supposed to be like a month of snacks. Although I'll take some peach rings. It's not even open then. Okay.
Dude,
Let's go.
you just dropped the ring. Way to go, Isildur.
I don't get that one. Is that Tolkien?
That's
Yes.
Tolkien, yeah.
I should really get around to watching.
It
those.
betrayed Isildur to his death.
You could say you really dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah.
Can you just imagine if the fucking peach rings change size to fit the ring of whoever's trying to eat the damn thing?
Well, they can. You just have to stick your finger in there harder.
Ooh.
Look how far that.
Carmilla!
Non-stream.
I'm pretty sure with enough time I could get this around my wrist.
So I'm gonna say that he does have the broom of flying.
Oh, there it goes.
He does have the broom of flying. The gloves of missile
Tore.
snaring. He does
It's only
have
stretched
a
so
ring
far.
of mind shielding,
Three fingers was
and he has a ring of feather falling and a cloak of arachnida. He does not have the ring of spell storing,
Are you sure you want
Or
to
the
get that
animated
cloak
shield.
around you?
Shut up.
or the 9 life stealer. He does not have those.
I figured
three
those two
items.
because
necklace of fireballs.
So I'll take all the rest of them, and I'll
Yeah.
pay for the glasses that the little fucking imp stole from him.
I won't be able to remove the lock on it
Well,
without.
you don't have to, but you're not gonna be down.
Why, thank you. Thank you very much.
He's a party member, and I feel it to be just that the man with the cloth has to fucking atone for the sins of the world. Fuck! Starts just spewing obscenities in
Really?
Celestial.
The wings come out and just.
Yeah.
No.
Before you even met him.
He curses. Damn!
I'm saying a lot worse things than that in Celestial. Just that little. It's a good 30-second long spew of insults.
Like, Omen, why are you in hell?
I cursed one time and said, damn, when I found out that my friend had stolen a pair of glasses.
Is that what he sounds like in the afterlife? That's,
Oh, there's no
So he made-
telling what he sounds like.
So,
in
he,
real
so,
life.
so,
So
he
these
made like,
three were.
Yeah.
So-
I decided the things that were more weapon-esque
Yeah.
were like not
No,
likely things that
That
he would
is
have.
perfectly fine.
I suppose that's kind of like when the fish swim into the wall.
I guess so.
Yeah.
For those of you who don't
you
know,
don't know what the fish
have
said
to
when he
attune
swam
to
into
the
the wall?
broom.
yeah. Fuck you, Carl. God damn it.
bedroom's over there.
That's.
Oh, no thank you.
Doesn't say I have to attune to that either. Oh yeah, it does. Never mind. Broom, I don't.
That's such a good joke too. That's such.
Now I'm sorry that I missed it.
Did I just ruin the joke for you?
No,
I-
it's so goddamn clever. That's what makes me angry. is that I hadn't thought of that. So what did the fish say when it swam into a wall? Damn. Because you have a
You
damn.
you haven't heard that one before?
No. He has. He was disappointed that he didn't think of it before I did.
Oh, okay.
That's why.
So
Which is valid.
So here's one that I saw. Was it Paul Rudd? I forget. Someone told this to Zach Galifianakis on Between Two Ferns, and it's what happens when a Jew walks straight into a wall with an erection. He hits his nose.
Anyways, so again, player character honor. I will trust you guys to subtract the cost of the items
Math.
we'll just say that that's the cost of the items are the equivalent in the books that we have.
We still got
Apparently,
time,
this
right?
broom
'Cause
of flying
I'm not
costs
dumb.
17,000 GP.
what
does?
The broom of flying.
cost 7,000?
Oh, it's the
17.
transmute. 17.
Because I've spent less than 1% of what I want to.
Or a moderate transmutation seal, 9th slot, price 17, but as an item. So does it count as that then?
Well, again, if it's something that that you're paying, yes. So if it's an item that you were acquiring from this magic shop of magic,
Yeah, no. So like what I'm saying is because it's in a spell slot of 9th level, apparently.
the fuck? What?
Yeah, no.
What are we referring to?
The broom of flying.
Oh, the broom of flying.
Yeah.
10 copper and silver, 10 silver and a gold. So that's 100 copper, 2 as gold.
I mean,
Yeah.
It doesn't actually tell me the fucking price for it. The one says fucking 17,000, but I doubt it's there.
Do you know how much damage I could do with one platinum piece? If I spent it correctly?
a lot, I imagine.
There was 17k
Oh,
and 3e.
you have
I
no
don't know if
fucking
they were
idea.
5e.
Yeah, we'll figure it out at a later point because no one likes to. Okay, some people would like this, but not everyone wants to watch a D&D stream where we do economics and prices.
Shopping episode.
Just slap down
Plot
fucking 500
armor.
platinum sound good.
Plot armor.
But again, we'll research that after the fact because 20,000 gold plus your reserves in the fucking vault, you will be able to afford those 5 items.
Oh.
Fucking trust me.
And that's just a game theory. I forgot why that came into my mind, but
Alright,
I had
so where would I have to
I
go
just
to all
take-
of these
so
things? So that I just
I
go to
mean,
the center of
Can
the
you
thing?
do all that at once?
You literally. Okay, so from what I remember, you can only attune to 3 things at one time.
Yeah.
So make sure that you're not attuned to anything
I
else.
don't have to attune to this. I'm not attuned to anything else.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Well, I believe you are attuned to the magic ring
Yeah.
that the Fell King gave you.
Was.
And I never told him, but its worth was greater than the value of Dryfell. That was a kingly gift.
I
It
would
literally
like-
was.
I would like to pick Solomon's Pockets.
So, because I don't have to tune to the broom, I have got
Yeah.
the gift.
But
for
you literally just need to
someone.
spend like 10, 30 minutes just focusing on the item in question, and then you're attuned to it.
Alright, I'm gonna go find a spot to sit and do it then.
And same thing with you and the boots, assuming that's the only thing you're buying from this guy.
Yeah.
With the
I'm just
fur-
gonna hit him with at least 500 for now.
Yeah.
Platinum.
So, who wants to pick up first, Kalu or Alvin? Because there are still a couple things that both of you
I
want
got
to
a
do.
lot to get done, so we should probably jump back to me.
You cool with that, Kalu?
Yeah.
All right, Alvin.
All right, so I'm gonna ride Blinky
Boots.
out to where the chariots / carriages are.
Yeah.
Yep, mostly chariots.
Okay, and I'm gonna go. Do you have anything that's more like
Mr. Druid friend.
gnome
Like I said earlier when I got
size?
your gift.
Don't get those. You know what? This
Take
one.
half damage on anything that's projectile.
This one
And if you
is a
high enough level, you just
green
already maxed out for things that I
can.
country girl dragonborn.
What? That
Nice farmer's daughter.
I can't
Farmer's
attune
daughter.
to
She's
it.
got the booty shorts, that totally denim jeans. Ye olde denim.
Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur.
Yep.
I think it's all coming together.
Yeah.
That's only 2 items. Come on, yep. I mean,
And of course, she's got
We need the whole club looking at her.
and of course, we've got the plaid shirt that's tied in the front, buttons down, and a hat. And she's gonna give you the most sultry Southern accent, despite the fact that makes no sense given where she is.
I'm going to be attuning to that.
Uh,
Except for that one.
but she basically tells you that, well, we don't exactly get many short men around here, but we do have occasional ones for the for funsies. But yeah, I see no problem why we can't get this done.
My climbing speed turns into my walking speed.
You were hoping for a high number, weren't
Yeah,
you?
and then I was gonna say I'm tall where it counts. Wink.
But that's so I don't have to burn the spell slot.
But no, she shows you her wares, not like that. And
We can do that later at the whorehouse.
the chariots that she shows you are largely unpainted because, and she explains that for the most part, people who want to spend money on such things also tend to want to customize them themselves, so that they want to put their own insignia on there, their own banners. So they tend to they might stain it to keep it good for longer, but beyond that, they tend to leave it the way they are.
Like 48 hours in town, right? Or
More
maybe
like 24 hours.
Okay, that's enough time to paint.
Yeah. But yeah, there are a couple of options. They all fit your needs really well.
They're all like small enough to be pulled by a mastiff.
More or less.
So
Yeah.
I want one that's particularly low to the ground, like gnome size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because remember, this is a business.
Yeah.
And it's a business where you're in a world where people of 3 feet tall are plentiful. They might not live en masse in the location that you're at right now, but people still come and go, and they travel back and forth, and they travel through town. They stay in the town for a night or so. They replenish their supplies, and then they leave. And so, while they don't have many in stock, they would still benefit from having a few of them in the case where a sentient kobold or or someone like de Grisniak or like yourself would come through town and purchase stuff.
I'm gonna mount a fucking crossbow to this chariot.
Okay.
Anyway, I buy.
That is something that you can jerry-rig.
Yeah. Just buy some miscellaneous hardware and then be a good carpenter.
Just don't point forward and down.
Yeah. Don't shoot my dog in their asshole. Great advice.
Fuck her up, bitch.
I can see why you're an archery instructor. All right.
Like Blinky is just asking in dog speech, did we, are we hit? Boy, I'm sorry. They got us.
Actually, I should have done this earlier.
Oh yeah, I felt
I'm
that.
gonna ask if they have some I forget what the term for it is. Some tackle. So,
What?
I want to
Drawn tackle for
I want to
reins and tackle.
I want to
and stuff like
hook
that.
Blinky
You
up
mean
and see if
tack?
he responds to. That's the word.
Yeah,
Tackle is for fishing.
Yeah.
I want to hook Blinky up and
Or a
see
blocking
how he
tackle.
responds.
Mhm.
Well, I have a blocking tackle.
Yeah.
That's for my rope.
She tells you that they would need to custom make that one specifically because they don't really have anything for. They never expected a mastiff.
to
It's
a
not
carpenter, you don't
something-
do leather work in.
It's not
It's
like
too
it's
bad.
impossible at all because again, like he just mentioned, it's just leather working. They just need to measure the dog and just get to work on cutting it.
How long would
putting it
that
together.
take?
Speed order a little bit more than normal, but it's just a refit. Might add a handful of silver on top of it.
Okay, opposite approach. Do we have any chariots that are big enough that I could stand up straight in the driver's seat and then not be seen over the... Do you have any oversized chariots? I'll buy a horse. That's
Like-
fine.
If that's the case, then absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
Like,
I want
How
to
many,
check...
how many
the
horses
chariots-
do you own now?
Just
He
the
owns
two,
two.
but then also the dog.
The chariots
I'll be buying
that
a
could be
horse,
pulled
that's
by the mastiff are not tall enough for you to hide
Oh,
while
no,
standing.
I'll buy a
standing.
horse. I'll buy a war horse
Yeah.
for my chariot.
Okay. So you're getting a full chariot as opposed to a gnome chariot.
Yeah, real big one.
Okay.
But everything else is a tune.
Stupid.
Will be a tune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. That's easy enough.
Okay.
And again, just
Because I already have water one.
subtract it as normal from the prices that we know of for sure.
Yep.
Because you seem to have been researching a lot of this stuff.
I was.
So you seem to know a lot more about the prices than I do offhand.
Okay. And then, does this place have carriages, or do I have to go to a new carriage place?
Oh, the place that you were at and this place both have like full-on carriages with doors and walls and windows.
Okay. I'm gonna ask the same lady about carriages.
Yeah, she shows you around. She shows you a few examples. Like this is a fairly large. Like think. What's a good? I'm having a difficult time figuring out like a good comparison to explain how big this. It's basically a barn.
Okay.
But it's specifically for the purposes of putting these carriages together and kind of like wheeling them out for demonstrations and then like keeping them in there for storage against like the harsh weather.
Like a carriage house. Yeah. Do you have a carriage that I could live in?
I mean, not exactly luxury.
No, but like a toilet, a wood burning stove.
No.
Oh.
No.
Can you?
Dude, just buy a carriage and make all that stuff yourself.
Do you have any?
You can.
Hey, I recognize this shopkeeper. He sold me a potion that was supposed to give me a bigger dick, but was just a potion of evacuate bowels.
Oh, this is a.
I mean,
No. He did that.
that one was actually big.
You did it to yourself too.
Can I ask? Do you just have like a really large, wide carriage that doesn't have any furniture on the inside yet?
She explains that the majority of furnitures for a carriage are built into the carriage themselves. Because anything that's not, like, for lack of a better purpose, nailed down to the fucking floor runs the risk of just, like, jostling around and, like, getting loose and coming off. So while they're building it, they need to build in the benches and whatnot.
Got it.
Now, she does have extra wide carriages, wide enough for, like, 3 people. Like, wide enough for, like, 3 of Kalu size.
What's your widest and longest carriage?
Basically that. Like, it's wide enough for 3 of Kalu size, and it is long enough to have 2 stools in the... It's basically like a VW... It's a Volkswagen van.
Okay.
Basically.
You know, like cowboy hats turn up at the sides.
Yes, I will buy your
So
largest
you can get 3
carriage.
in the back of the truck.
Alright. Fair enough. And that's in addition to the
In
chariot?
addition to the chariot.
Alright.
We're going all out.
Okay.
I'm also going to need some spare lumber and some chicken wire for the rest of this. And a wood burning stove.
Now
And
she
a
does
toilet.
she does mention that they do have like lumber scraps that you can pawn off of them, but a lot of them will be like the lumber that broke during construction, or the ones that are like slightly warped, or the ones that like are too short to work on other like carriages and chariots.
Reclaimed wood, that's an aesthetic.
Yeah.
I've been pretty good at the Bigfoot mill though, so I'm just going to go get good wood.
Okay. And she's like, yeah, I would too.
You just put it in a burning wood stove instead of like a wood burning stove. Because it actually burns.
Actually, yeah, could I buy these scraps like super cheap and just kind of throw some on the top to use later?
Yeah, like absolutely.
Okay, so is this going to
And
be
we're talking like copper to like a silver piece in worth of value.
Okay.
Like, it's literally the wood that they cannot use as a business.
plus
they don't gain anything from them.
0.1 gold.
Mhm.
Okay, and how much is this carriage going to cost? Standard carriage costs double.
Well, this is a
price and a
luxury
half.
carriage. This is a
Okay.
luxury fucking carriage. So whatever the normal carriage of whatever the normal price of a carriage is,
Yep.
add about 3/4 on top of that.
Okay, so it'd be 175.
So yeah, so it's almost double, but not quite.
Plus 1. Not fuck. God damn it!
Not
How do I
a
go
fuck.
back? How do I go back? Oh,
Yeah.
there's the back. 175, not 1.75.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Is there any chance I could like unnail some of this furniture and sell it back to them?
No, because I use that as a reference to explain that it's like that secure.
Okay.
The furniture, like the benches, are literally built into the carriage itself. Like there's no difference between that and the carriage
I'll just need a
itself.
saw to get them out.
Yeah, you would need to saw them to get them out, and there's no telling what that would necessarily do to the
Structural integrity.
the durability of the carriage from that point.
Fuck.
It'll likely still work for your intended purposes. It's just
I want to go hashtag van life on this carriage.
I noticed.
Yeah. All right, so
Which, surprisingly enough, actually fits fairly well for what will have to happen.
Well, in all honesty, I mean, you look at some of the, for example, is there such a thing as gypsies?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the
equivalent
Kenku
of
cartographers
what about
would be
tramps and
considerably
thieves?
would
what?
consider be like gypsies.
Tramps and Thieves, Gypsies, Tramps and Thieves, the Cher song.
Mhm.
That one's for the kids.
Every carriage is a wood-burning stove at least once.
That's true.
Truth.
True fact.
Truth.
All right, so I'm going to have one of the draft horses haul the carriage empty.
Mhm.
Have one haul the chariot. Then I'm going to ride Blinky.
Mhm.
And we're going to go back to the stables, and I'm going to buy a war horse to draw the chariot.
See, that I actually need to see if they would, if they would carry that, because
How about a
war horses would be bred and like saved explicitly for like knights of their people.
Roll it up, Chief. Let's
So,
go.
Let us go with this. I'm gonna say. Here we go. I'm gonna say there is maybe a. I'll say there's a 20% chance that
But they have a war horse.
that they would have one.
Roll it up, my dude.
That is going to be a 93. So they do not have a warhorse.
How about elephants?
Fuck no.
I gotta reevaluate what can draw this chariot then.
Now, you can go and talk to the guards, see if they'll be willing to part with a warhorse. It's not likely, but they could. You need to roll pretty high on your persuasion. Or flaunt your gold at them.
Fucking hell. I'll just buy another draft horse. That's fine.
Alright, that's alright.
We can upgrade to a war horse later.
Alright.
Okay. And then, let's pick up, now that I'm back with my carriage,
Mm-hmm.
2 draft horses on the carriage, 1 on the chariot,
Mm-hmm.
and the dog.
Yep.
I'm going to get my sack of flour and load it into the chariot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also going to pick up, let's see here. 5 copper pieces, so that's 1 silver. So you get 20 of those potions, and that's per day for 3 horses. So I'm going to pick up approximately 300 pounds of horse feed.
I'm so glad you thought of that, because if you hadn't thought about food for your horses, I would have had a field day.
Okay, that's...
Buckets.
Well, I still have to hit the general store. Okay,
Yep.
so that's 5 copper per 10-pound sack. So that's...
And each 10 is a silver.
In each what?
If I remember correctly, 10
5
coppers
copper to
is a silver.
silver, yeah. So 20 pounds would be a silver, and then divided by 300, which is 150, so that's 15, so that's 1.5 gold. Okay. Close.
Mathematics is important, children. Remember this. Not that children should be listening to us anyway.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like, legitimately, the first thing that I mentioned in all of the YouTube video uploads of this is not for children in capital letters.
Alright. Now I'd like to take my posse over to the general store.
Okay. So, we'll cut back to Kala for this
we
one.
go to Kala, yeah.
You there, big man?
What'd you say?
You there, big man?
I'm here.
Alright, we're cutting over to you real quick before we go back to Omen and Roland.
Alright.
Together we are.
Yes, after finding out that he's got, he's going to stay, that he can't change alignments, he's going to go pick up the rest of his armor. And, let's see. Oh, I think. That hide that I picked up, the T-Rex hide.
Yeah.
If I had them make that into, I don't know, something, what would I be able to have them make it into? And would it give me any bonuses or anything?
I would definitely say it would be tougher than the regular leather hide that we've got. I'd have to double check it before I give you a definite answer. If I remember correctly, you had enough for a chest piece that would fit you. Does that sound accurate?
I think that's, yeah, I think it was
What
just
have you got written down?
yeah.
Like, how much do you got written down?
I don't know if I actually wrote down how much I took. I know I got at least.
I think
Let
you
me see
gave.
about that.
No, it was Omen who gave the T-Rex hide to the girl. Was that
Yeah,
right?
that was me.
Yeah, that was you.
Yeah.
So Carlo still has his.
No, I took a few pieces.
And
I just don't know if I
Roland has
wrote
his as
down
well.
how many I took.
Gotcha.
I think I said I took enough that I could make like a chess piece.
Okay, so yeah, you'd be able to get a chest piece, and
All things considered, that would fit with your.
your model's costume. Just
Yeah. So that's what he's gonna have done that.
or, and you could follow me on this one, or you could make a sleeveless trench coat out of T-Rex hide.
Yeah, you know what? I think he might do that and go back to his half plate and just get a sleeveless trench coat out of to fit what he's wearing. I think he's gonna do the sleeveless trench coat
Naturally.
and half plate. The
Naturally.
style that he's wearing in his new uniform.
All right. So you didn't want anything else to do with
He's gonna pick
Carmella?
up his order of weapons and armor and trench coat.
Yep. And you didn't want anything else to do with Karma for this time? Sorry, Carmilla?
Let's see, is he going to do anything? No, not at this time, mainly because she's busy with somebody else.
Gotcha.
He doesn't want to disturb that person. That is also somebody he wants to bang, apparently. So, yeah. He's apparently lawful neutral now.
You tried.
Toward good.
You tried.
We can always just get another deck and just go ham.
I mean, you do know who's carrying one.
He's going to respect Carmelo's wishes, but he's also going to, let's see, how is he going to ask this? Yeah, he's going to ask if he can see her again at another day, at another time when she's not as busy.
She said she'd like that. And she
Alright.
gives you this nice, friendly smile.
If you're ever back in Sherman, look me.
All right, so
Now,
after
then
getting
he's
your...
going to go try to find the others
All right.
after he picks up all his shit.
Well, considering that the armorer is like right by the magic shop of magic, it's no stretch of the imagination that you see them in the window as you pass by. So you meet up in the magic
Yeah,
shop of
he'll meet up
magic,
with everybody else.
which can bring us back to Omen and Roland. You are now joined by Carlo in the magic shop of magic.
I would like
I went
to-
sit in the tune of the thing, so.
While he's busy doing that, and Roland will attune, at some point in time, Roland's gonna pull out his T-Rex skin with the emblem on it,
Naturally.
and ask for an evaluation from the proprietor.
Ooh, very interesting.
Yes,
that right there is what we call a magical tattoo.
Yes,
Very interesting. Very few know how to do that. And
Are you
before you
familiar-
ask, I'm not one of them. I don't know how to do that. I just sell this shit.
Are you familiar with this particular design?
No.
Do you know who could identify something like this?
Personally, no. But I can ask around.
And he slides a couple gold pieces over. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And yep. And
Where can I find you?
Have we? I don't suppose we have booked into a hotel yet. Or no. What? As it were. Well, but okay.
Well, the
what's
rest of you are allowed to crash at the guild.
Yeah, I suppose. Send the information to the Silver Bear Guild.
Excellent.
And do you know anyone who can do enchanting?
Oh, there are a few around here I could send your way.
Do you know anyone honest?
If you have to think about that.
No. That's when you know it's a legitimate. It's a truthful answer. How much do you think the hide would be worth?
Well, without its sister marking, it's worth practically nothing. What I do recognize of this is that this one is meant to be used as a pair. Both of the markings on either end would be able to channel the magic specifically. With only one, there's nothing that can be done.
That's shit luck.
Granted, if you find someone else who can make the necessary arrangements, you could perhaps rekindle the magic within.
I will have to ask around. Thank you for the information.
What, pray tell, would you want enchanted?
My armor, as chances might look, is other than the appearance, is rather quite drab.
That'll be easy enough.
Perhaps something along the lines of spell resist or damage resist or something along those lines.
Possible indeed.
And we'll keep on speeding up again because of the. Oh, I forgot. But yeah, but again, for the sake of speeding things up, because we got a couple people on time limits here.
Brevity.
Yep. But yeah, it's not impossible to find someone who can enchant the armor. It's it is what it is. He just needs to ask around, and he'll send them your way.
Okay.
I'll just
All right.
By this time, of course, Omen has officially attuned to the items he has purchased. Yes. Is there anything else you require in the magic shop of magic?
The next thing Roland wants to do is fill up his apothecary kit.
Mm-hmm.
Herbs and all that stuff.
Yeah,
So
that wouldn't necessarily.
It shouldn't take.
This wouldn't be something that the magic shop of magic
Right.
has. You need to get more herbal stuff.
Yeah.
For that.
Would there be health potions and stuff here?
I believe I said that there would be. Yeah, there. Yeah. So yeah, there would totally be health potions here.
Maybe even a
And
potion
Ko's
of
can
giant
pick up a
strength.
few.
Yep. How many we thinking?
Let's see. We'll go with. Gonna pick up a couple greater,
Mm-hmm.
and then a few like 1 or 2 superior,
Mm-hmm.
and 10 regular.
That sounds fair. Yeah. Mark off the appropriate costs to your character sheets money.
I will.
Anything else per se? Because Alvin's going to fucking town with this.
Oh, you have no idea.
The rest of Kalu's money is gonna go in the bank.
All right, fair enough. A wise decision.
So, Roland is gonna.
He's gonna get a promissory note that he can hand to somebody.
So before we all leave, and before Kalu goes for the bank, Roland's gonna ask him. So, when people acquire large amounts of money, I mean, you can't carry it with you all the time. What do you do with it?
Spend it. You eat it. You sleep with it.
But you can't.
You save
can't
it.
eat this. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to just go in the forest and bury it because who knows what's going to happen to it there. I mean, I suppose I could.
Yes, the Ron Swanson approach. Bury gold bars in the forest. That's about savings. I don't trust the banks.
That's the burying in the forest always used to work for me, but the cities.
What's he trying to eat?
Omen comes out of his meditation to attune to the items and just hears Kyle like, sometimes you eat the gold, sometimes you...
Wait, what are you trying to eat? Why?
Well, we can't. I can't. This is almost 300.
I thought I
pounds of
could
gold.
gain its power. Leave me
It's like
alone.
300 pounds of gold. I can't just be like walking around with all of it. What am I supposed to do with it?
Have you never heard of opening a bank account?
A what?
The Yanti pauses like mid-slither and goes,
He grew up in a first off like a village.
All right, come with me.
And then
the
No,
Yanti doesn't know that.
no, I know, but I'm explaining to these guys, And then, because this is totally in character for him, and then he basically grew up on a freaking mountaintop or on a glacier. So
Hey, Carla, you want to pick this little wolf up? We're gonna take him to the bank.
Onzaz, that's who it was, the T-Rex rider lady who
Yeah.
wanted to breed us.
Yep.
Onzaz
I
is a
suppose he
mad.
couldn't hear me, could he?
I mean, it's possible that he went over to pick up his food because he's been going back and forth.
Is that what I heard frying in the background about?
I think
about
so.
an hour ago.
No, he was getting on a line.
What you heard?
It sounded like bacon frying.
And you pick up the fucking half-elf and you carry him to a bank.
Oh, I do. Carla does. It don't matter. Just be like, all right. Okay, you go up to the nice lady.
Yes,
and
Carla
you
will just
open an
pick up
account,
Roland and just
you
follow
put in
along
here, they
behind
give you a stick
Solomon.
thing, and then you bring that stick thing to other banks that kind of look like this. They'll tell you how much you got in there.
So, what? And then they just watch it for you?
Yeah.
Does it
Free?
accrue interest?
I don't know.
They pay you to watch it.
Yeah.
I'm not here.
Oh.
Yeah, well, technically. Yeah. I don't understand completely how it works, but, like, the more you put in, the more, like, interest rate you get by the end of the year, I think they work. You gain some profit off of how much you left in there.
Oh.
I don't know exactly how it works. I just know it works.
Oh, they're money farmers.
Yes!
And this is okay.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I understand. Thank you.
Otherwise, just have them convert it all into, platinum.
Wow,
We
you're
could
still
also-
talking. You're still talking.
You can also
A good
buy
50
precious
pounds.
gems.
I mean, it's
Oh, I need
pounds,
precious
but
gems for a spell anyway.
I split,
Thank you for adding that to my
I split half of it down the thing.
You what?
I split half mine down the way, so
Okay.
through half.
I would like to add that during this conversation and moving back towards the bank, you see a gnome riding a mastiff, accompanied by not one, not two, but 3 full-grown horses, carrying a chariot and a massive carriage.
I'm just my own fucking circus caravan coming through town.
Walks by, casts banish on his horse.
Last time you saw me, I was having a dog, and I used to be riding into town with it.
He's like, yeah, he is really going to town with that one.
Roland is reminded of the of Osiris and
Boo Boo the Jelly.
and Boo Boo the Jelly. Yep. Because this looks a lot like some of the circus circus caravans.
It's just, You know, he really went to town with his money. Hey. I don't know why I'm so reserved with mine. It's not like I can spend it anywhere else but here.
Well,
I should say I try and spend all the gold I got back at home, and they won't accept it from me. They're like, no, we insist you take it. And I'm like, can't do that. It's not how this works. Like, this is how that works. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, but yes, it is. It's like, it's not what I meant. I've been other places. I don't treat the other people like this.
Take
Come
the
the
money.
fuck on. Take the money.
just take my money.
Take the money
Just
or
the meme. Take my money.
Yeah, shut up and take my money or I'm going to start breaking shit. Dwarves will take my money. I keep forgetting about that. Dwarves don't give a shit. Gold is gold. No, I'm good.
So, you guys get to the bank, you open up the account, you get everything situated there. Alvin, are you ready again?
Almost.
Okay, I am ready. So,
Okay.
does the general store have any sort of weapons, or would I go elsewhere?
No, the general store wouldn't have anything for weapons of anything like that. It would have more things for, like, maintenance for your home. It's got, like, things for groceries. It's got
rope.
Yeah, it would have stuff like that.
Okay.
A general store wouldn't have weapons. You would need to go to the blacksmith for that one, and the armorers and things.
I'm going to do that first then. Because I'm looking to pick up a heavy crossbow.
Easy enough.
50 GP. 100 crossbow bolts.
Yep.
5 GP.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'm going to hit the general store.
Mm-hmm.
Get 10 buckets. Don't fucking laugh.
You get 10 buckets.
I thought he was saying, don't fucking judge me.
Alright, 10 buckets, a crowbar,
He's putting his all money in buckets.
fishing supplies, 4 hunting traps.
That would also need to be done at the armorer.
Okay, I'll
and
pick
that
it.
one would be a custom order because that's not something that they typically do.
Alright, let's scrap that.
Well, wouldn't there be, someplace that like hunters and trappers could shop at?
The Hunter's Hall.
Pretty much.
Too late.
Pretty much. Like there's the hunting that happens in Stormwind is primarily done via
Sport.
Yeah, like primarily for sport. Like they rarely use traps because that's just not what this culture particularly
the
does.
richer people does it. They release a pre-tamed thing in.
Okay, while I'm at the
It's
blacksmith,
spawned.
does he have a ram?
Like a
No.
Not the animal,
Like a
but the
foxhound, yeah.
physical ram.
yeah.
Oh, like a battering ram?
Yeah.
Again, that one would be custom order.
Alright, we're scrapping the ram. 10-foot ladder,
Easy enough.
and the diplomat pack,
A diplomat pack.
which includes a chest, 2 cases for maps and scrolls, a set of fine clothes, which I'm going to pair with my nice stuff that I
Yep,
had made,
yep,
and that's how I'll have my outfit.
Yes, it is actually. Yeah.
A bottle of ink pen, lamp, 2 flasks of oil, 5 sheets of paper, vial of perfume, sealing wax, and soap.
Yep. All. You find that too.
Well, it's all in the kit. So,
I should just go on those. I bought pretty much all the stuff for the diplomat kit anyway.
and then, so you're gonna have to figure out the price of this because it's not in the book. I need some chicken wire and some wood.
So if you already got the wood, just go get some wire that you use to make chicken mail and make your own chicken wire.
I guess I don't need chicken wire. I just figured that'd be the cheapest, most effective way.
A spool of wire.
Yeah. Is wire spool in there? Because
Well,
you can take the spool of wool because I know that's somewhere in there, right?
No, I need it to be a mesh because I need to make a fence.
Or you can turn it into a
How's your fencing?
tinkerer.
Yeah, because if a wool spool is in there, we can change that into a metallic wire, and we can just just double the price because it's like harder to.
I would say triple.
Okay, triple's good. Triple's
Okay,
good.
then let's go over to where I know we have some. Let's see. So 5 silver for a yard.
5 silver for a yard. Okay,
Or a
so
square
yeah.
yard, sorry.
Yeah, 15 silver for the metallic version of that sounds
Was
good.
that 1.5 gold? Okay. I'll get 4 square yards of that.
Fair enough.
And then what would the cost be for some good lumber? And
Well,
some miscellaneous hardware like nails and a ball joint and
Well, you said so yourself that you could get that for. If
Dirt
not
cheap
like a
equipment.
really good price, you could practically get it for free at the Bigfoot Mill
Yeah,
because your
but I mean,
family
if
works there.
Go to the mill. I don't have time for that. I was kind of bluffing anyway.
Fair enough.
And then miscellaneous hardware.
It would be variations of like 2 to 7 silver pieces type of thing, depending on like the type of lumber you're getting.
All right. So for
I'd probably say like averaging it out to like 5 silver like per.
Well, interestingly enough, there's currently a Teamster strike going on, so you might want to.
Ah.
I'm just kidding.
well, I just need some lumber to do some construction on my carriage. I'm not trying to haul a bunch.
Yeah, so that much I'd probably say like just round it out to like a gold piece for the lumber you need.
How about for like a ball joint and some for stuff for mounting, like a crossbow.
That'd be closer to like 3 GP.
3 GP plus
PSA,
wood. Let's call it
Magic the
5
Gathering
total.
is
Perfect.
not a children's card game. To be super clear, I'm not saying children can't and don't play or is not fun for them. I am saying referring to it explicitly as a children's card game with no further context is dismissive and also factually incorrect. And then somebody else replied, no, it's a children's card game. It's just a children's card game that a lot of people just happen to play. The official age to play is 13 plus, and the game is owned by Hasbro legally. When the shop sells Magic the Gathering is listed as a toy in the system, and then somebody else is like, would you like to explain more about Magic the Gathering to the lead designer who made Dragon's Maze? Or are you done?
So the next part's tricky, and this will be my full 24 hours.
All right.
I want to find some cheap labor.
Cheap labor.
Just manual labor. I'll pick up a street urchin if I need to.
You want like it depends on what you want it for.
I just need some people who can lift stuff because I can't because I'm this tall.
Well, do you remember what happened after the undead invasion last time you were here?
Not really.
The Heroes Guild took in a certain group of new recruits.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna roll up to the Heroes Guild where I'm banned and be like,
You're not banned.
well, I've resigned. Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna just park in front of like their front door.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna go.
Alvin, what happened to you, my friend?
Nikolai.
Yes, he hugs you warmly. He's like, ah!
Nikolai, you looking for work?
You know what? For you, my friend, anything. He hands you this jar of honey.
Fuck. I stick my giant tongue in it. No, I'll take it. I'll put it in my bag.
Right? Rude. At least try it out first before you forget it in the bag.
Oh,
You open it up, and the honey then, and the honey is going to expand and go over your head, and
TBK.
Wait, this is
Nikolai is going to
This
just
is joke, honey.
yes.
Nice.
Nikolai is going to bend over laughing. The kids come out of hiding and they start dancing around you, throwing feathers onto you and like flour.
I take the jar, I place it on the table, I place 3 platinum down, and I go, this platinum goes to the first person to get this jar inside Nikolai's ass.
Father Solomon walks by, just what the fuck? And
You know what? Roll persuasion.
We're seriously corrupting kids to be
What's the
play
one?
on Twitch.
It's a 7, actually.
Well, it's an 11 total.
One of the kids just grabs the jar and runs.
All right, well, I pick my platinum back up off the table.
Oh, sorry. I thought you put the platinum in the jar.
Well, no, because then it would go in his ass and they wouldn't get paid.
Sorry. They take the platinum and run.
That's fair. I should have
Smart
expected
kids.
that.
So we still at the bank? Or we gotta catch up to Alvin?
I think we're at the bank at this time, but I really would roll. I
really
wish
wanna
I
roll into the guild too,
to see that.
You know what? Because he said this would take the rest of his time. It doesn't take that long to set up an account with the bank, especially considering that they've already confirmed who you are.
Yeah.
Fuck it. For the sake of funniness, you walk by the Heroes Guild as you witness this. Alvin gets consumed by a joke honey, and then the orphans, now dressed in Heroes Guild garb, are running around and petting him with feathers and flour.
Oh, Roland is going to be on the ground laughing.
Since I'm attuned to my new cloak, I'm going to walk up the wall. And just, I'm going to take some of the feathers and just up the wall I go and just stand over and be like...
What'd you say, Kalu?
Kalu's also going to be rolling around with laughter.
I need to scrape.
Roland, as soon as Roland's done like laughing, he's gonna walk up to Alvin. Oh, honey. Looks like you got yourself in a sticky situation.
So I can gather some of the feathers from the kids and then kind of walk up the wall. And I'm gonna, as he says, "Oh, honey," I'm just gonna. I can still stand on this fucking ceiling all day. It's fucking great.
Your master is licking at the honey, by the way.
Nikolai, I'll get you back.
Like, he puts his hand on the honey-stained shoulders, like, "Don't worry, my friend. I know it will be hilarious when you do."
I thought it was funny. Hanging from the ceiling.
All right.
Roland is gonna look at Nikolai. He's gonna be. Thank you.
I'm gonna.
Thank you. That was incredibly cathartic.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm sure he's got you plenty. I wish I saw that.
Did all the orphans run away, or just the one that stole my platinum?
Just the one that stole your platinum, yeah.
All right. I say, Blinky, go play with the kids for a little bit.
He's just looking at what's
bad dog. And I'm gonna excuse myself to my carriage.
No, Roland's gonna That's gonna be a mess. Let me help you with that.
Don't worry. Give it about 30 seconds.
That's it?
Oh, I was gonna go get cleaned up at a brothel, but
it starts to burn a little bit.
That's how I actually storm out.
And I was
by the time you get to your carriage, all of the honey is gone and the feathers like fall as you walk. It was more of a tingling burn, kind of like those cheap like electric shock toys.
And that, buzzers. Children, is how you feather your chicken.
So,
Roland was really disappointed.
To good note, there are 2 orphans that are like following you around, and they're just kind of like, look, they're as tall as you. One of them's a little taller.
Kids, I'm going to the brothel. You really can't follow me there.
Can't or won't, because there's no in between.
The female orphan's like,
off with the decanter of it.
I was just hoping that you'd tell us how you plan to get Nikolai back, actually. But if you're going there, I don't care.
Oh.
Meanwhile, the boy orphan is like, it's okay. I'll just tell him I'm a kobold, and I'll be getting in there just fine.
Oh, I'm not actually going to the brothel. I was trying to lose you kids. But if you're willing to scheme with me, you guys can get in on that.
Like, why do you think we followed?
All right, get in my van. All right. I'm gonna climb into the carriage.
Really?
All right, get into the van.
Keep in mind.
Using honey to lure kids.
This is what he looks like right now. He's got a suit and a fucking bow tie with a fez hat.
Right.
This is what he looks like when he tells these orphans to get into his van.
Do you have a small greasy mustache as well?
No, but I have the mutton chops,
which are slightly greasy. Not greasy, but they're slick from the honey.
He's a
all right.
playground enthusiast.
Whether or not they join me, I'm gonna get in my carriage and I'm gonna spend my time to infuse my new chest in order to be a chest of holding.
Fair enough. I will allow this, despite the fact that I don't think its rules is written that way. I will allow this.
I'll line it with a satin pouch and then I'll do it this time.
Because Kalu's on the floor in the guild, and I don't know exactly.
Oh, this is outside the guild. This is not like in.
Oh, like I walked up the wall, so I'm stuck there. I'm like, hey brother, a little help. I'm stuck. I don't know how this works. I can't push off the wall.
So yeah, Kalu, you see Omen just kind of like walking on the wall, and apparently he can't get down.
Pacing back and forth, not thinking, this sucks! I should have asked him how to deactivate this thing. Totally doesn't think to work out.
Oh, we're just gonna laugh at him and then ask if he wants some help.
Please! I I got something
Scully's
for
just
you,
gonna
big
grab-
guy.
Scully's gonna
I can
reach
help
up,
you.
Grab his collar and just yank him off the wall.
Collar?
Nikolai tries to stop. He's like, "No, please, this is funny as fuck." I have never seen a man so incapable of walking down. Do you think that if he loses consciousness from exhaustion, he'll just fall?
You know what?
I know how I can do it.
Actually, it's more.
I'm gonna speak
Why don't
my
we find
English.
out? Just pick Nikolai up and hand him to Omen.
Wait, what?
Holds him up. All right, take his
Nikolai,
money.
Hand him to Omen.
No, but it's dark. It's dark. It doesn't work.
Doesn't matter. I hold him. He can't do shit.
So let me get this straight. You're picking Nikolai up and holding him to Omen?
Just
What?
handing him to Omen. Yes.
It's like,
He wanted to see how it works. He just, here you go.
no, wait, no! What the? No!
You're heavy. I think I'm gonna drop you.
So you're holding up this gnome.
Oh, it's a gnome.
Yeah!
No.
Like, he is taller than Alvin.
I
by
thought
like,
he.
like
When
3
you
inches,
said
but that's pretty
when
much
you
it.
said Nikolai, I was picturing like the big bear guy from.
Oh, no.
What's his name?
No.
Oh.
It's just- well, he's a big bear guy for a gnome.
I know I got something here that'd be fucking funny to mess with. Or do I not have it?
Nikolai calls out, like, Alvin, brother, help! They are walking in on your territory. They're going to prank me before you do.
I can't hear this.
Can I make
I'm with the small
like
children
a
I've
check
heard
to
in my
see if
van.
there's like a water trough around for like horses and shit that's close by that I can walk to that's on the wall?
Not close to the Heroes Guild itself.
Well, is there anything like a refuse bin or a
What?
garbage can? Refuse.
Oh!
Refuse bin. I used a big word. Sorry.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm a roll for you.
Do you have a DMG over there? I can borrow for real quick.
Because if we're gonna go pranking, I'm going to attempt to get him.
Oh.
There's a 2, so no. Unfortunately not.
Is there a pile of leaves? You know what? No. Is there a flagpole on this building?
You know?
Like the ones they hang the banners from?
Yes.
I'm gonna.
There absolutely is.
I'm gonna slide it through his leg hole and leave him there.
I have such a good prank idea. Okay, let me know when it's my turn again. We're gonna fuck so much shit.
I'm going to string him up by his pants on the pole and walk down the building. All I had to do was walk down. You could have fucking told me sooner.
So I will say that you'll need to roll a strength check for that one, because that takes some concentration.
Hey, where can I buy livestock in this town?
What?
Where can I buy livestock in this town?
I mean...
Don't you have enough livestock already?
No, you're gonna like it. You're gonna like this.
It would
There's
be...
a 21. Do it.
A strength check, a 21?
19 plus 2.
Oh, okay. Well, Nikolai is going to try to get the fuck out of this one. I'm going to use the gold die on this one. That's a 4. That's a 4 plus his rogue strength, so... You basically get him in there. He's like,
Up the light bulb. It's like preemptive. He can't get you up here.
you know,
That's such a good idea.
this is a... Okay. You know, in hindsight, this will be funny. I just have to get there. But you do realize, of course, that the two of you have entered into the contract. Watch where you sleep. You will be pranked.
I sleep in a kingdom far away. It's good.
So what you're saying is I have to get you before you leave.
Yeah, you need to get me before I go home to drive now.
I'm sorry, where?
Town of necromancy things and stuff.
And stuff. You know,
I mean,
Auschwitz, the town of the Holocaust.
not the
and
necromancy shit.
stuff.
I meant to say where the heavens meet the earth. My bad.
Sure you did.
Yeah, I did.
Alright. What are the names of these children, real quick?
Well,
Can we just call them boy, girl? Is that easy?
Bill, Steve, Nick, and
Yes.
Jessica.
Young woman, what's your name, Steve? Alright.
Sivan.
Here's the plot.
you know what? I'm just gonna say that the woman is named Riza and the boy is named Galoran.
Ryza Galoran.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm gonna walk down the side of this building and I'll be like, "All right, I know you got something up your sleeve. He's not moving. Get him."
You say that to me?
Yeah.
Oh,
And I
no.
point
He's in
up.
his, he's in his
This is
carriage.
long con. This is not going to happen until I
Oh.
leave town.
Well, this carriage is right next to the Gildo, isn't it?
It's parked outside.
Yeah.
Parked outside, like across the street.
You have to get into the carriage.
I'm gonna run over to it, rap on the side. Hey, I got a perfect opportunity to fuck with someone.
I open the door slightly. I'm listening.
I'm gonna point up at him on the flagpole.
You look over and you see Nikolai, and the Omen does not recognize this. You recognize the glint and the smirk of a prank being formulated, like 10 steps, like a 10-step prank is being formulated in this gnome's head right now.
In Nikolai's head?
In Nikolai's head, he's looking dead ass at the Azamar.
That is your problem. I don't know why.
I got a pair of magic. I got a pair of magic gloves for you that say otherwise.
All right, get in here.
I'm gonna get in. Hold up the gloves. You want to deflect missiles?
Dude. Oh, the Blue Moon Waning has these in the villain campaign.
They're nice.
They're fucking dope though.
I gotta send the other thing I got because Kala will probably use it.
All right. Ryza, Galaran,
Gloves of snatching.
Your Holiness, listen up. Here's the battle plan. I look at someone and I go, I just filled these two in on my, my magical imbuing thing. I showed them how I do the bag of holding.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to drop the +1 on Omen's armor. Sorry.
I don't have a +1 on it.
No, Roland, that's what I meant.
Okay.
So I can free up an imbuement slot. Here's what we do. Ryza, you go through Nikolai's laundry. Bring me a pair of his trousers. Galaran, I need you to scout out...
Galoran,
I need you to scout out the worst smelling manure in this entire fucking province.
So just wait until after you've digested something. Got it.
I was thinking cows, because
Chicken.
we need a lot of manure. We need approximately 500 pounds of manure. If we can get that much.
That's a big pile of shit.
And I turn to Solomon and I go,
Couldn't you just go to the stables and offer to clean it out for free? And just do what you're gonna do with the poop?
yes, Father Solomon and Galaran, you guys are going to Galoran.
Horse manure is actually the least offensive of all the farm animals.
It doesn't matter when
Find some oxen.
when you fucking
Actually, you want the
concoct it
nasty
together
stuff? Get
and
the
if
dog
it's
stuff or
all
the pig
together.
stuff.
Ooh, find a pig farm. Get some pig shit. Ryza steals Nikolai's trousers. I imbue one of his pockets to be a bag of holding.
Sure, leave the girl to steal a man's underwear.
Not his undergarments, his pants. You're a girl, you do laundry, that's a woman's work. Is this sexist? It's medieval times, it's a gray area. No one's going to question you because you're a child and don't read into it too much, okay, lady? You two find some pig manure. I imbue his pocket as a bag of holding.
And you put it with 500
I fill it
pounds
with
of
500 pounds of manure. We leave it in his laundry. Act like nothing happened. Long con. He reaches into his pocket one day. He pulls out a handful of shit. He goes in again. It's a handful of shit. He does that 500 times.
So that's funny
Oh,
and all, but
hold
what
on,
if you
hold
did
on.
it to his pillow?
Who's reaching inside their pillow?
When you sleep at night,
no. Here's the thing.
and it's gonna smell.
Here's the thing. You can intentionally drop
Yeah.
the infusions.
Yes, and it'll cause it to explode out.
In his
Yes.
pillow. Or his bed.
New plan, Ryza. Bring me his pillowcase.
There was
Actually, no, that won't work because you'll put the pillow in and it'll go into the pocket
See
dimension.
the smoke.
We could see in real time the thought.
Yeah.
The spinning one way and then And then it's double time backwards.
He's like, oh fuck, that's right.
No, because if we put the pillow in, it's going to go over capacity. Bring a bed sheet. We sew a tiny little pocket into it that's facing towards the head. And once that opens, just bam! 500 pounds of shit right to the face.
If you drop it all at once, too, that pillowcase is just gonna and he's gonna be on a mound of 500 pounds of shit. Do you know how big that mound is gonna be? It'll probably reach our balcony from the ground.
At least it'll be warm.
I hope he doesn't have roommates. No, it's probably gonna be cold because it's cold in the bag.
Yeah, because it's a vacuum. Yeah.
It's gonna have ice cold shit.
No, it'll be room temperature because it's not a bag of refrigerating or whatever.
That's
right?
fair, but when we reach into it, it's cold and it burns our skins.
No, that's
Organic matter.
That's the bag of devouring.
Devour. He does that.
And more specifically, it was specifically
Last one's yours.
supposed to be more in reference to like stomach acids.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go to Camille and be like, "Can you get rid of a curse for me?"
Be like,
Sorry, there's nothing that can cure that curse. You're gonna be like that forever.
You didn't let me explain.
All men sit in their cruise.
So, how am I supposed to carry 500 pounds of shit?
You don't. You guys scout it out. Maybe clean it. Go to a pig farm.
How do you clean shit?
With a shovel.
Clean it out of the stables. Wheelbarrow it all to a central place at that place, and then we'll come and load it.
Or, see, dude, you're taking too many steps. Just take the bag with you and just shovel directly in the bag.
Turn it into a bag of holding real quick. I'm going to go make a phone call. I mean, a mirror call. I bet I could fill that bag up like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Glorin, you scout. Ryza, get me the sheet or whatever we're doing. Solomon, I actually have a very important job for you.
Do I have to take him down from the pole? Because I don't want to take him down from the pole. It's kind of funny.
Take a what?
Take him down from the pole. It's
Oh,
kinda
no, you
funny.
don't have to do that.
It was Collie's fault. He handed them to me.
Actually, I forgot what I need you for. Oh, actually, I hand you the glasses. Could you bring these to the shopkeep and have them fixed?
Oh, he says he don't want them back.
Yeah, but they don't work. He needs to fix them still.
Well, they don't work because you stole them.
See, now you're making me feel bad about what was...
I already paid for them. They should work.
I put them on.
I am
they work.
totally just fucking cheesing
God
with
damn it! I hand them back. Go fix those. That's your mission. Because these are going to be important for the next step.
Like you're some kind of servant or something.
That's okay. I'm just going to take them.
He came in and volunteered to help with the prank.
Technically, since I did pay for them, would they work for me? Or does he have to remove the thing?
He needs to remove it because he
Think of
knows
it
how
like
to
a
do it.
security device.
You know what? Fuck it. I want to try my broom out anyway.
Alright, bye, Father. I turn to the kids and I go, you know what to do. Dun, 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 dun. And we all scramble.
Fucking yelling out to myself, this still ain't nothing like my fucking wings.
I
I'm
have,
just stand on it with the cloak, just upside down. Just,
Actually,
well, this works, I guess.
wait. We need a distraction while we pull this off. Because
I
right
mean,
now
I've
at the
heard of-
flagpole, he has a good observation for when we take his sheets out.
He's gonna take his sheets out.
Solomon, how do we get him down?
Ask Kalu. He's usually pretty good at that.
Well, you're not even here right now. What are you doing talking to him?
I know.
They got out of the carriage.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he's already gone.
Yeah.
He flew
took
away.
off.
Yeah, sorry.
I went to the store.
I go, Nikolai,
I mean, I've heard of
how do you get down?
I've heard of short sheeting.
Oh,
but
don't
this
worry
is shit
about
sheeting.
this, my
Oh, I'm
friend.
gonna ask the snake if he's
I
got
have-
some small filling fluids that I can buy.
I have proposition for you.
Oh no.
So do I. I was going to bring you to brothel and pay.
Okay, what do you fucking want?
All right.
I'm a
This is-
big
Okay.
dwarf.
Okay.
That's
How
not
about
prank.
this? How
I
about
hold
this?
up a handful of platinum. It's not prank. I just need someone else there so I can say I had to bring you. It wasn't a trip for me.
He's got a
Slides out
beautiful-
of his, he slides out of his pants to fall down, lands.
Good. You won't need those anyway. Let's go.
Question.
Yeah.
Why you're speaking in a Russian accent?
I don't know.
Question.
I'm matching his energy.
He kind of leans up to you and like, question.
Yeah.
If you fill me in on the prank you're going to be doing for me. Because I know how you operate, my friend. I will agree to share my plan with you to prank the white-haired one.
I like this arrangement. And I lead him over to my carriage, and I show him the chicken wire, and I go, I gather many chickens on top of my carriage. And I show him all the feed I have, and I go, and I feed them, make them very fat for a long time. Can you guess what comes next?
Chicken catapult.
Angry birds?
I like the way you think. You're very close. But you have to guess.
I have to guess. Are we talking like exploding chickens? Or are we talking more along the lines of you pass by an innocent, unsuspecting couple and then drop a chicken on them and watch as one of them falls because the chickens are so fat?
That's good. I should have thought of that. You know what? I need to workshop my plan. We'll get back to mine.
We have much time for chicken to grow.
Right.
Actually, could you get laborers to install chicken coop on top of my carriage?
Do you actually want a chicken coop on top of your carriage?
Well, it's a two-part thing. I want to take the benches from the inside and put them up top. Like a double-decker bus from London.
A what from where?
He wants to make a 2-story carriage.
I get it.
I want carriages. I want carriage.
Can we say top heavy?
I want the benches and chicken coop.
Benches?
Benches
The inches.
in Soviet Russia.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, do you have good laborers who can do this work?
We literally need things for the children to do.
I was hoping someone with carpentry experience.
They need carpentry experience. Come on.
Okay,
Just a piece of foam.
tell you what. I will lead projects.
Okay.
I tutor them,
Mm-hmm.
and then afterwards I pay them.
Excellent.
They've already taken 3 platinum from you.
Mm-hmm.
It was one chariot, and I will have my revenge. We don't
Okay. That goes to the court book.
that was one child that I wanted.
Yeah, he said something.
What did you say?
I don't know. I can't
Is that beers?
No, it's QB.
QB, okay.
Oh, you're talking about QB.
Yeah, he said
No, that was a while ago. It's every carriage is a wood-burning oven at least once.
At least once.
Oh. Wasn't paying attention.
Okay.
By the way, not a good idea to put chickens on the top of your carriage.
No, this is the distraction. I'm not telling him the actual plan.
Bakery.
I don't need to go through with this. The chicken wire is brilliant, but it's for different things.
So, Nikolai is gonna go and, alright, the gnomish handshake. And he puts his legs on either side, like spreads his knees a little bit. Shake it.
Ding! Ding!
No. No. Give me your hand. Touch it. Touch the knocker.
No. Actually, first touch mine. You'll have to reach inside.
He won't see that coming. And then this other prank is just icing on the
I
cake.
can remember when you fell for that. It was good time.
If I'm to trust you, you must get me back.
No.
Ah, fuck.
That's what I did to your sister!
Roll persuasion?
Wait. Did you? No, that was... I know that guy's name. It's something. I forget what it is. Brothel?
No.
No. Okay.
I am actually on babysitting duty.
Has Riza managed to sneak the stuff past yet? I feel like this was a good distraction.
Yeah! She got 17.
Great. Okay. I'm going to tell him...
She didn't get his bed sheets. She didn't get his pillow sheet. She didn't get his trousers. She got his ambassadorial Hero Guild robes.
How am I supposed to know when he's wearing those?
He always wears them when he's on duty. as most silver bear.
Oh, that's
people
right.
do.
This is like the evening, isn't it? He's off duty.
Oh no, like this is something that he will be using more sparingly than others, but it's like any time he is dealing with anyone of importance, he will likely be wearing
But
these.
if I wanted to just explode, how am I supposed to know when that is?
Just wait till like frickin' 3 o'clock in the morning. He'll probably be in his closet.
Because it's not like you also didn't cover his ceremonial robes in feces from nowhere.
Let's just explode in the cabinet.
It looks like your robes just died. Why? They just shit themselves.
Just years later, he's forgotten who I am. And just...
Why is it all powder?
Alvin like he does everything, but he's always got that one enchantment on. And like, why won't you enchant a third thing? Like, I can't. I'm playing the long game.
We're going for the long home.
Oh, actually, I get one of the children to tell him to try it on to model it, and then I. All right.
You're in it for the long home.
Mm-hmm. Alvin Longholm.
So we got Rise of the Orphan back, and I'm gonna give a few
Rise of the Orphan?
Ryza.
I know, but I was gonna say that sounds like either like a horror story or a like inspirational story.
All right.
Alright, so Rise is back.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna give Ryza a few platinum pieces, and I go, Ryza, Nikolai here is going to take you to go buy some hardware for a construction project.
I don't think you want her to do this, because Nikolai hasn't actually left you yet, and if he sees her carrying his ceremonial robes...
Well, she's gonna stick the robes on the other side and then come back, and she was stealthy, right? She didn't get caught?
She didn't get caught going in and grabbing them.
Oh, okay.
But she would still need to pass awfully close to a
Got it.
prankster gnome.
I'll give the money to Nikolai. I'll give the money to Nikolai, and I'm gonna go grab some orphans, go get hardware supplies, come back in approximately...
No, I think I'm going to let them take care of that. I need to stay here.
Very good. Let's go inside and draw up some blueprints, eh?
I can't wait to see what you're actually planning. Let's
Yes,
go.
Let's do it.
As he goes inside with you.
And she sneaks away successfully.
Oh yeah, she does.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Star Wars transition wipe. Who wants to go next?
I will, since I'm going to the store.
Okay.
Back to the store.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna knock on the door politely, because that's what you normally do. Ding!
Greetings.
Got your goods back.
Oh, thank you.
He said come here and have you pull the thing off, but I was never intending to give him back. He's got to come back and get him if he wants.
Him?
Oh, right! We never had this conversation. He's a gnome. Uses magic and disguises. Thinks he's funny.
Nikolai?
Yes, that's the one.
Do I
The
lie?
The question of the ages.
Or do I tell the truth? I'm going to tell the truth anyway. It don't matter. Well, you see, he's small, sticky-fingered little shit. His name is Elvin something something. I can't remember because I never asked him what his last name was.
Would you like my full name? I actually have my notes.
No. Like, I never asked you character-wise.
Alvin, Tana, Ash Hearth, Squiss and Squatch, Pock, Ludwig, Timber, Stumble Duck, Frog, Lindenhoff.
Stumble Duck!
No, but like, I never learned it as Father Solomon. I just know your first name.
Right.
Yeah, Elvin. He's from some sort of
Cheez-Its.
Schreier Town thing. I don't know what the fuck they call it.
Schreier Town, yeah. You pretty much got it.
Yeah. He's gnome, and speaking of Nikolai, I think I just met him. He was passed to me, and I strung his little ass up on a flagpole.
Will that hat fit you? I was just thinking that, seeing as Alvin wears a fez, it's not quite a fez, but it's pretty close. That actually kind of works.
Need a buckle in the front.
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe some shoes with a buckle.
You want it?
I'm pretty sure I own an actual fez, though, so I should...
Okay. Just bring that with you.
That being said, Mr. Stingman,
It's
You
red
wouldn't
and
happen to
black.
have any bottles of vile smelling things, do you? That can be used as a...
We don't do that. This is the magic shop of magic.
You got anything magically smelly?
I might have a scroll of stinking cloud. Okay. He finds and sells you a spell scroll of stinking cloud.
What does that run me? Or what do they run?
What level spell is Stinking Cloud?
I don't know. You just said stinking
I
cloud.
think it's like second or third level.
I think so. Wrong book. Where the fuck did my player's handbook go? Here it is.
Right in front of you.
I just realized what I could fucking do with it.
Great.
Want to fill me in?
I was so ready for
With
this
the
to be
wording of that.
relatively quick, and also so very.
Oh, we've
I
pretty
was
much
very
done
much
everything.
content.
We're just fucking
And
around
how
with
long
the
have we
part.
been playing together?
Yeah, I said I was
mean-
prepared. I was also prepared for this to go on for a long time. That's why I wrote down Alvin will be pranked by Nikolai.
Third level.
With third level? Okay, so that means third level. How much does a spell scroll cost for third level?
What?
Shit!
If mine works good, what is it?
Treasure Hoard, challenge of 11 to 16.
That's not what we're looking for.
Fucking hell. Fuck. Alright.
Stinking Cloud, third level conjuration. 20-foot radius sphere of yellow nauseating gas centered on a point within range. It spreads around quarters, and its area is heavily obscured. The cloud lingers in the air for the duration. 1 minute.
That's more than
a
enough.
third
Each
level,
creature
third
that is-
level spell is an uncommon item, so the equivalence to that price.
Each creature that is completely within the cloud at the start of its turn must make a Constitution saving throw against poison. On a failed save, the creature spends its action that turn
So
retching
what would
and
you say is
reeling.
an uncommon price?
Uncommon price?
Shit, sorry.
You've been looking up this a lot more. How much, on average, are uncommon items?
Oh, I don't know about magic stuff. I've literally been looking at the prices of livestock.
Gotcha.
Do you know how cheap a fucking chicken is?
Yeah.
It's 2 copper pieces. I was like, how many chickens would I have to buy to not
Do I
break the
just give
platinum?
100 gold piece per level then?
I honestly don't think it's quite that expensive.
Whoa, hey. Dang, we could have bought a sailing ship.
Yeah.
I did look at ships. By the way, 500 chickens is how many you'd have to buy to not break a platinum.
What's 2 for a copper?
Or a copper for 2.
Say 500
Or-
chickens?
1 for 2 copper. Sorry.
Alright, what is the price of
Very
an
also
uncommon
determines the
item?
base price of a magic item. Its value of common worth are 100 GP. Uncommon ones are worth 500 GP. Wow. All right. So 500 GP for an uncommon.
Okay.
So we'll just give him 5 platinum?
All right, then, if you want, yeah.
Yeah, it's 500 GP.
Yep, there you go.
Right?
5 platinum is 50 gold.
Because it's 10.
Oh, 10. Okay, yeah, that makes it a lot easier on me.
500 gold pieces for an uncommon item.
Yeah, so 50 platinum.
Mm-hmm. And that was just by a quick Google search. I'm willing to run with it. All right, so your 20,000 is minus 500.
If I written down, I've got half on me and half on me. Or I had half on me.
Yep.
Got less than that after buying all the shoes.
Yep.
But yeah, no. I'm going to get back on my broom. Thanks again. You're a real treat. If you're in dry film, look me up. I'm right next to the castle.
I'm sorry, what?
What? Oh, I said
Bless
if you're
you.
ever in
Thank you.
if you're ever in Dryfell,
Sorry.
feel free to look me up. I'm next to the castle. I'm on vacation.
That can go in so many ways.
Oh, you
have
keep
no
secrets,
idea.
right? I'm gonna look around, make sure there's no other patrons.
Yes.
I'm the High Priest of Dryfell. Bye.
Walks out without. Claims to be the holiest man in the land. Refuses to elaborate and leaves.
Oh no, not the holiest in the land. I just I
Technically,
paid
yes,
him. I paid him his
actually.
money. I gave him his glasses back. And I'm coming back with something far greater.
All right.
He made out like a bandit because he can resell those glasses to Elvin. Like, I got in the store, he sent them and kicked my ass.
All right.
Gets back on broom. Rides
Kalu, Roland, is there anything you two want to do while these assholes are fucking planning a fucking prank raid?
No, Kalu's done everything he needs to.
All right, then.
I think Roland's going to go into the Silver Bear Guild and kind of go in the common area, get something to eat, and kind of just chill and relax.
All right.
And at some point in time, attune to the boots.
Fair enough. So, I guess in that case, the only thing that we have to do before we move on with the actual story is to determine what happens with your prank. So, Omen, Alvin.
Yep.
Preferably in as quick a manner as you can, how do you proceed with this?
Oh, I'm going to ignore him. I'm going to attempt to sneak into this man's room. I'm going to have to figure out which one it is. And set down the scroll with a glyph of warding so the next person that walks in, it triggers.
Whose room?
Nikolai's.
Oh, gotcha.
Well,
It's kind of like a shared barracks.
It
type
is.
thing.
It's going to hit whatever's in there, but that's where the epicenter is going to come from.
Do you have any idea how much damage a Glyph of Warding does?
Well, it can be used as a trap trigger instead of damage, too.
Okay, that is true.
So I will mention that I'm not really willing to have a second spell on a spell scroll, but you can put the Glyph of Warding on an item that's next to it.
That's fine. That'll trigger it off. Yeah. Just right next to the door frame, just hidden away a little bit. And...
All right.
And so I suppose the Glyph of Warding would be right in that door frame, right when you go through it. Just... So you... Fuck!
Okay.
Bless
you.
And again.
All right. So where's my backpack go? Oh, it's right here. Mini donut soda. Still cold for me in my frozen cup. Okay, so the quick rundown of mine. Get the robes, enchant, is there like a breast pocket?
No, I think them more like a graduational ceremonial robes type of stuff.
So there's no pockets on this?
No, but there's plenty of spaces for pockets.
Alright, well I saw a little pocket just on the inside of the breast. Let's see. Pass it off to Galoran. He goes and shovels shit. We have Ryza run it back in, put it in place.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get Ryza to go, okay, Ryza, ask him to put on his nice robes to show off to everyone.
Okay. And a backup plan for when she tells you that he's not likely to do that because you're still here.
Tell him the Tsar's coming.
Ooh,
because it's not a DM, oh, you're not going to get the prank off. It's literally like Nikolai knows you are lying to him about the chickens on top of the carriage.
Does he?
Well, he knows you!
I didn't even do a deception check.
Again, it's one of those...
He knows what you are and what you're capable.
A prankster that he knows you're going to get him back. He knows you're not going to reveal what it is.
Yes. Okay.
He's going along with it, but he knows that's not what it really is.
He took a 10 on it.
So
got it.
So it's one of those instances where
he knows it's coming. He just doesn't know what it is yet.
Yeah. That's basically it. So, he'll put on. He'll get his trousers down from the flagpole and put those on.
Mm-hmm.
But
until that's what we should use.
Yeah, but until
I should have fucking put the scroll on then. I was thinking about it, be like trigger as soon as you go to grab.
Oh, you know what I need to get is a sending stone to give to one of those two, and just the next time he puts those robes on, they just go, all right, release.
I mean, you can. You've got time. By all means.
All right, I got one more job for you, Galoran.
Mm-hmm.
Galoran.
Yeah.
How much is a sending stone cost?
If I remember correctly, sending stones were uncommon items, about 500 GP.
All right.
per stone.
50 platinum.
Yeah, 50 platinum.
50 platinum per stone.
I can't trust that much to a kid. I'm gonna go to the magic shop of magic.
Okay.
I'm gonna go in.
Greetings.
I'm dressed in my most noble clothes.
Of course.
Yes. Hello, I'm here in pursuit of a very particular item.
Mhm.
I would like a sending stone.
Ah, of course, of course. But before we proceed,
He pulls out the picture. Like,
have you seen this?
and of course, it's a rough sketch of what you looked like when you let off a fucking smoke bomb
Does
and
this?
stole the glasses from him.
As
Snake would know
when
my
I was
description.
disguised.
Yeah.
I go, oh, she looks dreadfully familiar. I passed through here some weeks ago, and I think I might have seen her digging? I can't quite recall.
Interesting.
Fact check this bitch, Mr. Snake Man. Fact check this bitch.
I think she might have been burying something in one of the gardens, or perhaps just digging something up.
I'd be willing to give a reward for her.
A bounty, you say?
Indeed.
How much?
Oh, it depends on how much she's stolen, of course. But I would be willing to compensate for your time, Mr.
So,
He doesn't know that I dropped his name.
are we gonna metagame or not?
My name is Dorlin Zinyaris.
Because that's the brother-in-law.
Yes, it is.
Darlin. We don't get many gnomes around here.
How do you not? Schreiertown is...
Schreiertown is still a good, 2 days away.
Oh. Okay.
Love how he says it in characters like, but Schreiertown's just a little way away. And I also told him it's from Schreiertown or some shit.
I mean, I've traveled a long way, but it seems like there's a bunch of them right there.
Yeah, so for reference, Nikolai and Alvin were the only two gnomes in this part of the Heroes Guild outposts.
That he knows of.
The rest would have been human and, elf and stuff like that. But mostly human. Snake Man is going to slither from across and kind of slither up to you, slither and lean down. He's going to look.
Tell me, friend, you wouldn't happen to know someone called Alvin, would you?
Oh, God. Yeah, that's my brother-in-law. Did
All
he
right,
steal
so-
something from you? God fucking damn it, Alvin. God fucking... I could probably find him.
Plural. Gods.
How much are you offering? Because I might just turn him in.
So, you are now going to need to choose between deception and performance, because he is insight checking you.
Yeah, if you could, that'd be...
Because he does remember you from the last time you were here. Because remember, you did show up into the magic shop of magic before going back in there in disguise.
Here's the thing, is my brother-in-law was also in town.
Not in Stormwind he wasn't.
Wasn't he?
No, he was completely in Town.
Didn't he come back with us and then ride back on his own?
Oh, yeah, well, they're out about. I'm going to use my
That was not. He didn't come with us to.
Dirty 20.
Okay,
He didn't-
Snake Man, don't let me down here.
He
Don't
didn't
let
come
me
to.
down. He probably will.
He didn't come to Stormwind. He came to the Dragon's Forest and had.
Oh, yeah, he did go back.
Here's the problem. It's a 17, and I'm not willing to give him anything more than a 3.
Uh huh.
So, you know what? I'm going to, as the last genuinely nice thing that you're probably going to see from me for a while, I will let you decide if a 17 plus an unknown number of intelligence is enough to see through your dirty 20.
Well, hold on. Do we have Volos? Aren't the Yontian Volos?
They are.
He's doing.
I'm an
It- it-
exceptional
it's-
liar.
It's one of those instances where
I'm a right.
I never really wrote down this character's stats because they're
No, I get it, but
need to.
I mean,
If I will tell you what, if the Yonti gain a bonus to like intelligence, because I believe that's what insight's based off of.
yeah.
If they gain a bonus to intelligence, then he'll see through you. If he doesn't, then I'll let you decide if he sees through you.
I just realized.
What? Let's see here.
What'd you realize?
This ring will protect me from the skulls.
They could.
It will.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I allow them to communicate with me.
All right, my fate lies in the balance.
Intelligence increases by 1.
Fuck. So I got a 21.
Yep. We'll say we'll say that he matches and meets the AC required to see through you.
Alvin.
And his snake maw just like grins and like slithers up, and he's like,
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just gonna bring my business elsewhere.
Uh-oh.
the magic barrier is now over the door and the windows.
Let's have a chat, shall we?
You have something to say to me?
And he reaches out because he put the glasses in his breast pocket. He pulls these out and like jingles them a little bit and slides them back in.
Fucking Solomon.
Stole those from me.
Do you want them back?
This is how I get the justice of the Raven Queen to be known. I make him go face his fucking wrongdoings.
You can't prove I ever had those. Which I didn't, for the record. Now, maybe my brother-in-law did.
I heard from one of our big spenders that you had these in your possession and asked.
If you're not going to buy anything,
I came to buy something and you assaulted me. I'm here for a sending stone.
oh, of course.
Right this way. And he opens it up.
1,000 gold pieces.
Let me...
I knew it.
I left my wallet in my other carriage. Can I step out and come right back?
By all means.
Alright, I leave.
You attempt to leave and you run into the magical barrier.
Oh! How foolish of me. I forgot to put that down.
Yeah.
Remember, Alvin.
You can leave now.
I don't know who we're talking about, and I just leave.
In his head, fuck you, Solomon!
I'm going to go get a bunch of orphans and help them to learn the value of arson.
Arcane fire magic, anybody?
Right?
Like this bottle of high-proof alcohol.
I should have fought him. I think I could have killed him.
You probably could have. It's not like he's like. We've already established that he doesn't have weapons in the place.
Would I get soft locked if he dies and then we can't let the shields down to let me out?
I mean, yes. Like you'd eventually be able to get out because people will want to get in and they'll see you trapped in there with him.
Help, let me out!
this
I've been eating
corpse
this snake
is a
for
spell.
weeks!
You get just enough experience points to level up, and you just.
Are there any other magic shops in town?
Not really. No, he's cornered the market here.
Fuck.
There are people who can enchant, like there are enchanters,
Here
but
you
no
go,
one to really
Hobbs
sell
and
like
Forbes.
items. That's in Captain's Port.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go to an enchanter.
All right.
I'm gonna say, how much would it cost for you to make a sending stone?
Can you not make one yourself?
I don't think I can. I definitely faked it once.
Pretty much every enchanter kind of looks at you dumbfounded. Like, it'll be cheaper to buy it at the magic shop of magic.
Oh, it absolutely won't. It'll be, brainstorm. I go to Nikolai. Nikolai, can I be honest with you?
No.
I don't think you have ever been, but you are honest in your dishonesty, which I appreciate.
The chicken thing was a ruse.
Oh! I had no idea.
You should have said it was a rooster.
Ruse. I don't really have...
I think you mean it was a ruse.
He probably
Yes.
would have.
Uh,
He probably would have cocked it up anyway.
yeah.
It would have won a foul.
Oh, shut the cluck up.
Right.
It
Nikolai,
requires a feather touch, which he just doesn't have.
Nikolai, I'll be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have a good prank.
Oh, bullshit.
Until now. But I need your help to carry it out.
Oh.
Against you. It's counterintuitive.
You'll love it.
It'll be the best prank yet.
I doubt it.
I just need you to go to the magic shop of magic and buy a sending stone.
He found out you stole from him, didn't he?
Allegedly.
As an aside, there is a such thing as zone of truth.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Like, Nikolai knows about that, but out of respect for the prankster lore and the prankster bond, he doesn't use it on Alvin.
Alright. I present...
No, but
Yeah.
the shopkeep could have.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I present 51 platinum, and I go, if you can get me sending stone, you can keep the extra platinum for yourself.
Done deal. He walks over to Kalu. Hey, big man, it's less conspicuous if a giant fuck goes and buys the sending stone than a second gnome.
Here's a 50 platinum and a silver piece.
You go.
Fuck, did he just dropship that?
Fucking from the side of the damn building, just, hey, you can't do a brother like that.
Here, here's 50 platinum to buy a sending stone. And when you come back with the sending stones, I'll give you this, and we'll split the 51st platinum.
Let's see. Does Kalu want to do this?
Or I could just string up by the fucking pole again. I was like, I'll string up by your fucking pants. Oh wait, he's good.
He's not good.
Well, you know what I mean. He's lawful.
Yeah, he's lawful now.
Still doesn't mean I can't string him up by the pants.
For shenanigans.
Kalu will investigate how much the sending stone is. Just he'll turn around, walk off, go get it.
I go up to Kalu and I go, if you can haggle the price down, you can pocket the difference and not share it with Nikolai.
So now Kalu goes to the magic shop of magic.
Faster if you took my broom.
Or my mastiff.
Great! Oh, hello again. Are you going to buy something this time?
What'd the gnome do?
How much for your most ineffective sending stone?
He cocks a non-existent eyebrow.
Do you mean a rock?
A rock with a sending stone whip on it?
You don't have to go to the store for that. You can just...
Do you mean a rock with a string and a note on it?
To make it turn, we have your daughter.
It's like,
A rock,
Gloria!
a rock with a note just like tied around
that
it.
will see if you have
I mean,
a
technically
sending
it is a standing
stone
stone.
that will
I could have hired literally any orphan to do this better than you.
do a
You want something that says whatever
secondary
he says in
target,
reverse or a different
not the
tone?
one that is named.
You might have to
So
say that
you
again.
want me
you have a
to
stone
give you a
confusion?
defective sending stone. One that will send a message to others but not your intended target.
Yes,
I don't deal in defective goods.
it's for Alvin.
He slithers over to where he keeps the sending stones. He takes out a pair of them. He grabs your hatchet from off your belt and goes. Fills in the cracks with some clay and shit.
So he could have just
For
used-
you, my friend, I must still reimburse the damages. But something tells me you have what I need.
I'm not paying full price. It's broken.
But it's for Alvin.
And how much is this?
Oh, just 500 gold pieces. But you, my friend, will get store credit. A lot of store credit.
Oh, hands over the 500 gold pieces.
Thank you.
You now have
a lot of store credit.
Gotta add that to my total.
you now have defective sending stones.
Is that what they call them these days? What, to get ball cancer? I mean, stone cancer?
Sending kidney stones.
Dude, you just pissed out a rock golem.
I know!
I think I heard it pop. It went.
Okay, so yeah, Kalu will return and
Broke it.
give only sending stones to Alvin.
So I feel like I have to officially I have to change the name for what this episode is going to be titled. Originally, it was going to be called "The Party's New Dues." I think I need to change it to "Prankception."
The pranker games.
Prank management.
Kalu's gonna be these were 1,500.
Say again.
Tandem to sending. Kalu will say how much. We'll tell him that they were 1,500 gold and just hand it to him.
Oh, I don't have that much. You should return it.
He's like, no, you owe me.
Wait. Nikolai's just going to give this like a little bit of a cocked look, and he goes, I think he's making a joke.
Oh,
I think he's making a joke.
that's great. Rock? Stone?
Go and get Boba.
Yeah, so you hand over the sending
Hand-
stones, I
Kalu
assume.
just hand him the Kalu hand him the sending stones.
Take a look at it. Can I tell anything's off?
I mean, you can
You
make
detect
a
magic?
You can make
I do
a
technically.
investigation or Arcana, I say.
I'd say.
It looks fine. Checks out. Good deal. Pocket it.
I'm just waiting for somebody to trigger that fucking thing. I'm staying out of range.
Now, what exactly?
You understand
is
the
this
first person who's
glyph of
going to
warding?
go up there is my other orphan who's planting the robe, right?
I don't care who it hits. It's going to hit a lot of people.
What was the glyph of warding spell that you used?
What was the trigger? Like, you had the rocks fall? I'm just making it trigger.
Everyone
the...
dies.
Well, that was an explosion.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought you just had rocks fall.
No, it was an explosion that triggered a cave-in specifically.
Okay, so I'm trying to do the non-lethal way. God damn it. I don't want the fucking...
Okay, so just so we can get my part out of the way real quick. For the rest of the evening, I get some orphans. I go, okay, you're gonna learn some carpentry with me,
Mm-hmm.
and then a montage of me like mounting the crossbow and making a little fence at the top, and then moving the benches up there to an observation deck, and then making a little loft, and then a table on the inside, so I van life my carriage.
Yeah.
And that can take all night.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end, I give each of the kids a platinum.
All right then.
How
There are 20 children in this.
Oh,
place.
fuck me. Okay. You know what? That's
Dude,
fair.
just give like a couple silver.
Okay, because
The children are our future.
Yeah, because if you remember, there were approximately 25 orphans that Zavana was taking care of.
Mhm.
So I can place it on a scroll.
Oh, you can? Does it specifically say you can put it on a
I
scroll?
can put it on a book or a scroll as long as it
And
closes.
the other two, my co-conspirators are each going to get 2 extra platinum apiece.
Gotcha.
When you cast, you
Um,
can describe a creature is either upon a surface, such as a table, or a section of the floor wall, or within an object that can be closed, such as a book, or a scroll, or a treasure chest.
Does it say anything about non-magical items or surfaces? Like, does it list that at any point? Because if it doesn't, I will allow it.
I'll allow it.
Well, this one is more of a I just don't like it. But if it doesn't say it can't be magical, then I let it go.
Well, especially because it's gonna like trigger with like the first person that walks by it.
Yeah. Can you pass the Cheez-Its?
I can, with the ward, for example, the
I was
ward could
hoping
be
Zach would
set
would
off
jump in,
by
but
aberrations or drow or
I
alignment.
can get
You
up.
also
I just have
choose
to move this
set conditions
now.
for creatures that don't
I mean,
trigger
I've
such
eaten
as
some, so I'll be.
those who say a certain
What?
password. So I can do a bunch of stuff. So it's
What's
just
that?
going to be for
What did you
I
say?
mean-
Sorry, I didn't. I was distracted.
Gotcha.
when you inscribe the glyph, choose
Oh.
explosive rune
Wait,
or a
wait.
spell glyph. It's going to be a spell glyph.
But it doesn't say anything about like
I mean,
you
I
can't
didn't
place
say
it
so,
on an
so
item
they
that's
pass us
magic,
some
right?
chooses and-
It doesn't say anything about that.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then yeah, you can
Nice.
throw on the spell scroll.
I mean, it's a crappy
I don't
joke,
I
but
don't
still.
like it, but fuck it. It's prankception. So
So
you're
it's going to be trigger set spell and gnome. So if either of the two gnomes lock in there, it's going off.
and what's the spell do?
It's the noxious cloud.
Okay.
Stinking cloud.
Yeah. I'm purposely using it for the stinky, not the damage.
Okay.
Oh, there's no damage, thankfully.
Oh, yeah. No, it's just gonna. All I hear, what's that?
also,
Because it's narrow corners too, for that 20-foot radius, it will flow through the fucking hallways. And you'll see it pouring up the windows. Oh, dear God!
Alright, so we've got construction montage, we've got the booby trap, we've got the eater, and we have the the double agent.
See, I was totally told about this by you, the glyph warding. I have no intentions of using this glyph warding for combat. I solely took this to fuck with you. But now I'm
Yeah,
using
glyph
it.
warning doesn't work in
Worth
battle
it.
anyway.
If I said it beforehand,
Yeah.
I know it will, but this is...
So,
Oh yeah, I'm gonna give Kalu the Ring of Feather Falling.
oh, Carlo, you now have a ring of featherfall.
Nice.
I figured after that gouge or gorge thing that we tried to get down, instead of wasting a spell slot, you could have just jumped the crater around the tree.
True.
See, I just realized something. I don't actually know if there are spells out there that just increase or decrease the size of magic items. Because when it came to like clothing, we more or less had an unspoken rule that like things that fit a gnome wouldn't fit an orc.
Me.
This ring of featherfall barely fits on your pinky, Kalu.
I didn't buy it from me. It was just a ring I grabbed.
Well, I know. I was
That's
like,
fine.
yeah, because this ring right here barely fits on my middle finger. Like it barely fits on my middle finger. Like it doesn't fit on my pinky. Like it just slides right off.
You get pep-pets?
Does it fit on your
Is that one of those D20 rings?
toe?
It does not fit on my toe.
That's
Is
that's
that
definitely
one
what
of
I
those
was thinking
D20
of.
rings?
Hmm?
Is that one of those D20 rings?
No.
Okay.
Just Celtic knot.
Oh, that was quite a jump. You got scared, huh?
Well, the last time someone. Yeah, his tail is slowly going back to the the question mark. We're fine.
Oh, you don't give a fuck.
No, he knows he's
safe.
safe right here.
Khalil will go attune to this ring.
All right.
My feet's as cold as fuck.
See, that's why I have socks.
I have. Wait, actually, I got socks too.
I'm rather enjoying that. Okay. Did your place all has? Yeah.
Oh, no, I said I got socks too.
All right.
I had some. Oh, right in the balls! Get him, Beakers! Beakers, the nut
That was
destroyer.
like the fucking Mirror's Edge wall running, except he did it right across my chest.
Yeah, that's what Drake does. Like
He's the
literally.
ball destroyer.
Yeah, at one point in time, I was sitting right there. I was working on something here, and I just see him run like a fucking rocket, jump on a chair, the edge, and then he's running not on the back of the chair, on the couch, but the wall of it, and then he leaps from here to this chair, and then he sits
From
down.
the center cushion.
No, when he wants to, Drake fucking moves.
Yeah. He needs to stop eating his brother's food, though.
Oh, they eat each other's food at this point.
Yeah, Bessie still needs to eat more.
A little bit.
Maybe you should put him in a room by himself with a little more food.
Well, it's you know how cats are. Like if they don't want to eat, they don't eat.
Yeah.
So
that's true.
it's
Anywho, montage.
so yeah.
Montague.
So long story short, Nikolai stays mostly with the children at this point for looking out. Other members of the Heroes Guild come back and they relieve him, and he goes. He does go up to gather his things and is inspecting everything.
Is there a?
But he's gonna go through that door and then get hit, right?
Because that glyph is invisible until activated.
We haven't snuck his clothes back yet.
And fair enough. All right. So. He got a 17, but I want this to be funny. A 17 plus this stuff. But yeah, he just goes, This is not as funny as I thought it was going to be. I don't think this is... You know, I don't think this was Alvin. I do not think this was my friend. No. These would be a little more dynamic.
That one was simple.
Fucking shit, this stinks!
Okay, here's the thing though.
He just,
Like,
he just walks
the
right
cloud-
the fuck down.
This
He's gonna
thing,
smell.
this is a 20-foot diameter. It's a big area. Sorry, 20-foot radius. It's
Yeah,
a
how
big
big is
area.
that building? 'Cause
I mean,
it goes down a hall.
yeah, because it's gonna go around corners.
Oh, it will, and it does, and most of the entirety of the Heroes Hall is now covered in stink.
I assume everyone exits.
Yes, in
Time
fact.
for me to sneak in and plant the clothes.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
just so I made it more clear, I'm making that ring of mind stuff disappear with an action. That's what it tells me you can do, so it's invisible.
So, you sneak in. Now, tell me, this noxious cloud, what's the saving throw you need to do?
Oh fuck, what is it? I had it up.
I think it's based on your
Spellcasting.
your saving throw.
Yeah, but there's also a saving throw with the
For like
For
not
a scroll.
A set one.
stink cloud. It's a range of 90 feet actually.
Oh no, that's
Or that's casting
that's
range.
casting
yeah.
range. It's not, but it's
not
20-foot
an area
radius.
of
Oh yeah, 20-foot radius. Duration for up to 1 minute. Class bard, sorcerer, wizard. I can fucking. Well, I'm not. Never mind. The creature spends its action to turn reaching and reeling. Okay, where the fuck is the saving throw?
I think it would be like a Constitution saving throw
Yeah, it is a
to
constitution
not
saving throw.
start.
Yeah, it's
hacking.
Constitution. On a failed saving throw, they start retching and everything, and
So
So what
it's based
is
on
your
the
saving
caster's.
throw?
It's based on the caster's saving throw.
oh,
Mhm.
shit, that's not.
I mean, you could use Rollins if you wanted to. He's got a pretty good high saving throw, but
Saving throw for what?
For you, what is
Spellcaster
your
saving
saving
throw.
throw?
Oh, for my spellcast?
Yeah.
Shit.
I'm probably just gonna climb in the nearest window to minimize.
probably like
the,
15 or 16 or something.
14.
14? Okay.
All right, he got a 17. So
Bless you.
Nikolai does not keel over hacking, but he does stink.
But
He
he
stinks
escaped.
nasty.
Alvin, you're going in there. Please make a Constitution saving throw against the stank.
Natural 20.
Damn it. So, Alvin, you do also stink a little bit going into the stink cloud.
Oh, he's still gonna stink with
But
the
you plant the rose.
If you got the poops in it, you won't smell it either.
Yeah, we got the
Because
poops in it. It's all set. I plant it, I scurry out to Nikolai, and I go, Nikolai.
Is there anyone else in this cloud?
Yes.
Everyone.
Quite a few of the... no, there wouldn't be.
Nazardine's not there, is he?
No.
Okay, good.
It would have been the humans who were getting back to start their shift.
Get the shift. Is it the evening shift?
Yes.
Fuck those guys. Because I'm evening shift.
So, thankfully, they would have been on the ground floor getting their stuff
Relatively
prepared.
far from it, yeah.
So a lot of them are able to escape the whole getting stanked. But, yes, Alvin.
Let's go to brothel and get special baths to clean this up. This wasn't me, by the way. I'm slightly more creative than this.
A little bit.
And we link arms and we skip off into the sunset to go get handies at the
I'm
brothel.
gonna tell Carlo I did it. It was simple and I hit multiple people.
I mean, I still have like 18,000 and some change gold to spend, so yeah, that's at the brothel.
So, Nikolai just heads over to a well. And he goes,
That is a lame approach, and I go to brothel.
he then follows you to brothel.
Alright.
You gonna give him the old stank dick?
Yeah, the old stanky dick.
So the morning comes.
Wait, don't get to roleplay the brothel?
No.
Wait, but how much do I spend? I go in and I go, I want a bath with your finest soaps and a couple of your finest girls. I give a big pile of money, fade to black. How much do I spend?
So the minivan's 2 in the front, 5 in the back.
Holy shit.
The minivan, yeah, 2 in the front, 5 in the back.
See, you gotta go for a cargo van now. You gotta go for one of those like church mission trip vans, where it's you got 2 and then you got 3, 2, 3.
We don't have enough fingers fat. If you really want to go,
You gotta start adding toes.
you go shuttle bus. 5 in the front, 5 in the back.
Train car. Just woo, whole arm. I was just thinking of a high capacity like vehicle, but yeah, if you want to like steam piston. Jesus Christ. The one fucking episode I'm on camera for in months. So this is
Or the other one, you want to be a truck driver, you get your whole hand up in there, you grab one or something.
we call that the Ottawa blockade.
And then you got
Who's gonna add that to our dictionary?
Church is about to start. Somebody's gotta go pull the cord for the bell. Bang bong! Bong bong!
That's the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
What the hell is that? That's like giving him the Superman.
What is the Superman?
Oh, you're about to... No, you're about to bust it. You make sure you're hitting her from behind, so you come on her back and make sure she passes out with it stuck to her back. The sheets.
Okay.
And then when she wakes up with it stuck to her back, she'll have a cape.
When your parents say no food in bed and you find dried yogurt on their bed sheets.
Or it's the Spider-Man, you're about to come, you pull out in your hand and be like...
He said he hated my guts. That's okay, he couldn't reach them anyway.
Then the super offensive one is the zombie punch.
Why did she let him try? Anyway,
So,
how much
Zombie
was
punch is
that?
morbid.
It starts at
Well, she's blowing you, you flip it
26.
like
Wait,
punch
a
on
brothel's
edge,
in
just,
there?
I'm doing this by the Food, Drink, and Lodging, and I'm doing this by...
I'm gonna
A
lodge
bo-
something, alright?
So a bottle of... I'm taking this by, like, you know, fanciest stuff. Like, so
nasty
a
one,
bottle of
nasty
wine,
white wine.
10 gold piece. A
Release it there
meal,
and shove it back
aristocratic is 2 gold piece. And then the... And then the item banquet, 10 gold pieces. And I'm saying that for, like, services rendered,
Do you
right?
think I'm spending any real money on these? Like, oh,
And then
okay.
the hireling, skilled, 2 GP per day, which I am switching to per hour because that's how prostitutes fucking work.
Wait, so you're telling me that these orphans who are unskilled labor, I paid a platinum.
You got gypped.
Yeah, you basically handed them like 2K for like 2 or 3 hours worth of work.
You know what? They're orphans. They could probably use the money.
Granted.
I mean, it's not like they're going to waste it at the brothel.
Hey,
They are
hey,
9-year-olds.
the good news is the Bear Guild's getting all their money back and then some.
Yeah.
I technically returned most of it.
I returned the bag.
Yeah.
So it's basically
26 gold.
it's 24, and then the 2 additional gold per hour of services rendered.
Per one.
Yes.
Okay, so 24 plus 3 girls,
1 cup.
One horse.
one bathtub.
One no.
That's a different video.
Three girls, one
gnome. Okay, I mean it's got to be a pretty thorough bath. We'll call it 3 girls, 2 hours, so that's 12 plus 24, 40.
And then you're paying for Nikolai.
Oh, and he was paying. Fuck that.
Right.
You know what? We'll call it 50 for the night, and he can get way less.
Okay.
You washed off at the well, buddy. You don't get the full treatment. Say you burned 50 gold.
Geralt of Rivia went to a fucking whorehouse, ran to the whore to get a bath. They do it.
Well, you know, in Red Dead Redemption too, you go and you pay an extra quarter for the deluxe bath when a woman comes in, and I don't think that's sexual. I think she just helps bathe you.
Feels good though.
I've never pushed my luck with the bath maids in Red Dead.
Is that an option?
I don't know. I haven't pushed it.
So after that, you enjoy your time. Well, actually, roll a Constitution saving throw per woman.
Per hour.
Well, it's a good start.
That's a 12.
Oh, a 12.
That's a dirty 20.
All right.
That's a 6.
So
He's walking out with
Well,
some
that,
STDs.
I mean, well, I mean, it makes sense. The first one, you're getting warmed up. The second one, you know,
So you hit your stride. Last one
The-
just
the-
burned
the-
out.
The third one, you're pretty drained. So,
that
And
one
then
is not enjoyable for anyone except the prostitute who's getting money.
yeah.
And then the next hour. Well, the first hour is the bath, and the second hour is you know.
I will accept
I suppose I'll change my spell list to contain.
Cure disease.
Yes.
I mean,
I'm charging 1,000 gold per though.
they're reptiles. I'm a mammal. I don't think it's going to go like that.
this. Oh, they've also got tieflings.
Oh, that was an option?
Yeah.
I thought we were talking dragonborns, but yeah.
That's the majority of
One
them.
of
but
those should be a
it's equal to
tiefling, and it's
suppose
going to be
it's
the middle one.
Later in the evening, too, yeah?
Hmm?
Just later in the evening.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get on my broom, fly somewhere really high where it's really hard to get and fucking pass out.
Oh, the Sarah approach.
I mean, that's one way to get high in D&D.
Well, I'm going to go back to my hashtag.
You do know that you'll
van
fall,
life.
right?
I'm saying on top of something really high.
Oh.
Get somewhere really high.
Oh,
Go-
okay. So you're not sleeping on the fucking broom.
Go-
Okay.
top
No,
of the
if that
castle
was
tower.
the case, I would have used the cloak with the broom and just... And I'm stuck there.
So you get on top of.
Tallest fucking
Mount
neck.
Smoky.
Well, I'm assuming that doesn't include the palace, because they will spot you.
You won't.
Oh, the guards will. So that would be the Terra's Inn. Terra's Inn is kind of like a cross between a tavern and a casino.
Sounds like really tall.
Oh yeah. Got like 4 stories up. 4 or 5 stories.
I'm gonna go inside, rent a room, throw down a plat. I think that's what we cover, right? Or they're more expensive. I thought a plat's
A
100.
platinum.
I'm pretty sure it's like 2 or 3 silver for a decent room.
Well, this
8.
would be 8. 8
8.
for something like this.
It's because I'm sleeping on the roof, not in the intended spot.
All right, so you give him a massive tip.
You're like,
He was never here.
Who?
What?
rented a room in my name just so people think I'm literally.
Now, do you actually want to sleep outside in the cool breeze?
Well, of course, I have the room key in that. I'm gonna go take the bedding in that and then go out the window if there's a window and then go top.
You're gonna steal the bed? Oh, just take it up top.
The bedding, yeah.
Just gonna take the fucking. All right.
Well, you've never stolen a pillow from a hotel?
I have not.
Technically, I paid for it.
I haven't stayed at a lot of hotels though, so I don't really travel.
You will sleep throughout the nights. Everyone, please roll for the yes.
I apologize. One final thing before going to bed. Roland is going to obtain some paper and a quill and ink,
Okay.
and he's going to write a note to the Tsar. And he's going to inform her that. Oh my gosh. Wow, it's okay. It's late. I'm having a break for it. Come on.
Cat's fucking laying in this thing. Already?
Nice, nice, nice. That's my dream.
20.
Very nice
Yeah.
indeed. Very
Nice.
indeed.
Given the night I had, the fact that I had to be
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
also a 20.
I can't wait to see my dreams in great detail.
Dang.
Was it a 20 on the Die of Destiny though?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
20
20,
is
but
a 20.
It's a 20, but not a crit 20.
Nice.
What'd you get?
21.
1?
I couldn't see from this distance. I'm sorry.
20. Come on, only one of the night.
Roll it, roll it,
This is
roll
really-
it, roll it, roll it, roll it.
Oh.
6? Oh.
You see what you did? You broke it.
That's fine. Are you kidding? I'm gonna live vicariously their dreams anyway.
We're still averaging pretty fucking high.
You want to take a spin at this?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You do have the choice to enter their dreams now. You have that choice.
I know. I know.
Like you literally have the choice to bypass that role and just enter one of their dreams.
I mean, you can
Protection
join my
should,
dream, but
protect
you'll
me
be
from that.
scarred for life.
Oh my gosh. What?
Because
Okay.
no one can enter my
What's
So-
his
with the protection.
That anatomy is not correct.
name? Yeah. Just enter his dream. Yeah. You wish.
I know
Whom
a
are
lot
you
about
thinking
reptiles.
Our undead druid friend.
Arfel.
Arfeld, yes, I know.
Isn't
Which
he
is why,
dead?
which he was connected to my character, which is why I'm like, no. Oh,
You
so
my friend.
I'm gonna write a letter to the Tsar, let her know that that his corpse no longer walks this earth,
Wait, are we doing dreams tonight?
and her
Or is that
vengeance
next
is
Briefly tonight.
her vengeance is served.
To what vengeance do you refer?
Well, she was the one that that's why she gave me the staff of the adder to kill him.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, well then. So we will.
Now I
briefly-
do know, and Roland knows that he is obviously not her daughter's father. That belongs to some other blue-eyed adventurer,
Yeah, it does.
and so he does know that she tried to deceive him, but he agreed to the mission, and well, the result's the same.
Fair enough. Whose dream wants to go first?
your boy.
Alvin, all right.
Yeah.
Clang,
Dreams are technically.
clang.
Oh, that's right. I don't get a wet dream. I have to go meet my god.
I got the ring of mind protection.
you find yourself
Unless I let you.
in the forge of the gods.
Honestly.
Standing before
It's
you,
you're
muscular
Yeah.
as though he is, you see
Um,
Gond.
It's one of those things
The
where
god
I'm
of the
asleep
forge.
and you gotta knock at the door, and if I answer, I answer.
All due respect, Your Holiness.
We'll have to have
I was hoping to get
secret
laid tonight.
again.
Again.
Ah,
What was it?
getting laid
Beer.
in a dream is but only a.
Well, it's nice. It's very nice. Not going to lie.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. You know what? I feel
Yeah.
good.
I also
Even
actually
if
did
it's your
it. That's why I thought
talisman.
I'd have a dream about it.
Well,
I go into very gratuitous detail
Because I still
explaining
have to
to
let
my holy person all the raunchy sex I had.
Oh, laddie, laddie, you got it. Oh
I also
man,
realized that it'll
And we've
should
got
protect
this
me from
move we call
skulls.
the Forge, where we...
you know what?
no, that is not
More
the forge.
Insanity points.
Come back later. I may show
Yeah,
you
no, that's
the
good.
forge.
Let me tell you, when I stuck it in there, it burned.
I didn't even catch the first part of that, and I heard that, and I'm like,
It doesn't matter.
Oh, did somebody have fun with the hookers and now has an STD?
I get a mark of Gond now, right? That's what...
You do.
Just before I put my papers away.
Yes, you
Oh,
do.
this is my third one.
He's got a mark of
Do you
gonorrhea
know what that means?
I get a gun.
Yes.
and gonorrhea.
The
Cannon.
Dude, that's sick.
the position is called the forge. It gives you gonorrhea real quick.
How long does it last? About a couple fortnights?
Couple forge nights. So
Yeah, when he pisses fire, he really.
But yeah, Gond explains to you the importance of the forge, and through this dream, you construct a flintlock pistol.
Nice.
How fucking
He gets one
Fitting.
shot. It does 1d6 damage with no modifiers, and it takes 2 rounds to reload. And you'll still be more effective than you. No, I'm just kidding.
You're not gone, but you're...
I
said.
hate it when that happens.
No.
Is it too tight?
I think I'm packing too much wood in here. Yep, there it is.
Not very often you get to say that.
Now, for the most part, Gond does say this, however.
Oh, there's my other pencil.
Oh, thank you for finding my pencil, laddie.
Yes.
I've been looking all over for that.
It's behind your ear.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, continue literally my deity.
Well, I've got important news for you. I've seen where you're going.
You don't like it.
I don't like it at all.
You know,
Your
you weren't...
family is in danger.
The only person who was supposed to watch was the other Dragonborn. Are we talking about the same thing, Your Holiness?
Your family may be in danger.
Ooh, that's bad.
The place you're going is about to be... let's just say that people are... Well, not even people, really. Are coming, and they're going to take full advantage of Dreifel's reputation, shall we say.
Changelings.
Warforged, actually.
Oh, that's so much better.
Wait, Warforged changelings?
They're on the move.
See, he didn't tell me this, but this is unironically an amazing tie-in for my backup character if Alvin goes kaboom.
The Warforged are making their way to Dreifel with siege engines in tow. That thing is going to be
No.
very useful to you.
Oh,
Be prepared.
no.
Fucking Luke with the lightsaber.
So, we already figured out that if you fall asleep in a dream, you go even deeper or you die. What happens if you kill yourself in your own dream? Right in front of your deity.
Yes, Supreme. Yes.
That's definitely what I was doing. Yeah.
And pray that, well, you've already technically done that. Language in the mortal tongue is very difficult. So imprecise. Don't suck
Are you
when you're
also
building a
Eastern
gun.
European now?
I've been doing Nikolai for so fucking long that the stereotype accent for Gond is kind of moving along over to where Nikolai used to be.
You always looked like a Romanian, but that accent went from Slav to Scot. You just skipped right the fuck over.
Mash all the languages together. What?
Yeah. But Gond warns you that for whatever reason he sees an inactive Warforged at your father's hands a lot.
Awesome.
And well, the Warforged are about to siege the kingdom that your family and soon-to-be new nephew are staying at.
Oh, it's a nephew? Have we made that canon?
He goes, "Oh,
Oops.
wait, was I
Spoiler alert.
not supposed to mention that?"
Oh, great. Did you seriously do the whole Hagrid? I shouldn't have said that.
I should
not
I shouldn't
have said that.
Would have been funnier if the Falcon did it. Knows exactly what this weapon is. Doesn't know what this weapon is. Should know something.
So canonically, my god just watched me bang 3 whores, gave me a gun, and spoiled the gender of my sister's kid.
Yeah, he's trying to do you some GT Gnome.
What a fucking evening.
He's trying to get you to go out Grand Theft Warforged.
Yeah, right. Grand Theft Auto, Dryfell. No, Grand Theft Carriage.
San Andreifel?
Right.
San Andreifel.
No.
So yes, specifically, he uses your imagination to form a gun that you have to then build within the next couple of days. Well, not within the next couple of days, but you can.
We have the technology.
Yeah, you can build this gun within a couple of days because you know how it's constructed.
Oh,
It's
shit.
really
Funny.
I forgot to put a metal forge inside my chariot. Not chariot.
Carriage.
Carriage. The other one.
You know, if we stop in camp, if you've got the metal for it, we can make a clay one when we're out there with the fucking dirt.
See, but that sounds like building something, and I already have an RV.
It literally takes like an
hashtag RV
hour
life.
when you stop.
You know what's hilarious, right? Is that, I mean, I could just summon a couple of golden eagles, turn to one myself, and just fly all of us over to Dryfell in like 2 days.
I could fly on my broom
Yeah.
and get there sooner.
I spent so much goddamn money
I
on
know.
an entire fleet of vehicles.
Yeah.
And you motherfuckers are just gonna fly there?
I'm just saying, it's a possibility. I mean, we could just leave you, you know?
I mean, I could get on my broom. You could shape into something small. I'll take you. Fucking.
Or I could just shape into a bird, take Kalu, you could fly on the broom, and we could just, be there in a couple days.
Let him trek it out for a week.
By the time Alvin gets to Dryfell,
It's just been conquered by the Warforged already.
Everything's just over.
He's a knight. I'm still me.
What I was thinking is that
Cousins and Knight.
he gets out of his carriage. There's this steam, like this smoke rising out from the door. He comes out. It's like his red eyes and shit. He's got a gun like
The
Warforged man.
I'm literally a midget with an RV and a gun.
And you're bald. Are you Walter White? You gotta jump out in your tiny one.
No, hold on. You're no. Oh, come on. Who's Bill's brother from Kill Bill? You know what I'm talking.
I'm talking about the Breaking Bad.
You're
guy.
him. He
Like
was.
the Breaking Bad guy, but with sideburns.
Oh.
If only I were an alchemist, an artificial alchemist.
So let's.
That's a good idea for
So
a character
Kalu-
build, just a meth cook.
So Kalu, you find yourself when you wake up in the same room that you fell asleep in. Only it's more. It's more when Frodo puts the One Ring on, where all of the physical structures have this waving mist that's like clinging onto things and flapping around a little bit, and you see the figures. Yes.
Roland's going to enter his dream.
Okay.
All that he's going to do is he's not going to interact with the dream itself or Kalu, but he's just going to check for like damage, because the last time that I went into his dream there was a lot of tears. He's going to make sure that everything is fine.
So
You're checking to make sure the place is up to code.
I just want to
I'm
make sure
worried
he
about
doesn't-
the structural integrity of the stream.
I'm making sure he doesn't have like permanent damage.
So, the area around you is very much, it's exactly the same. But all of the people that were going to sleep around you are not there. But there are I believe it was the 4 figures, the 4 shadowed figures that you know of. You've got the shadowed figure of Prince Leon, the shadowed figure of Drachor, the shadowed figure of Unzaz, and the shadow figure of that one asshole, Duke.
Of Hazard.
Yeah, Dork.
Dope.
The
Yeah.
dorks
Stab
of
him.
Hazard.
Yep.
Stab him.
Well, you absolutely can. The moment you stab him, the shadowed figure becomes very, very apparent. You can see the outline of his facial features, and he's just grinning widely at you, and he's trying to get at you, but he just can't quite touch you. It's very annoying for him. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to show you this.
So, Roland, you do see this as well. You see the shadowed figures, and
If you don't get it, you have to pass the dad. He'll understand.
for the first time, you truly see. Alright then. For the first time, Roland, you truly understand the figures going on around you. It's kind of like you see these 2 pictures that are at 50% opacity.
Yeah.
You can make out the details of either one as you like start to
Focus on it?
Yeah, like you start to flex these horseman abilities. Your wolf counterpart is also there, and you are Roland as you were before you made the vow.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first time, you genuinely understand that this is Prince Leon. He was the one who was in the Sword of Vengeance before. And you see the other 3, who are the orcs that you saw and fought.
Mm-hmm.
2 out of 3. And they don't seem to care that you're there. You do see that they kind of are aware that you're around, but they don't pay much attention to you. They're paying very close attention to Kalu.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the shadowed figures will fade a little bit, and they kind of mold and bond with the world that you're standing in. And you find yourself with this far more difficult to kind of make out, but it's got these like curved and like hanging, like pointed things, and then it constructs more, and it looks more like a street with sharp fences and stonework, and you see a big shouldered cloaked figure walking the street. And you
Do I recognize where the street is from?
You do not. But the
Okay.
2 of you, and Carlo, you also now notice that Roland is there. But the 2 of you can kind of recognize the silhouette of Namzar, despite being cloaked. You see like it's basically vapor, in the shape of, let's say, 3 people, and they're kind of like in a little group huddle together, and they're just kind of like, oh, yeah, how you doing? Oh, what's up? But you can't hear anything. And Namzar approaches them, kind of like joins in a little bit, towering over these 3. And then you see this. He puts his hand on the shoulders of 2 of them.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure that I know which one Namzar.
Namzar's the one who got away. He's the one who tied up Kalu.
Okay.
Because he was the former leader who was...
Ran like a bitch twice.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. Gorn would also have been a part of those shadowed figures. I'm sorry, I forgot that Gorn was also killed by you.
Yes.
He was sitting off in a corner sulking.
Right?
Yeah, he's in the corner sulking. Yes,
But
he's
you
licking
see-
his wounds. He's
Right.
sulking.
So Namzar puts his just massive hands on the shoulders of the 2 on the side, and he does this. Slams the 2 together, then reaches out, grabs the 3rd one, and bites into his neck. And this kind of like this banshee-like shriek that could almost be mistaken for a steam engine if steam engines existed in this world. You know.
I'm sure we're familiar with the concept of steam escaping.
I'll accept that, yeah. And so...
Teapots.
Yeah.
I'll accept that. And that's when things kind of come into focus. You realize that the 3 figures were all wearing these like kind of like basic helmets. And then as soon as the first one he lets go, throws into the ground, just grabs the second one and does the same thing. While the other one is getting up and trying to stab at Namzar. And that's when the mist just kind of starts fading, and then Roland, if you look over at Kalu, you see the black cloak and the pauldrons and the crown and clearly the effects as though he had taken the oath of vengeance.
The cape billowing in a non-existent wind.
Yes.
That is an item. Cape of billowing.
Yes, it is.
If that's the item I think it is, it's a funny fucking item.
That's all it does. Is it just billows
Yeah,
no matter
yeah.
what the wind.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Just makes you look epic.
Mm-hmm. Now, is there anything the 2 of you would like to comment on or engage in briefly before we move on to the final dream?
So is Kalu actually interacting with me, or is he still busy?
He's aware of you, and the
Okay.
mist is kind of dispersed, and there's kind of this black void that kind of shifts between like a black mist and a white mist keep on mixing and passing through
Yeah.
each other. It's very difficult to.
Kinky. You're making caramel baby mists.
So, well, Kalu's busy, so Roland's just gonna kind of. Can I roll insight to see if that was a memory or if that was a premonition?
Oh, you can most certainly roll Arcana.
Arcana? Okay.
Yeah, or Insight. Yeah, you can choose.
Well, insight I get a +9. Arcana I just have a +4. So
I'd say Investigation. Because Insight is about a person. This would be more like an investigation or an Arcana because you're analyzing information that you're being shown.
Okay, I'll go Arcana though, which will give me a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. It's not necessarily a view of the future. You kind of look back over and you think back. Oh, that's right. Kalu made a vow, and he just started walking in a direction. We went that direction. We found Namzar the first time. This is a subconscious version of that. We're not seeing what will happen or what has happened. We were seeing what was happening.
Ooh.
So that's actually... Okay, so almost like clairvoyance then.
Yeah.
But I don't recognize the street, huh?
No.
Okay. Are there any salient features that I could... like
It was very gothic in design.
Okay. What was the terrain like? Could I get...
Gravel road.
Gravel road. Okay, so I can't see much past the buildings, just...
No.
All right.
It was a very localized mist.
Okay. All right. I'm surprised you're not conjuring up Clarabelle or no what was her name?
Carmilla?
Carmella. Yeah. That's right, because every time you say that, I keep thinking of Vampire Hunter D.
Uh,
I always think of Carmilla.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised you didn't think of Carmilla, Kalu.
Those thoughts will come once he is gone.
Once who's gone?
Last one I had. The last one.
But you let him go.
for clarification, it's more like he got away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do I notice any evidence of the damage that happened the last time I was dreamwalking?
Yes. You see the occasional, like, off in the distance, there are these little, kind of like small tears, like that of a chicken scratch.
All right. Can I cast...
And through it you see a tiefling-esque character sitting in a bubbling tub going... Ooh.
Why is this singing Christmas music?
It's always Christmas where he is.
It's always the most wonderful time of the year.
So he's going to try and cast Healing Word on the tears.
All right. You reach your hand out. You say, "Begone, thought." And the hero's like, "No, don't close the door!"
Okay.
Congratulations, he's closed now.
Good. Is that the only one, or are there more?
Those were the only ones.
Okay.
I punished you enough for not being thorough the last time. This is good enough. Was that be all for your now shared dream? More of a vision?
And just for Roland's gratification, I'll just conjure an image of Carmilla.
You attempt to conjure an image of Carmilla. The mist forms into Carmilla. And she gives you that warm smile that you saw earlier in the day.
I think I'll leave you two alone. Sweet dreams, Kalu. And he's going to leave.
Omen,
Oh, great.
you hear the wing beats identical to the rhythm of a heart,
I know where this is going.
and you hear the rattling of chains as they hang limply. And you turn about,
I certainly hope they wouldn't hang stiffly.
and once again you are met with the disturbing image of your deity, the Raven Queen, in chains, hovering over an abyss.
Kinky.
A mask has been forcibly slapped onto her face and almost seems to be digging into her hair and flesh. And the gold chains...
Gold? I thought they were silver.
They're golden chains. Yeah. If I said silver, that was my mistake. They were always meant to be gold.
They've been like silver chains.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh.
My mistake then. They were meant to be gold.
Upgraded it.
Yeah. Yeah. They got paid a lot of money randomly.
Is there a difference?
I mean,
Gold conducts magic.
What?
that's just their color.
No, like gold is a good conductor. It holds better magic attunement and stuff to it.
Better than silver? I thought silver was like the ultimate.
Silver is great for monsters and shit, but holding the spells itself is gold. That's why the spell ring of holding is gold.
Okay.
But, yes. You remember the tombstone. You remember the graveyard. You remember the people, the lights, the silhouettes, and you find yourself going, hold on. You are shown this graveyard. Raven Queen herself is also with you, just kind of hanging out.
You're gonna do that small talk. So, how do we get you home? Your son misses you.
She does not respond to that.
Obviously.
But you see this. You see the.
Come here. I see what?
You see the graveyard in which you saw the tombstone originally, but it's far more clear, almost as if it's like less of this vague concept and more of a color-filtered version of just being on that graveyard. In fact, this is one of the only locations on Dreifel where individuals' tombstones were left behind, mainly as a memento for like the olden days.
Will I be able to see the street sign?
More or less, yeah.
It's got the name of the cemetery, so I can find it later.
Yep. Now let me remember which city it was.
I just need the name of the cemetery. I can ask the king
when I get. This would be Valinark.
Okay.
The Valinark that rests above Eruvel and faces the east, a little bit to the north.
So slightly northwest.
Yep.
That's one of the seasons directly under the top.
No, that's directly above the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Now, you do see in
Drake,
this...
shut up. Yes.
From here, you see a single cloaked figure walk past you with a bunch of flowers. And this figure stops one at a time at every tombstone, putting down flowers. Something of note. This hooded figure also has gold chains. There's a gold chain around the neck, on his elbows, on the hands, his knees, his waist.
Head, shoulders,
His
knees,
back.
and toes. If you don't want that.
Yeah. And the strange thing is, this cloaked figure almost resembles a fucking marionette. They're just walking by, chains rattling every once in a while with a light movement.
So I dispatched that one. You're set free.
Free him. Free your friend.
I just put two and two together. Fucking mind rape break right now.
I am interested.
That sword was also gold.
It was, yeah.
Who's my friend that used it?
Well, that would be Rawl.
Yeah? other things. My brain's going like 5 years right now.
Well, this character does kneel before, because this particular cemetery does also have the monoliths against the mountain wall, in addition to the tombstones there. So this figure does walk over and put down more flowers at like each of the monoliths.
Any other noticeable things that I can see about this person? If I actually tried to look.
If you tried to look, the hood itself is deep, but you're kind of like,
Oh, that's a little fucking, like, too invasive. I mean,
yeah.
if I rolled anything, would there be anything I'd be able to notice?
I mean, you can roll an insight to analyze, like...
Analyze dream. The yikes was... Is it insight?
Yeah.
18.
18. This figure moves with a military formality. And about 5'10", 5'11", something like that. Average height. But
Got a big fleshy beak.
He's taller than that.
yeah,
I know the person that's that height. I'm pretty
Avalok is
positive.
about, if I remember correctly, he's about like 6'1".
Okay.
Remind me again who Al-Anon is.
Al-Anon was the prince's bodyguard during the Leviathan War.
Howard's sword.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unrelated to Avalok.
Yeah.
I just went A.
And thankfully, Al-Anon no longer has his drinking problem.
Uh-huh.
I wonder how many steps it took him to walk away from that. 11, maybe? No, I feel like it's more than that. 13? No. That seems like too many.
10. The 10-step program.
It's a 12-step program.
That's one of the 10 step we took out 2 of them.
Which two did you get rid of?
The first one and the last one. They can never leave.
It's a really shitty staircase. You just trapped the ones who are already in there. We're not taking new ones.
Blood for the blood god.
But the figure in the hood does perform a very, very very formal bow in the holy Raven Queen fashion.
That poor cat.
Loop-de-loop.
You don't know.
And
Nope. He's like loop to nope.
and of course, I'm assuming this isn't a surprise, you do see a black band ring on his right hand.
Well, no shit.
Oh, he's already married.
They have a laxative for that.
It's called eating more fiber.
Call talk to your local artificer.
Yeah, he can make an emetic for you.
Holy shit. How are we down to 3 bags of candy?
Because we've got 3 hungry men.
There's a lot of stuff that was opened and then...
Oh yeah, that's incompletely... You wanna...
But is there anything you wish to do during this vision quest?
Well,
Fucking nailed it. Already had one.
What that was, I don't think there's anything else I can really do. Besides give a straight answer, however. What do I say? You free. It's not right that we're chained up here. I'm gonna do what?
I was deceived by one whom I loved. Now I am chained.
What did you do? What did you do?
Shit yet.
And you kind of notice this weird distortion with her voice. You kind of look back, and you notice that the mask is talking a little bit.
Yikes.
You kind of put 2 and 2 together, and you realize that it's not that she doesn't want to tell you; it's that she can't. That the mask is preventing her from giving you a straight answer.
At this point, it is clearly my deity. She can't physically speak it, but she is God. Be like, all right. Can
Well.
you show me?
A god.
Well, Dryfeld worships only one.
Yeah.
I said a god. Like, can you show me? I know you can't speak it.
There's this. She tries to spread her wings, and you kind of see like these, like bits of flesh have been like pulled by the chains themselves, and it's nasty. The feathers, normally pristine and smooth, are kind of jagged and frayed in bits of places. You know, her own body is like very tightly bound, and you hear heat rising off of these chains. And
As a DM question, is there anything I can do to lessen this as we are right now?
no,
Okay.
you do not possess the magic strong enough to dispel these chains.
I never said dispel. I just want to make it easier, not as painful.
The hooded figure suddenly snaps its head back as if it just heard something, and then all of a sudden, and you seconded. He snaps his head as though he heard a burp. Seconded.
Oh.
The first one was like a 4, but I'm giving that one. The second one a 7.
The first one was just a small push, and then I was like, oh, wait, give me a second. I feel it coming. It's
His sons went out for recon, then he sent to the main force.
You are transported to another location that you do not recognize. This is a white marble stone floor, pillars. There are lion motifs here and there. And you see what appears to be a feminine figure in armor, purple cloak and drapes.
God damn it.
And it's a woman. Yeah.
Well, no shit! I know which one it is because you asked me, which cape do you like better? I'm like, that one!
Yeah. A purple cape, short, but it flows without wind. And
That's a cape I built one.
right. This one does not have a chain anywhere. But she is standing with her hands on a very simple, basic longsword as she watches over children. Each and every one of them has a chain wrapped around their neck, through their chest, around their legs.
Someone's feeding off life energy. Is that where the soul comes from, then?
And she notices you, and she salutes and bows.
That's strange. Does that mean she can talk in here, too?
She reaches up, unclasps the helmet, which is identical to Rawls.
I suppose I'm going to approach as I do that, replacing the handle.
Of course. And, removes the helmet, and you see this beautiful, pale-skinned woman, long, flowing blonde hair. And we're talking so blonde it shines.
The biggest thing is like, you must be a master warlock, wizard, whatever, to fit all of that hair in that helmet. That is impressive.
And the thing you notice most about her facial features, aside from just being drop-dead gorgeous, is that one of her eyes is brown, the other is green.
That's not a mutation.
Oh, I know people like that.
Yeah, it's an odd mutation. It's a mutation because it's not the norm. It's the genes are fighting.
It's not a mutation. It's a
Anything that's like this that's not normal is a mutation.
no, there's a
Regardless, you see her open her mouth to speak, but you can't hear her. And you kind of realize that, you're being shown something, can't hear anything. As soon as you realize that, you kind of turn to look over back at the Raven Queen, and she is just shrieking in pain. And then
Everything's gone.
everything is gone, and a lot of you wake up in your respective times. So congratulations. One of you got a gun.
Nice.
One of you knows exactly where your target is.
Hey, should I bring my
Two of
actual...
us know exactly where our target is.
Should I bring my actual flintlock pistol next week?
Oh, that's right, you've got one.
It's your boat.
You know what? Fuck it, why not?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. We'll shoot it off the balcony.
Please no.
That's a Twitch subscription exclusive. That one's going behind the paywall.
Yeah, so, and you, well, you've been shown a few things. Do you want to share with the class what your theory is?
Nope.
All right.
That's something I need to keep to myself because only I was showing it. And I'm pretty sure that ring protects me from him getting into my dreams.
Will there be a quiz on this at the end of the class?
Has your front.
That was a great one shot. Now in the 90 seconds it takes you to reload, I'm going to unload my entire macro.
This one's regards from Pete. Bam!
Alright. So now I'm doing both of my double stack Makarov magazines.
Now,
all 34 rounds of 9x18.
Waking up on the roof, just. Oh. Nathan Crisp over here.
now, with your permission, I would like to speedily skip the process a little bit,
Just fucking get us
begin the next segment, and then we'll call it there. Because I was painstakingly writing a bunch.
Oh, I give the sending stone to the child before we leave.
Excellent, excellent.
You're gonna what?
I'm going to give that sending stone to one of the orphan...
I'm going to stay up in the air on my broom, but in earshot of everything so I can...
Boppity-bop-bop-boppity-bop.
Because I can fly now because this broom is so nice.
Now, exiting the city, on your way over to your next destination, a large carriage drawn by horses rides up to meet you outside the walls of Stormwind.
That's me.
The carriage appears large enough for all of you and a bit more, putting yours a little bit to shame.
Fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna go back with my now butchered Frankenstein to Van Life Cares and go, I want a refund.
Good luck.
Now, although
Sales are final.
you notice something very familiar with this one as well, but we'll get to that later.
Is it from the same people?
No. Think more alterations.
It's bigger on the inside.
Is it blue?
Yeah. It is decorated in worn drapes from Dreifel, and the holy symbols of the Raven Queen are on the doors in bright silver paint.
Oh no.
A little unusual, as the symbol itself is typically done with silver plating, but you do also know how tempting it would be for bandits and ruffians to steal something like that from right off the carriage, so safety and stuff like that. So,
Is
it's also not like...
Is it being drawn by rams?
It's not my Lamborghini.
It's being drawn by horses.
It's got a Calvin peeing on the Chevy logo bumper sticker.
It's got a...
An Elvin peeing. It's Elvin.
I mean, I said Calvin, but yeah, we'll take that.
Yeah.
It's Elvin peeing on a necromancer logo.
And it's not like every single carriage in Dreifel uses silver plating all over it. At the front of the carriage sits a tall man with tan skin and shaggy dark hair. To his side is what appears to be a sleeping man with a hood pulled over his eyes to keep the sun out. He's got a, think of like a book bag strapped across his chest and hooked onto like this little knob on the back so it doesn't so it doesn't fall off.
Next animal we kill, I'm making carriage nuts, by the way.
Don't you still have the pig nuts? I thought you ripped them off.
Well, yeah, but I don't have the full sack. It's just the testes in a jar.
Oh,
Well,
fantastic! I forgot about
What
that.
in a jar?
Pig testicles.
I have a vial.
Remember the pulled bacon?
I have a vial with a variety of different animal testes in it. It was going to be a gift for Roland. Might still be.
You need to get 2 empty potion bottles and put one in each and just drape it over with a rope. And just
There we go, yeah.
click, 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 click.
Carriage nuts.
The attire of the two men is dusty from the road, but otherwise presentable, with dark blues, purples, and blacks. The driver does seem a little stiff, but then again, it is quite the distance from here to Dryfell.
Stiff, nuts.
Morning wood.
Yeah, that's quite a piece of wood.
I'm good.
No, you're not, but we'll continue.
Is he because he's dead and the rigor mortis set in his wiener? Is that why he's not falling out of the
Oh,
carriage?
is this a hearse?
It is the equivalent of a limo.
Okay. That's not a hearse, but I'll take it.
Now,
Wait,
Omen, do you fly down within, like, eyeshot of this carriage?
Oh, fuck no. I'm surveilling this. I don't... Well, I mean, if I'm in eye shot of it, yeah. I just don't want to be in eye shot of them.
Yeah, just like... Because the driver turns his head very smoothly around to look at you, and then...
Eyes to the skies, friend.
Yeah.
There be dragons about.
He responds to you, Alvin, in a slightly shrill, rough voice.
Good evening. I have been tasked with bringing you back to the kingdom. Please enjoy yourselves inside.
God fucking damn it! I just bought this carriage! No, fuck them. Fuck them, I'm not going with it. I'm not doing it.
I'm going to fly down closer. You know what? He did work so hard to get this. The ones that don't have a carriage go, I'll ride with the bug-eyed stump. I say in
Actually.
Celestial.
Father, would you like to take the chariot?
The chariot, what?
The chariot, and I point at the chariot.
I thought you couldn't get chariot.
No, he
I
did.
could.
Yeah, he did.
The Mastiff couldn't pull it. I bought another draft horse.
No, the chariot that you wanted to, like, stand up and can't see a pop the top.
Yeah,
Okay.
the really big oversized one
Yep.
that the Mastiff couldn't haul, so.
I figured we need to get you in there, and this is the way that they normally do it. But
Chariot, Father Solomon. A light, two-wheeled vehicle for one person. Usually drawn.
yeah, the gladiators use them all the time. I know. I just didn't know that's what they were called.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, I've. This isn't just a carriage. This is my home now. Hashtag carriage life.
Well,
I'm gonna start an Instagram page all about my hashtag carriage life.
a stone book.
Insta-tome.
Insta-stone.
Insta-stone tome book.
Insta-tome?
Insta-stone and then tome book. Yeah. Or face tone, my bad.
Portrait.
Oh,
Portrait tome?
is it Instagram like a phonogram but instant?
Yeah.
Is that the joke?
That's why you put a picture on a rock and fucking throw
God
it.
damn it! I want to murder Mark Zuckerberg so much more than I already did.
Well, Graham, yeah. Graham is like a message.
So who
Hey.
all
I'm
is
just gonna
taking...
fly on my broom and keep face because, you know, the wind feels nice and it brings me back memories with my wings.
How much does a hipster weigh? An Instagram.
Huh.
Okay.
God damn it! Why can't I break you the way you break me?
Because you didn't call him daddy.
All right. Well, line of
Oh,
questioning
don't
retracted.
give me any ideas.
Retracted.
Well, you can break him. You just need to explain a few things because of...
Here's the thing about reindeer.
So, the carriage driver does, like, please, Father, we insist. And
That's right. I'll accompany him.
Okay.
Someone's got to keep it on.
Oh, I trust him way less. Can I go alone?
I know you do insist, but
My horses can keep up. Can we just go in a
I'm gonna
fucking...
say quieter for them. It was like, if it's going to be one of those faster teleporty things, no, I'm already dizzy. I'm gonna fly on the broom. I'll be close.
We assure you, it will be a pleasant ride.
Yeah, that's what my ex-wife said too.
You don't have an ex-wife.
Not anymore.
Oh, yes, the Ron Swanson approach.
Don't divorce him. Just kill him.
All right, so who among you is going to be taking a load off and riding in the...
That was last night.
Off-screen physical humor.
Not a load, specifically 6 loads.
Who among you will be taking a load off and answering?
It was literally the same line and you got him again. That's the part that fucking kills me now. You didn't even play it up, you just tried to say it again and it fucking got him. Alright, one more time for the...
Blender dick. I've done it. I've linked with all the laughers right now.
Horse blinders. No eye contact, no laughing.
Penis.
Nope.
Okay, that
It only works with eye contact.
Blender dick.
That's still just such a funny name.
It's Blender dick clompy clomp.
It just sounds painful.
Yeah, it does.
His wife's name was
Baby.
was it something Sniggle Snatch?
Sniggle snatch, clumpy clump.
Hey, baby, gird yourself. We're going spin cycle tonight.
So, once more, with passion.
Do I have to read all of Alvin's middle names again just so we can get out of our system?
No. Just go. Go.
Who among you wants to take a load off and come inside the Raven Queen's carriage?
Wow!
So much worse when you say it like that.
I got lightheaded. I think I fainted.
Really nailing that off-screen physical humor. We're literally doing stunts in a different room.
My solar plexus is hurting.
Maybe you should stop getting the ordic lobotomies, or in this case, tracheotomies.
O'Reilly. Half-Orc nuts.
You get ready. You've heard of the ordic lobotomy. Now get ready for the ordic tracheotomy.
Oh, that's so much worse.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
This is gonna hurt a lot.
And this is why the campaign.
Just get in the
with no
fucking
name
box!
Who's coming inside the box?
The Raven Queen's box, right?
You don't
Tell you it's not hot.
You don't want Roland to ride along with you?
Alvin went 3 rounds the night before. He's got nothing left in him.
So, Kalu, Roland, Omen, do any of you want to enter the carriage of the Raven Queen that was sent by Dryfell?
There, was that so hard?
Do you?
Yes, it was. Where have you been the last 5 minutes?
Apparently,
Fainting over there,
passing out in the hallway.
In fairness, you were unconscious for part of it.
Like, I think he just passed out and hit the floor. What the fuck?
Uh-huh. But hitting the floor hurt enough to wake me up.
His shirt was too heavy.
No, it was a logo. I got up too fast after throwing my hat and just started laughing. And just, angle spin, boom, gone.
So, who's getting in?
You seriously not want Roland to ride in your carriage?
Well, no one's going to be in the carriage. You guys can ride on top. The inside is my bedroom.
Okay, I'm gonna. Roland will take the Raven Queen's carriage. Even though he could probably get there faster
Probably
by
will
flying.
take a seat inside.
Alright, so Roland and Kalu are in the Raven Queen's carriage. I will give you one last description.
You need to pause less when you say that.
And
He's trying not to die.
And,
One last description, and then we shall call it for the
and
night.
these two come inside the Raven Queen's carriage. Like, okay.
He was trying too hard.
Her black rolling box.
Oh, God.
The carriage's interior is lavish and warm.
What? Give it. Give it. I'm gonna reword this shit.
It fucking is.
This was written like 2 days ago.
You know it's not November. You can bust a nut. You don't have to be this horny.
I was about to say, what percentage of your campaign planning is also your fanfics?
That says to differ.
Did you mess up? Did you switch your Patreon erotica and campaign Google Docs?
No!
It's called fan service.
Did you not pay attention when I clarified what was the important for the the fucking Tales of Dryfell finale with the Easter eggs? Pay attention to my wording.
Yeah,
Here's the thing.
it's warm
We
and
are
something.
paying attention to your wording. It's all incredibly sexual.
Yeah, Mister, I can write, but I don't see all the sexual innuendos I fucking throw down. Then again, we are just
You
5.
can't give us credit, or not give us credit for paying attention, when we've spent the last 20 minutes laughing over approximately 9 words.
To the front and back are cushioned benches wide enough for 3. Okay, how was that sexual, you two?
Wide enough for 3?
In the front
Jesus,
and
she
back.
had fun in college.
In the front and
Is it 3 per? Because we're getting into minivan territory.
Gotta keep going.
And in the middle to either side, between the 2 doors that allow you to get into the carriage.
You're just describing a labia, my dude. That's all you're doing.
Keep going, keep going.
Do they open like this?
Are cushioned stools.
There's no fucking way you don't understand what you're doing when you write this.
I think we did it again, though.
How do you...
Built into the walls.
Okay.
While the floor is covered in a thick carpet.
You can't be for real.
I saw that coming and I still. Is the carpeting?
Don't.
Is it shag?
However, nothing decorates the interior aside from the stained black woodwork and the stained glass windows. The carriage is bare.
Oh, miscarriages
Once you all get inside, you feel the whole carriage lurch forward, and it quickly sets a brisk pace. It keeps to the road and doesn't jostle around much. A lot of you know that the journey will take at least 4 days to reach the kingdom of Dryfell.
I can do it faster on my broom.
I can fly there faster.
Yes, but you'll still need to sleep.
Yep.
And these guys are sleeping on rotation.
You know, I think in these situations...
No, there's
Wait,
sleeping on the Raven Queen's hot box.
Are you telling me that the drivers are taking turns?
They're taking turns driving the Raven Queen's box, yes.
You know, you guys keep saying you could get there faster, but I don't think that's what you would want.
Yes. Don't worry, lady. We're coming.
I could just set up a sending spell and send myself home.
That's what we call teleportation.
Yeah.
You're not high enough level for that.
Yeah, but Jeeves is. He's come through the portal before. Well.
Okay, that was...
Yeah, they set up the portal and stuff like that. Yeah.
Do you not... I'm sorry. Do you not, like, read those out loud before...
I do.
I'm not trying to...
Hold on. Here's the thing. Like, we're all getting a little punch drunk here.
I will also mention.
Okay, but
I will also
padded
mention.
stool...
I did
Come on.
cushioned stool.
Okay. It's literally not better.
The biggest ones we've had was the come in and how you said it, but I gotta say it's the in the front and the back. It's big enough for 3.
I like the thick carpeting.
And it's bare inside.
When you said there was black wood inside, I'm like, we're done. We're dead. We're dead.
And white stained glass windows.
I can't tell if Matt's frozen.
Which one?
Oh,
No, he's moving.
Anyways,
Tell me you were laughing as much as we were.
Do you not see the emotes?
Yeah.
Yeah,
One picture.
I was.
Those were already there. Those
What?
One of them was, not the second two.
Yeah, that one showed up like 40 minutes ago.
Fucking hell. Well,
Could you even make out what we were saying, or did it just did the mic keep cutting out because we kept peeking it every time we fucking died?
I could hear everything, all of it.
so
Great.
All
On a
the,
scale of 1
the-
to 10, how bad is this ride going to be?
so
the button back wide enough for 3, the cushion stools, and yeah, all of that.
And doors that open up on both sides.
no, there
I'm pretty sure
two
you-
sets of doors on either side.
So one's the hymen and one's the opening.
You literally could have said
clarification.
you fucked the carriage, and I don't think we would have laughed as hard.
You guys had really hard, hot, sloppy sex with a carrot. I think we would have just been like, whatever.
We would have been like, "That's really weird. Let's move on from that."
Alright, okay.
But instead, we spent 20 minutes.
It's like, it was about a year ago. Remember when we were in the forest and in the stream, it was one whole big dick joke with semen all the time? And it was literally 2 hours of that?
Oh yeah, I recall.
Because every time we got out of it, he'd say something else that's worse. And then towards the end, he actually tried to do it, and it just
I'm pretty
killed
sure
it.
this has happened this is like the 3rd time, because there was once the semen, and then 2 once the flaps parted, and now the 3rd time trying to get in the box.
This box one was even worse, though, because it was me, you, him, and him. He wasn't dead, but he was.
2 in the front, 2 in the back, and there would have been room for 2 more.
It's a cozy tent.
So, clarification.
Warm and cozy carriage that we
I was not expecting you to buy a fucking carriage, a chariot, 3 draft horses, and a fucking mastiff.
I bought 2 draft. I already had the 1 draft horse. I was gonna buy a dog anyway, unrelated. But I thought it'd be cool to use as a mount because it's under the mount section.
Yep.
So like, it was supposed to be one of those like, oh, you guys just naturally want to go in there and not like expend energy. But no, now you have options. So I have to ask.
Well, we've always had options.
Well, options that require you to expend energy.
Can I just make the horses follow?
Yeah. Well,
You could latch them onto the back of
you
the
can latch
chariot.
them onto the you can latch them onto the back of the.
Alright. I'm gonna tie the back of the chariot to the horse, or the back of
Raven Queen's box.
Yeah. The back of the
He's going to attach his chariot to the chariot, or the... Not chariot.
You're gonna
fucking...
attach.
The carriage.
You're gonna attach
The carriage to the
horses?
carriage, and the horses are going to be attached to the back of your carriage. Yeah, so we're like... what the fuck they call it? Caravan.
We're gonna run a train on Raven Queen's box.
And on that note, this has been the
Call lightning
21st.
inside the box. Whoa!
This has been the 21st stream session of the campaign with no name. Welcome back, everyone.
Just be like, hey guys, want to see a magic trick? Check this out. I just learned the spell. Banish his carriage. Fuck!
Thank you all for joining us in the chat room.
Good night, everyone.
It's a great night. My back still hurts.